Salam Sejahtera. Welcome, one and all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Anywhere around the world that you are, welcome to the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia 2023. My name is Aaron Arcanix Minjun, and with me here is Aaron Contra Chan. Contra, how are you feeling today, my friend?
I'm feeling ecstatic where we have some of the finest trainers across Malaysia gathered here at Diamond Mall. And there's plenty of time for those of you guys who are hoping to join us here on ground to be witnessing history in the making. And throughout the course of day one, we've already had more than 300 trainers battle it all out in order to get to the top 16. And here we are to kick off our run to the road to grand finals.
That's right, Contra. We had almost 300 players yesterday during day one in what is arguably the largest Pokemon TCG event in Malaysian history. I'm excited. I'm sure you are as well. We want to bring you the day two coverage today, and let's go through the format that we're going to have for day two.
That's right. First and foremost, of course, if you guys are brand new to the Pokemon Championships Malaysia, welcome on board as we have begun our run with the single elimination format where trainers have to play to win that one singular round to advance to the next stage, while the players who lost will be eliminated from the tournament. And now, on the top 16, we are playing on a best of three format where they only have 75 minutes to play, and the first to 2 points will get the win.
Exactly, Contra. And now we have the bracket essentially of the top 16. A lot of familiar names, but also a lot of new names as well, Contra. I mean, I've been in the scene for years now, and it's great to see a good mix of players represented in top 16. Who are your callouts from this top 16 bracket?
Yeah, looking from the brackets itself, we do have a lot of fresh names on the block, and Lau Yucheng is currently on the first seat. That definitely will be a player that we'll be looking out on. But with veteran names such as Lau Kenshang, I think that he'll be able to really prove a high level of impact throughout the course of the tournament.
Yep, Leong Kenshang, of course, the regional league winner of Malaysia from April just this year, and he is essentially coming in, showing that that one event was no fluke. He is here to show that this is his season. He's going into this tournament as the 11th seed, but also we talk about the rest of the players here. All of them deserve to be in this top 16, playing a plethora of decks to bring a vibrant meta game into day two.
Absolutely, and speaking of the meta play at the moment, there's so many different ways that these trainers have been able to navigate their way and also come up with something pretty fresh. But are there a sort of trend that you're looking at when it comes down to what's really some of the most effective decks that have been played throughout the course of day one?
I'm glad you asked, Contra. In day one, we saw a surge in Lost Zone box here in Malaysia, as well as Gardevoir EX. These two decks were represented the most among the 300 players that we had. And then in the close third was Lugia V-Star, which is of course a very popular deck in this format. I want to talk also about the fourth and fifth place deck, which is my favorite, Arceus Giratina and Arceus Duraludon Umbreon were the represented decks in the top 5. So the meta here in Malaysia definitely one that you should look out for if you're trying to understand a bit more about Lost Zone Box, but a bit more about Gardevoir. And we are moments away from our first match, the top 16 match that we're going to have. The players are setting up. Contra, just a very quick question. What are you excited to see in our first match?
Well, you did mention about the Lugia V-Star to be one of the top decks out there, and interesting enough, we were having certain conversations around with the community as well as the people back in the production where there's not many decks of Lugia V-Stars that have been able to make it through to the top 16, and as a matter of fact, the only player that is currently in the top 16 with such a deck is Lao Qian himself.
Yep, exactly. Lau Kenshang taking Lugia, single strike Lugia essentially, into the regional league and winning that tournament has now brought it again as well into day two of the Malaysia Championships. This is huge. It shows that the deck in the right hands is able to convert across even here in Malaysia. But standing in his way is a plethora of decks that were converting into top 16, which
Yeah.
is the Lost Zone and Gardevoir. 6 decks in total between them. 3 for Lost Zone box, 3 more for Gardevoir. I wonder what we will be seeing in the first match of top 16. I'm very
Yeah.
excited to see that.
And I do have a hunch that we're about to begin with our very first match, and it will definitely be an exhilarating one as we do feature both Lao Kenshang as well as Vince Ang to kick off our first best of three.
Exactly, and we get the matchup that we wanted. We get to see Lugia piloted by Lau Kenshang here coming in the 11th seed, while Vince Ang is piloting Lost Zone Box with Kyogre. This is a matchup that needs no introduction in the Pokemon TCG scene. It's been around since the beginning of the Battle Styles to Scarlet and Violet format. We definitely will see a very strong showing from these two players. Vince Ang, a seasoned player that has been around for many years at this point. Lau Kenshang, slightly more recent, but definitely one of the best players in Malaysia, especially in this season. He is close to securing his world's invite at this tournament.
Yeah, and with so many names out there who are also playing at the concurrent moment, there's a very good reason why we're featuring these two specific players in this particular matchup. First, of course, we did mention about the Lugia V-Star sick deck that is currently running for Lao Qianxiang himself, and Vince Ang definitely has quite a robust strategy of his own. As you did mention, there are a lot of all these players out there playing the Lost Box strat, but what really ensures that this deck runs smoothly? Could you basically elaborate before we run into this matchup?
For sure. For Lao Kenshang, is essentially getting a turn 1 Lugia V to ensure a Lugia V star on turn 2 to use Summoning Star, enabling the deck to bring out Archeops so that it could use Primal Turbo to accelerate special energies from the deck. That is the game plan of Single Strike Lugia in its essence. It doesn't need anything beyond setting up by turn 2, and it will roll through any matchup that it faces. Now for Vince, it's a little bit more complicated. He needs to try and find the right pieces as early as turn 1 in order to accelerate energy with Mirage Gate as early as possible, right? So in essence, we have two decks trying to accelerate energy from the deck, with Vince Ang piloting Lost Zone Box using Comphase Flower Selecting, using Colress's Experiment, and dishing out major amount of damage using Dragonite V and Raikou V, while it's on Kenshang's side, using Lugia V and V Star to get Pokemon into play with energies from the deck and just running through his opponent in this match. And now we see the players shuffling up into this first round essentially of top 16. I'm excited, Contra.
Yeah, and this is being possibly one of the more crucial parts where you don't want certain important cards to end up in the prize. So hopefully the luck
Sure.
of the draw will definitely be favoring either sides of the party, of course. Now we're going to
Yep.
see a split going on, and we will be coming up with our first draw for both sides.
It'll be interesting now, Contra, to see who is the player that's going first in this match. Kenshang going first ensures that he gets a very quick Lugia V and V Star down with 2 Stomaching Star. But Vince going second has the potential of using a combination of cards such as Chorus's Experiment, Comfey, Forest Stone, Lost Vacuum in order to power up either a Dragonite V or a Raikou V using Mirage Gate as early as turn 1. That is a tempo swing that we have to look out for coming out of this Lost Zone box decks.
That's right, and it looks like we will have another mulligan going on for the side of Lao Kinshang for the
Yep,
first hand.
so a mulligan to Luck and Shang. Not something you want to see against a Lost Zone box deck. That one card could be a Battle VIP pass. It could be a component so that Vince starts attacking as early as turn 1.
Mhm.
We shall see. We are not certain yet on who's going first. I think once the play start off, we should be able to know. I'm liking the fact that these two players brought established decks and they are showing to the world that they have the ability to bring some of the best decks in the meta today and piloting it all the way to the top. All right.
That's right.
Now as the players are now finished setup, a fist bump and we are rolling. So on our left, so we have a little bit of a correction there. On our left, it's Lao Kenshang with the Tyranitar V in the active, and on the right, it's Vince Ang with the Lost Zone box deck. And Bell VIP Pass, a crucial card here coming out for Vince. That is a card that allows you to search for 2 basic Pokemon and put them directly onto your bench from your deck. The only condition is that you have to use it during your first turn. After your first turn, that card has no effect.
Yeah, and this is absolutely perfect for him to really get set up with his own momentum overall. And now Vince definitely will be favoring his chances here in the early games. As you did mention, he needs to get all the right cards up available, especially later on with a Dragonite V.
Exactly. Dragonite V is going to be a crucial card here. I'm not too sure though if it's going to be used immediately out of the get-go because if Vince is going to bench a Lugia V onto the bench, Raikou V hits Lugia for weakness. So that's going to be a crucial card for sure. We see
Hmm.
now here an escape rope from Kenshang getting the Radiant Greninja that he started with out of the active into his first flower selecting of the match. And Kenshang making sure that we, you know, tilt the Radiant Greninja slightly to
Hmm.
make it known that he has used the ability concealed cards to draw two cards, which we kind of missed it a bit. So we see a very crucial card here ending up in the lost zone, the Echoing Horn. Now, Echoing Horn here is a card that allows you to put a basic Pokemon from your opponent's discard pile into their bench. That is one of the pieces that Vince would have used to ensure that Kyogre is able to take multiple prizes. But that is gone now. That's in the lost zone.
Yeah, and that itself will definitely impact it later in the later stages of the game. But in the early stages, perhaps it's not too worrying. Perhaps there is going to be a certain card that maybe could retract what's in the pile, but probably not for the
Yep,
moment.
definitely. And I think now Vince is in a very interesting position here. He's going through his cards very well, going through his deck. A second escape rope, bringing up his third Comfey now, I think. Again, another flower selecting. Now imagine if Vince was going second in this game. He would have had enough of cards really immediately at this point, plus the cards experiment, for him to have used, Mirage Gate on turn one. But
Hmm.
the fact that he went first in this particular round
Hmm.
makes it so that Kensha will get at least one turn of play, right? But it remains
True.
to be seen now what happens as we make sure that these players are correctly identified. I'm excited for the fact that we now see a Raikou V on the bench for Vince. I caught that right before we switched to this camera.
Hmm.
We will definitely see a Raikou V in play, and that means major amount of damage onto a Lugia V.
Yeah, overall, it's also great to see that Vince's deck doesn't really require that much of evolutions to actually kickstart his run. So
Mhm.
you're looking at Vince hoping to hit very hard, very fast when he does have all his components up available. So you can see Vince, he's looking very, very certain. Meanwhile, Lo Shang, of course, have already have a glimpse of what's already at stake right now, and some of these major core components were yet to be seen, especially when we've talked so much about that Lugia.
Yep, definitely. And I think right now we are now back into the action here. Kenshang going into his first turn, getting I believe that's a Luminion V to grab a judge on turn one. Now that may or may not be the supporter you want to see. It really depends what you have in your hand. We didn't get to catch if Kenshang was able to get Archeops into the discard pile. That is a major card that we need to see inside the discard pile for Kenshang, right? So
Hmm.
I think at this stage right now, I believe at the bottom of screen there, it should be a Lugia V. We will make sure that we clarify that, but definitely a Luminion V on the bench and a Tyranta V in the active. And yes, that is a alternate art Lugia V on Kenshang's bench.
Hmm.
You know, probably one of the most expensive cards on the field right now in that particular game. But here is that judge. So the opponents will now, pretty much both players will reset to 4 cards each.
4 cards apiece. And of course, we'll have to see
Oh, I
what's going
don't
to be in
like
the hands
Kenshang's
of
draw. I
Kenshang's
don't
draw,
like it
though.
at all. It's a okay. So that is at least a card that you can play. There's a Capturing Aroma, and that is, I believe, that's a Tails.
Hmm.
So Capturing Aroma now allows you to search for a basic, I believe. Yes. So let's see what Kenshang brings out here. He has a Lugia V on the bench, but I believe the right play here is if that was a Tails and he's able to grab a basic Pokemon is to bench a second Lugia V. In consideration that Vince just needs a certain specific number of cards for him to be able to use Mirage Gate and power up that Raikou V for a one-hit knockout on any Lugia. Yes,
A-
so it looks like it's a Lugia V coming out from Kenshang.
Absolutely spot on. As he'll be able to eventually get this one on the board. S- Seems like he's still weighing in some options as well as to when exactly would he be able to get all of this activated? Doesn't seem like there's
Yeah,
going to be
so
much energy for
so it's
now, but
interesting, right? I think Kenshang did not bench the second Lugia V.
mhm.
So Vince here is gone into a Chorus experiment. So thankfully that plays into Kenshang's favor. There is no boss's order coming out from Vince. There is, however, a possibility of an escape rope here. So an escape rope would definitely, pull out either one of Kenchang's bench Pokemon, and surprise, surprise, both of them are weak to Raikou V.
Hmm. Now, Vince seemingly looking to pile even more up, where he's got quite an amount of trainers to be expended in these upcoming rounds, since he's going to be able to put
Yep.
the psychic energy down.
Psych Energy discarded through the concealed cards for Radiant Greninja. So Vince, even after getting judged to 4, has been able to build his hand back up thanks to that Chorus experiment and now concealed cards. And that, if I'm not mistaken, that should be 6 cards now in the Lost Zone for Vince. One more short to activate Mirage Gate. And Mirage Gate, that card, is going to enable Vince to power up any of the Pokemon in play that he has. That's an easy flower selecting, discarding the Battle VIP pass, which I mentioned earlier, has no effect now on the game.
Yeah, perfect time to discard that as well, where
Oh,
eventually once the Mirage Gate is out, when you could see that Vince will be absolutely ready to start his own strikes to knock some of these cards off of Lao Kensheng. Like you said, up till now, of course, the Lugia that Lao Kensheng has found is still within his hand. It's not being put into the bench yet.
yep.
Perhaps he does know the game plan of Vince for the time being. Meanwhile, nest ball being played right now
Oh,
to
that's the Dragonite V. So, interesting enough for Vince, there is that escape rope already in hand. Right, so Vince does escape rope. He will be able to take a knockout as long as he's able to find a Mirage Gate while ensuring that there is at least 7 cards inside the discard. So there is a Mirage Gate. So we did hit 7 already.
Mhm.
Here comes 2 energies from the deck into play. We see a Water Energy onto the Dragonite V. And I believe with this play, alright, so a Psychic Energy onto the Raikou V, that would enable it to use Lightning Rondo, 20 base damage and 20 more for each bench Pokemon in play. That should be a knockout on either the Luminion or the Lugia if played together with that escape rope. And I'm sure, being, Lao Kenshang, he would not give up his only Lugia V. There goes Luminion, here comes Raikou V, energy already in hand, Lightning Energy to Raikou V, 2 energies ready for attack. Fleet-footed first to get that one card off the deck with the ability. Very efficient play by Vince, and the first prize of top 16 goes to Vince Ang.
Starting off with the double prize so early on, and the ebb and flow for Vince have been pixel perfect, right? From the start all the way up till now, Lao Kenshang really has to squeeze any form of ways to get back into the game. But so long as he can basically stall it out, he should be able to eventually come out of a counter of his own. And I guess from the looks of it, later we also expect perhaps a card like Kyogre from Vince Ang to be put into the block as well, but that will be eventually countered by maybe a Radiance Arena later on. But it seems like Lao Qiao will have.
Yeah, I mean, to think about the current board state itself,
Mhm.
Kenshang's board does not look great at all.
Yeah.
Even without talking about the Kyogre, it was just a pass. Kenshang just passed. There was no supporter. There was no evolution. There was no Starbird. He just benched a Lugia V, attached, I believe, I think that's a V-Guard energy, and
Mhm.
he just passed. So Vince now is able to go, 4 prizes up as early as turn 3, and there is no Archeops in play for Kenchang at this stage. This is going horrible.
Yeah, very dire situation for Ken Xiang. It didn't seem like he have gotten anything to answer back as well. He didn't seem to have any from ways to actually remove cards out of
Yeah.
Vince Ang at the moment. So
To be
sometimes you
honest,
just really have to give way.
Exactly, and I think looking at it right now, it's gonna probably be an easy scoop for Kenshang. It's just a single strike Tyranitar, a single strike Tyranitar.
Hmm.
Say that 2 times fast.
Single strike
There you go.
Tyranitar.
And with that, that Tyranitar is not gonna do anything. It can take a prize on this Raikou if Kenshang finds a Starbird this turn, but there is a Dragonite V already powered up on Vince's board. And I see here a judge coming from Kenshang. It's not going to end well at all at this stage. What he needs at this stage is definitely a Starbirth and an ability to accelerate energies, including a V-Guard energy onto that Tyranitar V. Otherwise, it'll be an easy knockout from that Dragonite V using Dragon Gale for 250 damage.
Yeah, that's probably the only way that he could be able to actually salvage the situation at the moment. Still one more hour to go, but
It
Welcome
doesn't look
Chang
good. Yeah, it's only
definitely
50 minutes in.
feeling the time tick throughout the course of it. Is you just look at the amount of cards that
And that's it. Game one goes
there we
to
go.
Vince. Kenshang scoops it up, saying, I don't have the cards. I don't have a play. I didn't take a single prize, and I did not use a Starbird. Then what are you playing? What is a Lugia deck without Starbirth? And so we have to now go into game two with Vince in a commanding lead in this top 16, best of three.
Yeah, it's just a work of art for Vince Ang, where all the cards that he's needed to actually kickstart his box to just get it, all these sort of settings against Kenshang, he's managed to bank in very early on. Meanwhile, Kenshang, that was just the very first game. Perhaps this time around, the
Hmm.
hands
Hmm.
will be much better for him, and then only then we'll see all the concoction that he had in his deck
Hmm.
to start running at the pace that he wants it to.
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, Ken Shang definitely knows this matchup well. I believe he did speak to me about playing against Lost Zone Box at the regional league. I can't recall if that was in the top 16 or was it in Swiss. But Lugia does have a few outs against Lost Zone Box, but it really depends on ensuring that you are able to play the game as you want to with Summoning Star, with Lugia V Star. We had not seen a single Lugia V Star. We had not seen any Archeops. All we saw was a big high hit point basics that
Hmm.
were knocked out in a single hit.
Yeah, and it's just a rough way to actually go out as well when that is the only form of play that you can actually come up with, where you still have to stack up energies and nothing too much on the bench. Meaning to say, like once you have everything running for Vince, there you just couldn't really trade in a form of essence. Of course, round one won by Vince Ang. Now, with a little bit of reset going on,
Hmm.
some of the key cards that we were hoping to also see coming in from Vince to also have Dragonite V to be activated very early is definitely the Kyogre. Did not really appear on the past round, though
Yeah,
he did have
it wasn't even necessary.
cards. It wasn't
It
needed,
wasn't even
and
necessary.
that's
Yeah,
how effective Vince is currently playing.
exactly. And now Kenshang in our game two already, starting first, Lugia inactive with an energy, and I believe that's also a Mesa Goza already in play. We didn't get to catch what was the card that Kenshang would have gotten out of Mesa Goza if he
Hmm.
had hit hits. But now over to Vince. Now Vince, being a Lost Zone box deck and a Comfey inactive, is going to have a field day being able to go through his deck as quickly as he can. And it could be that we might see a huge attack coming out as early as turn 1. Now, you need a very set combination of cards.
All
You
right,
need
tell me about it.
you need 3 Comface. You need a Chorus Experiment. You need a Forest Seal Stone. And you need a Lost Vacuum. And in addition to that, you need Mirage Gate
Mhm.
and you need a Raikou V or a Dragonite V. Sounds like a lot.
It definitely is
Sounds
a
like a lot.
lot.
But if it's any deck that can do it, it's Lost Zone Box.
Hmm. And this is why we see the rise of popularity of trainers going for such a deck, and of course, not the easiest one to build to begin with. But
Mhm.
if you have been a seasoned player that have been able to actually collect some of these cards, like this is potentially a form of deck that comes in with not only a high tempo of flow going on to really set up the whole bench with a plethora of cards, but to also be able to just keep most of your uh, setup's pretty much safe from harm's way. So this round one definitely be will be very important for Vince to actually get it running. And we've already seen the Radiant Greninja up of it online.
Radiant Greninja already using his concealed cards, netting 2 more cards for Vince, and Vince is going for that Raikou. He is thinking about it. He is very, I think, very poised at this stage to use Raikou vs Lightning Rondo and go for the donkey on Kenshang. He's thinking about it. That's a chorus experiment. All right, so we have now a chorus experiment for
Hmm.
5 cards from deck. Look at 5, take 3, put in your hand, put 2 into your lost zone. That is 2 out of 7 cards that Vince needs in order to use Lightning Rondo.
Yeah, still needing a few more in the zone. So yeah,
Yep, and
Vince will still have a few trainers in hand. It seems. I really do wonder
yep, discarding,
what those
putting
cards are.
into the lost zone the Sableye and the Water Energy. I don't need this right now, says Vince.
Hmm.
I am going for the donk. All right, now we
Fleetfoot.
see a flower selecting coming out of Vince. He does need one more basic Pokemon. I hope he does know that. That has to be a Comfey, because only with a Comfey will he have the ability to hit using Lightning Rondo with the Mirage Gate. So it seems like he's grabbing okay, he has a switch card here. Bring Comfey number 2. Let's go. All
Seems like a
right, that's an
switch goes
easy
on.
lost zone. He went for the lost vacuum. Where is the Forest Seal Stone? There's the third Comfey. We're almost there. 4 cards
Almost.
in the lost zone already. Escape rope. Comfey number 3. Flower selecting again. This is close. He is looking for a Forest Seal Stone, and that would be game at this point. Forest Seal Stone is the card that he's looking for. That and Lost Vacuum, which we know is already in his hand. Boss's order into the Lost Zone. I don't need this now. He's
Almost
inching
perfect
closer. Did
play.
he get it? I'm looking at his hand. I don't think he has it.
I don't think
I
so
think he's
either.
1 card short. He's waiting for only that Forest Seal Stone, and this would have been a donk. I guess it's 1 out. Only 1 out left. No! He's passing it on. I was going to say he would have
passed.
used Lightning Fleet Footed from the Raikou V to dig 1 card deep, but no. All he did was just pass with an energy attachment.
Oh,
Oh, that's a hit from a Mesagoza. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, Kenshang would not have anything to play. So we will be able to search his deck for a Pokemon, either basic or an evolution.
pretty sure it was a sigh of relief for Kenshang as well when he is just 1 card short and Vince just really have to pass on that one.
Hmm.
So Kenshang now gets a little bit more of a breathing space to get the engines running well. Of course, we've only been looking at the Lugia to kick things off
Hmm.
earlier for Kenshang. He will now be able to get the Mesagoza online, and
Alright, and
we'll
Kenshang here
start to
grabbing an
actually
Archeops
see
now.
things
So
coming in.
So this is an important piece. Kenshang going for an Archeops from the Mesagoza tells you one thing. He has a Lugia V-Star in hand. That would mean that we will have a game, thankfully. And for those of you at home wondering, is this how the matchup usually goes? I can say it usually does not go this way, but Kenshang is having a very rough time right now, and Vince is having a blistering start both in Game 1 and in Game 2.
Just like you mentioned, the V-Star is now up online.
Oh, that's great. A Serena discarding 2 Archeops and a Mesagoza. So look at V-Star. Summoning Star is online, finally. And Kenshang has the gauntlet of 2 Archeops in the discard pile. So look at V-Star on your screen. Summoning Star. During your turn, you may put up to 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box, that's key, from a discard pile onto your bench. And Lugia V-Star has been paired with Archeops since they were released in the same set in Silver Tempest. And
Mhm.
this is where the gears start rolling for Kenshang. The deck is finally online.
That's right. And while they're searching in for all the cards necessary, we'll definitely see where not if the Lugia V-Star will be able to land an early strike as well. So there's a lot to think about.
Yep, so here comes the Primal Turbo from Kenshang. That's a DTE, a double turbo energy, and of course a few energies onto the Tyranitar as well. It really depends what we see here now for Kenshang. I don't believe his player supporter here at this stage. But at the very least, we're going to see the Lugia deck in action. So that's the redeeming quality of this game right now. We have Lugia V-Star online with Archeops, with a Tyranitar on the bench as well. But we remains to be seen. Will Kenshang get a two-price KO, or will he just go for the Confe in the active? Alright, so retreating the Lugia V-Star with a DTE. Here comes the Tyranitar, taking a knockout on that Confe. And I believe that is the first prize Long Kenshang has taken in this series so far. That's a Craggle for a knockout with single strike energy attached to Tyranitar V, ensuring that there's enough damage to knock out a 70 hit point Convey.
Yeah, well calculated by Kenshang as well on those plays,
Mm.
and Vince, as much as he did not manage to land that one-hit KO on the first round, now with Kenshang managing to stall, he's got to also look for alternatives, especially now with the Lugia that's being put right into the bench. It's going to be hard to actually access over the back, and still, we have not seen that Kyogre that we've been expecting out of Vince for the moment, but perhaps he'll eventually get there.
One thing I caught control was that I was looking at the discard pile from Vince after Kenshang used Craggle, which discards the top two cards of Tyranitar using Tyranitar V's attack. The Forest Seal Stone was the next card on Vince's deck. That would
Next
have
card.
given Vince the win had it not been one card deeper.
Oh boy.
Someone clip that. That deserves to be a clip. Not because I'm an anti lost box in any way, but that would really hurt, knowing that it was one card away from an eventual top 8 spot. But regardless of that, Vince is now back trying to figure out what is his turn essentially this time round. He needs, if I'm not mistaken, the Dragonite. That is the only Pokemon at this time able to take a full one-hit knockout on that Tyranitar. If I assume that that energy under Tyranitar V is not a V guard, because if it is, then not even Dragonite V can knock out Tyranitar.
Sure enough, and seems like we'll still be able to actually use Stone. The
I
Dragonite is nowhere to be seen at the moment.
It was in Vince's hand earlier,
Uh,
but I think what he's looking for is to ensure that he has an energy to attach because Dragonite's Dragon
uh-huh.
Gale requires 3 energies. But then again, would you use Dragonite V considering that you will just get knocked out back again using Tyranitar? Because Dragonite will not take a knockout on this Tyranitar. You will have to two-shot it.
Mhm.
Maybe you use your Cramorant, right? Which is able to use speed innocently for 110. The fact that you already have more than 4 cards in your lost zone, lost provisions is online. Now the players now have a new stadium in play, the Pokestop. Vince has used that, in his deck instead of the beach court, which is interesting. And I think that's where the meta has flowed now. Lost zone box players have dropped beach court in favor of Pokestop. And you see a Lost Vacuum discarding the Pokestop. I think what Vince is going for here is he's trying to find a way to activate Sableye to be able to use Lost Mine. That seems to be the case.
That could be a really good play where you distribute damage across the board, and then you should be able to eventually activate that Dragonite V once it does have enough energy to, of course, land the knockout blow.
Yep, exactly. And it also activates, in a sense, the Kyogre in Vince's deck, you know, with his Aqua Storm attack, being able to take multiple prizes. But it seems here that Vince is going for a Moonlight Shuriken of the Radiant Greninja. This is also a potential play here. And we need to see now where does Vince go with this. How the tables have turned in a single exchange of turns from Kenshang over to Vince. Kenshang, one turn prior, only had a Lugia V with an energy attachment. And now look at his board. It's ready to roll.
Yeah, and it's definitely a change of wind going on, especially what we saw back in game one. It was close to a similar order of how Kenchang would have not been able to get the earliest activation as possible, but with Vince not getting the Seal Stone itself, it has opened up the floodgates that will start hitting eventually for Kenchang.
We see now an energy recycler putting energy back into the deck for Vince. Potentially, he is missing the one energy, and he has the Mirage Gate to grab it. So he's grabbing two energies. But first, of course, making sure he looks through his deck to see what he has. He's eyeing that lightning energy, potentially for the Raikou. Yep, that's an energy for the Raikou, and another water energy for the Radiant Greninja. Moonlight Shuriken now is online, provided Vince has a way to get his active out of the active spot. I believe that's an active Comfey. Apologies for the glare, but that should be an active Comfey that has already used flower selecting.
Hmm.
And here's an escape rope, the card that would give Vince an attack this turn. Kenshang thinking very carefully, offering up my Archeops. Take my Archeops. I have energy in play. But Vince says, you know what? I'm going to go for your Pokemon V. Moonlight Shuriken, discard two energies, and doing 90 damage to your opponent's Pokemon. It can be on your bench, it can be in your active. But the main thing right now is that Vince is eyeing a 4-prize knockout in a single turn if he's able to get the Kyogre up and running. But the question now is, where is he going to find the next two prizes? Will he have to go for the Archeops or potentially use that Echoing Horn that we saw get Lost Zone in Game 1? So many options out of this
Yeah,
deck, Contra.
there's just so many options available for them to actually play this one out. Where Vince Ang, he could basically go for either one and just put a little bit more of that pressure upon Kenshang. Well, got two of these energies up available. Primal Turbo.
Yep, Primal Turbo here getting two more energies out. I believe those are two gift energies out of the deck for Kenshang. One, of course, to retreat the Archeops in the active. And I think we will see the Tyranitar get back into action. It remains to be seen now, where would Kenshang get a knockout here? Is he going after the Raikou? Tyranitar V, obviously. Yes, he's going for the Raikou. That Bossa
Oh.
Auto play, huge coming up for Kenshang. Taking two prizes, using Single Strike Crush for 240 damage. And I believe that is 240 plus 40 thanks to two Single Strike energies. 280 damage on that Raikou V. Kenshang now firmly in the driver's seat, up three prizes thanks to the single Tyranitar V.
Huge work coming in from Kenshang to come back into the game one step at a time. And now
Oh, now we see the
it's
Dragonite from Vince. Now we see Dragonite. Is he going for it? Yes. Vince is saying, well, if you're offering me up your Tyranitar, I can now utilize my Dragonite. But resources are starting to run thin here for Vince. Look at the amount of energies already in the discard. We know he has already played one of these energy recyclers. There should be one more. Let's hope it's in his hand or somewhere in the deck. There is a Mirage Gate as well. Oh, he has a recycler. He has a recycler and
that,
he has a Mirage Gate in hand. He's
that
looking for one energy now.
that's really crucial for him, especially with the recycle. So,
Ooh, that
seems
is
like the
not the
draw
draw.
is
That
not
is not the draw that
favoring
he's
him at
looking
all.
for. That's an escape rope in the law zone. I couldn't catch what he got. Oh, so that's a third recycler that he has in his hand. So I don't think Vince will have an issue getting energy out of the discard pile. The question now is, how he's going to get one energy into his hand in order to power up that Dragonite. So four energies going back into the deck. I believe we've already seen two Mirage Gates out of Vince. One in his hand, one more somewhere in his deck. So three energies go in, and only three. Vince is trying to play this out in the right order. Here comes the Mirage Gate. Mirage Gate number 3 now. Grabbing the lightning and the water energy. Now here's an interesting thing. Dragonite V has an attack called Dragon Gale for 250 damage. It needs 2 water and 1 lightning. Precisely. If Vince is not able to get his Mirage Gate out or draw into the exact water energy, he has no attack this turn. Oh, but there it is. He has the Clara. So the Clara
Perfect.
allows you to grab 2 of any Pokemon and or 2 of any basic energy. And that's the reason now on why he left the water energy in the discard pile. So perfect plays here coming out from Vince. Grabs the Raikou as well for good measure because that is able to take a knockout on Lugia V-Star with not much effort. Alright, so we will see Dragonite coming into play. Dragonite V, one of my favorite Pokemon by the way because it's a Dragon type.
Mm-hmm.
Coming with Dragon Gale for 250 damage. Getting Vince on the board with 2 prize cards here. Phew, sigh of relief there from for Vince. I'm sure.
Yeah, finally going in for the strike eventually. As this Tyranitar didn't seem like there's much option but to go directly into this discard pile, and that's two prizes in for Vince Ang.
Yep, and now
Wonder what he
Kenshang.
gets in the prize though.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I think one of it was a switch card, if I'm not mistaken. But or maybe not. That was a discard pile. My bad. We will see now Kenshang, navigate the situation. What he's looking for at this stage is actually his second Tyranitar V. If he can get a second Tyranitar V, it will be able to take a knockout on Dragonite. But it seems like going with something else.
Hmm.
I assume that he has a play here somewhere which either utilizes the Lugia or might use the, yes, I was going to angle to that. It's the Yveltal. Yveltal here, a single strike attacker that only gives up one prize, able to use single strike wings for 110 damage, and with enough single strike energy that would power up Yveltal's attack to be able to hit 200, 130 or 150. Unfortunately, it will not hit 200, even with 4 single strike energies. But that's fine. You're using it purely as a way to get some damage on the board or take a smaller knockout.
Yeah, at the very least, it's not too risky for him to, of course, put the bigger cards up on the block against the Dragonite, who's currently forefronting the attacks for the side of Vince for now. And I guess like that's a huge problem right now. Where how do you actually have enough to even find that one hit KO towards that Dragonite V? So you gotta start things slowly and eventually work your way up. So Kenshang
Promoting the
now.
Yveltal now into the active. And second Primal Turbo, I would
Uh-huh.
presume getting another energy in order to attack here. But, oh, hang on. Kenshang is out of single strike energies, which means he has no way to attack with single strike wings.
Oh
He can
boy.
only use Dark Cutter, which is only for 50 plus 40, hitting it for 90. It's not too bad, but it's not a lot of damage
Yeah,
compared to single strike wings.
it's not a lot, especially even if you want to get back into your Lugia. The Lugia is only offering about 130 damage on the arrow dive as well. Oh, sorry about that. Like that's for the V, but
Yeah, we can go to
Tempest
V-Star.
dive is
Yeah,
220.
that's
So
fine.
perhaps
Yes.
with just about enough energy later on, the V star could still come back on the block and challenge the Dragonite later on.
That's true. I think that's a heads up play by Kenshang saying that, hey, I'm not going to offer you a Pokemon V at this stage. I'm going to give you one of my single strike attackers, which Vince has been very happy to give all the while so far. Take my Comphase, take, my Cramorant or my Radiant Greninja. But at this stage right now, the Dragonite is still in the active. With a single boss, it will be able to knock out Vince's Lugia. Now the question then would be, oh sorry, Kenshang's Lugia I should say. Then the question now would be, can Kenshang find the Urn of Vitalities to shuffle back some of that single strike energy back into the deck for it to be accelerated with Primal Turbo?
Here comes the Nest
Now we see a
Ball.
Nest Ball here from Vince. I wonder what he's looking for. Is there anything that we don't know? Oh, Sableye is interesting. Yep.
Oh,
Sableye is a interesting situation card for in this situation. Able to use Lost Mind to put 12 damage counters on anywhere on Kenshang's field. Now 12 may not seem a lot at this stage, Contra, but I'm sure it will add up over time, especially if you have multiple Sableyes.
I definitely do think so as well. And we're going to be having the Sableye eyeing for that Lugia V-Star all the way in the bench.
Ooh, that's a
That
fourth
thing
Mirage
clean.
Gate from Vince. This is huge. This is the final energy acceleration coming out from Vince. One Psychic on the Sableye, a Water on the Radiant Greninja. I wonder what's the play here from Vince. It might be just going into the Sableye, keeping the Dragonite away from harm. The awkward part right now is that Vince does not want to take a single prize. He would rather damage the Lugia to a point where he's able to Echoing Horn another Pokemon V from Kenshang discard pile and end the game with an Aqua Storm with Kyogre. So it may be that he is going to completely ignore this Yveltal that's in the active from Kenshang. And we see now a escape rope. It feels like Vince is
Mhm.
playing like way more than 4 escape ropes for some reason.
Yeah, it's just really piling a little bit more pressure and playing a little bit of mind games. Like Kenshang, I dare you to put that Lugia back up there, and then perhaps you'll just have no options but to eventually show that card up. But instead,
Yep. No, but Kenshang is going the conservative route here. Take my Archeops. But then again, I don't think Kenshang has any ideal active Pokemon
Mhm.
right now. From any of those options, he would love to keep both his Archeops. He would definitely want to keep his Lugia. That is only attacker right now, other than that Yveltal. It's going to be probably a lost mine here coming out from Vince. And I believe he's just doing the mental arithmetics right now on where to put that damage. Some has gone on the Lugia, some probably on the Yveltal. So spreading the damage again, not taking any prizes, not that he could, but making sure that he can set up a multiple turn KO. Now, Kenshang, I believe, drew into his Luminion V, is going for a loss. Sorry, my bad. That is a Primal Turbo. I was gonna say Lost Turbo. I'm combining both decks together at this point.
hey, it does have a little good ring to it. So,
Lost Turbo, yeah, that's
yeah, at the pace Vince actually secured the very first round, it sounds like hey,
yeah, that
that
is true.
name might just actually catch on.
That is fair. That is fair. So we see now a gift energy from Kenshang, probably just to retreat that Archeops once again.
No.
I don't like this situation for Kenshang. I believe what he is missing right now is that Urn of Vitality, because there it is. You see it in his hand, but that is his deck. He's not able to get it out at this point. He's looking, and I think he has another play here. He's considering, will I get a chance to use Tyranitar V's Cragalanche to discard cards off my opponent's deck?
Yeah, he's definitely doing some calculations right now. If that is going to be the big play that he's looking for.
Ooh, is eyeing up the boss's order. Grabbing the boss, and I think he sees a line of play here. He's going to accelerate energy onto the Lugia and go after Vince's Dragonite at this point. It sounds like it, it looks like it, and that would swing the matchup solely into Kenshang's favor right now. You see Vince there looking, and the card that will likely end up in the discard pile, Dragonite V.
Yeah, eyes on the prize, and if he does successfully captures the Dragonite V, then all he has to do is just to find one more knockout, and Kenshang will be able to equalize
Mhm.
in that sort of way.
And that's
But
what we want, right? We want a game three. We
that's right.
want to show folks at home and also those here in the event hall that we can go to a game three on stream. You're gonna hear more from both of us, but it's
Mhm.
it's all good, right? We want to be able to bring more coverage. So now Lugia V Star in the active, Tempest dive for 220, knocking out the Dragonite V on Vince's side of the field. And now what does Vince do here? He can easily go with a Sableye, but that would just mean that any energy, or I believe that should be enough energy from that Yveltal right now to take a knockout on that Sableye. So Kenshang pretty much has this game locked in at this point. There is no way for Vince to take 4 prizes unless he has one more escape rope or a boss to bring the Lugia V-Star back to the bench and go for a massive Aqua Storm. But we see that option is no longer on the table because Vince filled up his bench with Raikou V.
Yeah, bring it back up, and I guess right now there's a little bit of signs of desperation here for
Mhm,
Vince to be
mhm.
able to get rid of the Lugia right in the forefront as well.
Mhm. Let's see what we can see. That's a Forest Seal Stone using the V-Star. What a fancy V-Star marker here for Vince. The crowd seems to love it here as well. Lots of smiling faces. I think that V-Star marker is definitely homage to a community here in Malaysia. So we see Forest Stone, using the ability Star Alchemy, searching a deck for one card. And oh, it seems like Vince has scooped up this game. We are probably going to go to the game 3 here. There were no more outs for Vince to take this win. Kenshang roaring back to equalize this game.
Massive, massive victory for Lao Qianxiang. And honestly, there were a few windows of opportunity out there for Vince where surely turn one was something that looks to be almost perfect for him. But the card that he's been looking for was just one card away.
One card away.
And after that, it was a reshuffle that went on.
Yep, definitely. I think that no, it was a discard essentially. So the
Oh, right.
Cragalanche was able to discard that Forest Seal Stone, and I could imagine how Vince felt when he flipped over the top deck into the discard pile,
Heart wrenching.
only to realize that his win was one card deeper than what he drew.
Perhaps patience would actually pay off a little bit more, huh?
Yeah, and I think now Vince is definitely going to go in this game, trying to forget what happened in game two. You know, in the end, this is a matchup of very minor increments. Lost Zone Box has so many tools available to it. Lugia has probably as many tools, if not just slightly less, but has a plethora of attackers to try and shift the tempo back and forth. Both these decks have been in the meta game for quite some time now. I would say. When Scarlet Violet was released, people said that maybe Lugia will fall off. There are so many other decks to play. People wanted to try Miraidon. People wanted to try Gardevoir EX. So many different iterations of different archetypes. And yet, here we see Lao Kenshang sticking to Lugia V-Star in what is arguably the biggest event in the Malaysian tournament season.
Yeah, and also you did brought up that this is potentially one of the last few times that you're ever gonna see this card being used into
This version
these.
of Lugia,
Yeah.
yeah. This version of Lugia may, I wouldn't say will, may be replaced by a different version of Lugia once Paldea Evolve gets up and running, which is the latest set in the Pokemon TCG. If you haven't gotten any of that, definitely check out your local game store for it. Now, back to the game. Game 3, Vince against Lao Kenshang. Vince has gone first, Confe in the active. Perfect start so far.
Hmm.
Getting a Raikou V on the bench. That's what you want to see. Kenshang, an active with, I believe, the Yveltal. Not the best in the active, but still decent enough.
Yeah. Very comfortable hand for Vince to at least kick things off, and now back towards the side of Kenshang.
Hmm.
Definitely have to
So,
see.
yep, going straight away with an Ultra Ball. I believe that discards 2 Archeops, I want to say. So that's a perfect start for Kenshang, discarding the 2 cards you want to be in the discard pile. The question now is, will he be able to get enough going on turn 1 to ensure that turn 2 Summoning Star? You need 2 Lugia Vs, just in case, because Raikou is eyeing down either of them.
Yeah. And this has got to be really precise on what he does in this particular round. He's already got the Lugia down.
So you got Lugia down, that's great. One of a few.
Doesn't seem like there's energy in his hand as well.
It's going to be an interesting situation now for Kenshang. So that would mean, well, at this stage, I fancy Kenshang's chances as long as he can get a second Lugia V into play. That's my opinion of this matchup right now, because having one is just so much riskier than having 2. And coming from an Arceus player like myself, where my Arceus gets knocked out every turn that I play it down, it's a given that this format has a huge damage potential going from as early as turn 1 or turn 2. So I'm hoping Kenshang has a way to bench another Lugia V.
Still looking for it.
Ooh, I think that's a Serena. So Serena discarding 3 cards off your hand to draw up to 5, and I see a Nest Ball. That's great. We will see. Oh, we don't need a Nest Ball.
Oh,
There is already a Lugia
perfect.
in his hand, so perfect.
Just like that. It is all starting to come into fruition, and there you go. Another ball being placed right there. What is he going to search this time around?
Yep, it's going to be interesting what he searches. He goes for the Tyranitar V. That is the card that you want to see, obviously. That is the optimum attacker up against Vince's major hitters in the Raikou or in the Dragonite V. So Tyranitar V here, the card that Cragalanched away the Forest Seal Stone in game number 2 earlier. Kenshang now opting for an energy card. I think that's a double turbo energy. It's thinking about it. It's going either on the Lugia or on the Yveltal. He goes for the Lugia, and he passes the turn. Now Vince, turn 2, only a single Confe. Not the blistering start that we saw in games 1 and 2, but let's see whether he can get the ball rolling. Ooh, forest selecting, flower selecting, not forest selecting, flower selecting. I'm still a little traumatized by that.
Give it
That
more
forest
time.
stone.
Those forests could actually be filled with flowers as well.
That's fair.
So,
That is fair.
well, at
That is fair.
least for now, it will slowly blossom for Vincent at the moment. Gets the water energy down.
Okay, retreating that
Treats.
Comfey into now the Raikou, trying to get a card. Fleet-footed, that is not what you're going to see as Vince. You're drawing energies off your deck and just a pass.
Oh
No cards
boy.
experiment.
Oh, that's gonna be pretty rough for
This is
Vince.
rough. Kenshang flipping for Mesagoza. That's tails. Goes for the Professor's Research. 7 cards. Can he find that Lugia V-Star? If he can, this game will likely be his at this point. That's a Capturing Aroma. He needs to hit a heads. This is the flippy. Oh, you don't need it. Once again, you don't
Oh,
need. You don't need search
here
cards.
we
You
go.
have it in your hand.
Oh,
Summoning Star from Kenshang on turn 2. Archeops on the bench. Plays the Capturing Aroma anyway. Gets a Tails, I believe. That's for a basic Pokemon, which you don't need because you have a full bench. But it's always good to thin your deck a little bit.
yeah. Yeah. At least you have some plans going on for later on. Meanwhile,
Oh no, it was a hits by the way because he's
uh,
grabbing an Archeops and he's just discarding it away with an Ultra Ball. So
uh,
Kenshang doing the right thing, thinning his deck with cards he doesn't need.
just gotta get a couple of energy running, and we'll start to see Kenshang doing some significant damage overall. Currently only 24 minutes on the block, but I believe that we don't need to run the clock
We
all the
don't
way
need
down,
to.
as
No,
Kenshang definitely in the driver's seat right now.
he definitely is. He
Double
definitely is
turbo.
Contra. Look at all the energy coming off the deck thanks to this double Primal Turbo. We don't need anything else as a Lugia deck. All we need is a single Summoning Star and the deck does what it does. This game is going to end very soon. And rather unfortunately for Vince because Kenshang knocking out Raikou with that Tempest Dive attack for 200 damage. And that would just mean that Vince is now 2 prizes behind and with no board to speak of, he has nothing on his bench other than a Cramorant which he can't even use at this point.
Yeah. He drew in 2 more trainer cards into his hands.
And it's not the Nest Ball, it's not an Ultra Ball, or I don't think he runs Ultra Ball, but it's not a Nest Ball, not a Hisuian Heavy Ball even, and not a Chorus Experiment. It's just a Clara to grab back the Raikou, but what can Clara do at this stage? It's just grabbing energies and that Raikou. He's just trying to draw cards, he's saying, where are my cards? That's a switch card, that's not what you want. You only have 3 cards inside your Lost Zone. You can't even use the Cramorant. Okay, so here's an escape rope. This doesn't feel like a play that sets you up for a win here. You're just saying, hey, take my Cramorant. I can't use it anyway.
yeah. It's just so hard for Vince to actually get anything activated at the moment, comparing to what we saw in the past 2 games.
Yeah.
At least Vince actually starts the engine off very, very swiftly, and this might just be the biggest
is
comeback coming out of Lao Kenshang.
This is it. This is 4 energies onto that Tyranitar V. It doesn't need 4 energies to knock out a Cramorant, but it's going to have it anyway. Cragalanche or even Single Strike Crush. I don't think he'll be using Single Strike Crush, obviously. Cragalanche is already overkill. 60 damage, plus 20 for each Single Strike energies. I believe there is 3? Oh no, he's going for the Juggler. He's going for the Raikou for 2 more prizes. Vince, you may Clara back your Raikou, but I'm going to knock it out again. 4 prizes out for Kenshang now. This game is going from bad to worse for Vince.
Pretty sure there's no third time for this one,
No,
but
not at all. I think this is where it ends here for Vince, rather unfortunately.
hmm.
This sounds like a very heartbreaking situation for Vince when, you know, his deck essentially was literally on fire in games 1 and 2, and he
Absolutely.
was 1 card away in game 2 from a win into top 8.
And then the turning point happened. Lao Kenshang eventually recoups himself, gets those cards back. That was back in game two. If you guys missed it for only a slight moment. And Kenshang this time, he's got the perfect draw going in for him. And you just see all the cards he needed. The Lugia V Star, the Tyranitar V, and everything else up online with the Arcleops.
Yeah, and now we see a Colors Experiment here from Vince. This is too little too late, I have to say. You know, you're digging for cards in your deck, but none of them, I don't think, gets you out of this predicament. You know, you have only just filled your lost zone into 7, I think, but it's not gonna work at this point, Contra. It's too little too late.
Hmm. I absolutely agree. At this moment, even when you can get a couple of knocks out of, even if you remove the Tyranitar, over onto the bench is what's really looming up ahead of the minds of Vince Ang right now.
Yeah, I think this is probably it for Vince. I respect the fact that he's going through his deck, trying to find a way out. But with the board that Kenshang has set up, this is the reason why he brought Lugia V and Lugia V Star to this tournament. This is why he is the current reigning regional league champion. He knows his deck inside out. And at this
Vince,
stage, I think it's just going through the motions. Vince definitely wants to, you know, get some damage on the board, do what he can. But it seems like Kenshang is now 2 knockouts from capturing a win here. And 2 knockouts is more than enough at this stage. Even if somehow Vince is able to get a 2-price, knockout next turn in order to put himself into a range of a 4-price turn with Kyogre, you're not going to do it with the board that Kenshang has built. At least not with like a perfect draw of cards.
Lugia V-Star back up on the forefront.
Oh, that's a
Going
collapse
active.
stadium. That is huge. Discard my Lugia V using the collapse stadium, bumping it into the discard pile, and now grabbing another Lugia V Star. I would have liked him to see Kenshang play that Lugia V Star and then bump it into the discard pile. But I don't think it's going to be of any consequence at this stage. He probably has this game locked up, to be fair.
Yeah. If there was a collapse stadium, it will definitely pinch Vince Ang even further down.
Well, I mean, there's no real
Yeah.
effect now for Vince.
True.
In normal situations, yes, when you have a bench full of Comface, Cramorants, Radiant Greninjas, you wouldn't want to leave anyone, to lose any of them, right? You want to be able to utilize your full bench. But at this stage, for Kenshang, it's more of a card to play out, discard a 2-prizer, and now forcing Vince to say, hey, I'm going to win in 1 turn. Is there any way possible that you stall this game to a point where you can get off a Kyogre? And Kenshang says, I'm going to make it even more difficult. Let me discard one of my Pokemon V. So it remains to be seen now. At this stage, it's a Mirage Gate getting an energy on Sableye and another energy onto the Radiant Greninja. But Kenshang down to a single prize here. I don't think there's anything much you can do at this stage.
It's really hard to stall.
And
And
yep, that's
there
the
we go.
fist bump. Vince conceding the game now. He knows what's inevitable. Kenshang taking the win into top 8, coming back from that game 1 loss to win the next 2 games.
Beautiful work. Coming in from the recent champions. And Vince Ang, he definitely showed that he is very, very capable on what he could possibly offer. But unfortunately, on this third matchup, nothing seemed to have gone on the way of his plans at all. A lot of the times, he's just spending a lot of all these resources trying to look for the right cards, and it's just nowhere to be seen.
That's right, Contra. And I think commiserations to Vince Ang. He played a stellar match overall. But in the end, it's Lau Kenshang that we're progressing to top 8. Your regional league champion here in Malaysia, progressing to top 8 in his back-to-back top 8s essentially at this point, with that Lugia V Star. So we will essentially see Lugia V in the top 8. The only one in top 16 making it in. All the Lugia fans at home rejoice. You will get to see Lugia most likely, maybe top 8, maybe top 4, maybe in the finals again, who knows. But at this stage, Contra, I'm going to ask you, what was
Mhm.
your favorite moment of that match?
I guess like the favorite moment was back in game two where we saw that huge situation going on where Vince was stacking everything onto the bench and was ready to make the final move and not being able to actually capture that one card has
Which was the
been
next card, essentially.
yes,
That
and
that was
Kenshang
hurtful.
found that lifeline and have turned this into such a massive win. And lo and behold, Kenshang came back swinging on the very final game and finds himself such a close margin of a victory. But nevertheless, Vince definitely have showed that game one was his to take.
That's right there, Contra. And for those of you at home, we will be right back with top 8. We're going to take a quick 20-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Get a beverage, get a snack. We'll be back with more coverage from top 8 here at the Malaysia Championships in Taman Mall, USJ. See you soon.
Welcome back and salam sejahtera to all of you guys watching, whether if you're here in Diamond Mall or from your own comforts of your home. This is the Pokemon Championship Malaysia that's going on throughout the course of the entire day. And my name is Contra. Here with me, Aaron Minjit, to be bring you the stories of what goes on the field, where we've already seen the top 16 in action. And now, with that being concluded, we'll be moving on to our top eight. And early on, that was a massive victory that we've just saw coming from Lim. And now we will proceed forward to see who else is still in the competition.
That's right, Contra. We saw the reigning regional league champion here in Malaysia, Lau Kenshang, take down the top 16 match 2-1 against Vince Ang. It was a stellar match overall, Contra. I think for those of you who did not catch that, go and check that VOD. You will want to watch that match. It was one of the best series I've watched, at least in the first couple of games. And then on the third game, it was just how Lugia functions. It is smooth, it is effective, and if it gets rolling, it takes the win. So now,
Mm-hmm.
let's go into the bracket that we have seen so far here at the top 8.
That's right. So with that being said, we have already witnessed how Lao Xiang have been able to claw his way back up after suffering only one loss initially. Now he will have to face off against Lao Shun in his upcoming match. Meanwhile, the match that we'll be featuring on screen at the moment will be Jacob versus Lim Han Juan.
That's right. And then just a quick shout out to that matchup, between Lau Kenshang and Lau Kenzun. Those are brothers. So the brothers are in top 8 now, interestingly enough. We will also then see Chen Im Sheng taking on Calvin Tay in the other side of the bracket, as well as Azul Amir and Darren Chen in the final matchup of top 8. It's going to be an interesting one. Jacob, fresh off his victory in top 16 against Lo Yu Chung, he was able to beat the first seed coming into top 16. So definitely, bringing probably his best deck of his collection into this tournament, and he's going up against Lim Han Juan, who was able to take down Wong Wai Hang in his top 8. And we have a very interesting matchup. We are going to have Sablezard, played by Jacob, up against Arceus, and not the typical Arceus that you'd be seeing. This is Arceus, everyone's binder pile, because we don't only have the Duraludon, we don't only have, I want to say Luminion, but we also have Gudra, Flying Pikachu, and a lone Vulpix V. You see, I'm speechless because right now this is the the highlight of my day so far because I'm a huge Arceus fan. Contra, I've been
Hmm.
mentioning it
Yeah.
throughout the day in the morning. I said, I hope we get to feature an Arceus deck. We do now, and it's not like any Arceus deck I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's basically a mixed bag of surprises as well when you have so many powerful Pokemon that is within the list that what we can have based on what was submitted to us, of course. So, of course, other than the Gudra as well as the Arceus that's around there, we have Drapion, Duraludon V, and even more, even including Vulpix V-Star on the block. So.
This deck has everything.
I just feel like it is having everything probably the best recipe for Lim Han John to make it all the way to the grand finals. We'll definitely have to see, but sometimes some people say a jack of all trades may not be a master of anything.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Jacob coming in with a very different variation here, bringing a Radiant Charizard online. So perhaps you will see this form of a box pile to be uh, churning up some massive success the later the game progresses.
Yep, we know Malaysians love their lost box, and while we did mention the statistic earlier on in our top 16 match that they won yesterday, where we had 300 players, trying to duke it out to get into top 16 day two, we saw that lost box was the most represented deck. What we didn't have was it all the same variation of Lost Box, or did some Sablezard make an introduction into day two as well? And it seems like we do have one here in top eight, piloted by Jacob. Now we did feature a Lost Zone deck in game the earlier match today,
Hmm.
piloted by Vince Ang, and while the first two games went pretty well for Vince, it's unfortunate that in the last game, on its last hurdle, it was not able to best the Lugia V-Star deck piloted by Kenshang. Now, will that happen again? Would Jacob pull ahead early against Han
Hmm.
Juan, or will Han Juan stamp his authority as the Arceus deck that is able to, be the jack of all trades,
Hmm.
right, and push his way into top four?
Yeah.
It remains to be seen.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what really goes down later on, which we will definitely feature it on the screen. But meanwhile, while that's happening, so many different storylines that we do have within the top eight. Of course, the sibling rivalry will only have one of the brothers come up ahead, and then we also currently have two Gardevoir players facing up against
Hmm.
each other. And I guess may the better Gardevoir prevail if that's ever going to be the case. So,
Hmm.
with that being said, we will start off our very first match between Jacob versus Lim Han Juan. So, as they're setting everything up, probably we'll just give them a couple of seconds to do so. But the game plan here, I guess Jacob is pretty much similar to what we saw earlier on, where you want to activate all your cards up there and then eventually have your Radiant Charizard online. But what's the game plan here? Is it just
Well,
about the Arxis for Lim
mhm.
Han John?
Yeah, it seems like it, right? So as you said, Jacob is piloting a Lost Box deck with Sablezard. That's the main differentiator, obviously. I mean, not the only main differentiator. He also runs things like Holucha. He runs, multiple Sableye. He also has a Drapion. Now for Hanjuan, I would think, this is an Arceus deck that is going to pull out the exact components that it needs for its specific matchup.
Hmm.
Now, Hanjuan got into top 16 as a ninth seed yesterday. That would have meant that out of the 8 rounds of Swiss that we played, he would have won at least 6 rounds going into this day two, and that might just say that he's had a whale of a time with the different components of his deck, navigating the different matchups they would have had. Now we see here the game has already begun. Apologies, we missed a little bit on the first couple of minutes, but it seems like we've had Hanjuan start off with a Duraludon V up
Hmm.
against Jacob, who is already started off. You know, it's going to be an interesting match here for sure. So Hanjuan already begun to bench multiple basics, multiple comp phase from the get-go, getting multiple cards into the lost zone. Now
Hmm.
Hanjuan has to have an Arceus V right off the bat.
Yeah,
Now,
seems
and I think
to
that's what he's searching
be.
for with this Ultra Ball.
Yeah, he definitely has to get it up in no time. Where he's still looking around. Hopefully, not in the prize pool for the moment. So he's gotta really check for the time being. All right, seems like we already have it up available. So let's see
Yeah, that is
what's the
an Arceus V
response.
on the bench now. That is the promo version, which I personally like as well. To be fair, there are
Hmm.
like 3 different Arceuses now
Hmm.
in the or 4, I should say, in the options that you could have the feature. Hanjuan bringing the promo version, and that's a chorus experiment. Look at the top 5 cards. Grab 2. He's looking for another Arceus. He doesn't get it.
Hmm.
He's opting
Seems
to
like he's
grab a
opting.
chorus and maybe an energy at this point.
Let's think about the fighting energy for sure.
Yes, and also the Lost City. That Lost City will be key in this matchup for Han Juan. If he's able to take a knockout on a Radiant Charizard with Lost City in play,
Hmm.
that just means that Jacob loses his most effective attacker forever in the entire game. Right? Because once a Pokemon goes to the Lost Zone, or any card goes to the Lost Zone, there's no way to get it back out. Right? So we see here Han Juan, going through the motions, seeing it, okay, maybe I can afford to take one card, not the other.
Well, certainly so.
Yeah, I'm
Meanwhile,
yeah, I'm interested to also see now, what are the prizes for Hanjuan? Because running a very thin line of
hmm
attackers here, like for example, we have the list in front of us: one Duraludon V, one Duraludon V Max, one Hisuian Gudra V,
hmm
one Hisuian Gudra V Max. This list has almost everything, right? And it's all
hmm
a single card. And you see now the tables shifted a little bit for you.
everything is back in order for sure.
Oh yeah,
Jacob.
Jacob going through his motions here. He's now going into his first of many, I would say, flower selecting. Look at 2 cards, grab one, put in your hand. The second one goes to the lost zone. Gets the nest ball into lost zone, grabbing the echoing horn. And this is likely a Chorus experiment now. An easy lost zone for the Bell VIP pass, which no longer has any effect on the game. And also another nest ball. So Jacob having two nest balls now in the lost zone, and I think rightly so. He doesn't need anything else. He has a full bench, Cramoran, double Cramoran, a Sableye, and three Comface. Energy attachment to the active, and into a second flower selecting now. At this point, Jacob is probably just trying to get into his attackers and start the ball rolling. He wants to be able to get Sableye to use Lost Mine as early as possible, and if not, maybe just using Cramorants to get multiple hits into play. Get some damage into play, essentially.
Yeah, that definitely will be pretty crucial for him to do so. And meanwhile, of course, you will be able to utilize Split instantly to dish out at least 110 onto the block, at least putting a little bit more pressure on the Duraludon. Seems like it's
Ooh,
already
but we
evolved
see,
for the
yeah, we
Hanjuan.
see the perfect turn two here from Handron. Evolution on both the Arceus V-Star as well as the Duraludon VMAX. And now a Starbird, the best ability, in my humble opinion, as an Arceus fanboy, the
Hmm.
best ability or best V-Star ability in the game right now. Yes, you can only use it once a game, but it allows you to search for two cards from the top, from in your deck essentially, and put it straight into your hand. Your opponent doesn't know anything about those cards. You can do whatever you like. You can play some mind games essentially, but it gives you the cards you need. And I believe, if I may say so, the two cards were a switch and a DTE because now
Hmm.
Hanjuan is able to use Trinity Nova for a knockout on this Cramoran.
Wow, massive start here to begin the run for Lim Hanjuan. Before he even executes the knockout, just making sure that he will be able to get the perfect setup that he needs in order to prepare the next phase. And it seems like he's just going to be
That's
utilizing.
playing a judge right now. So a judge
Mhm.
off that Luminion. Thank Jacob. Hey, I know you drew cards last turn. Let me bring you back down to 4. Bring you back down to size. So we'll be able to play a much fair game. But I say fair, Hanjuan is about to accelerate 3 energies from the deck. So that is not that fair, to be honest, if you're playing, Lost Box.
Not at all. It's just limiting a lot more options for Jacob, and that will definitely take a lot more time for Jacob to eventually get all his cards being set up. So of course we have our feature here on Luminion V, which definitely does supplement a lot, especially with the Luminous sign. So should be
Alright.
the right time for him to, of course, draw his very first prize, knocking
Yep.
down the Cram.
Yep, taking a knockout here, accelerating 3 energies using Trinity Nova, 200 damage, minus 20 for the double turbo energy, but still way more than enough to take a knockout on the Cramoran. And this is the interesting part. Accelerating energy, Hanjon actually benched an additional attacker, and that is the, I believe, Hisua Gudra V. Now, I'm not too sure about that. Maybe he has a game plan that I don't see, but I would have liked him to not bench that Hisua Gudra V up until he was able to get energy on it in the same turn. So now you have 3 energies on your Duraludon VMAX, but what if Jacob has a way to bring out that Hisua Gudra V and then use Lost Mine to put damage everywhere else except that Gudra V? And that would mean that Jacob is going to take more prize cards as long as Hanjuan can't get that Pokemon out of the active.
Yeah, that could definitely be one of the options for play for now. Now, let's see. Jacob still haven't really got most of his box sorted for now, so needing to really get the engines running. So
Mm-hmm.
after having perhaps most of the recipe up online for Hanjuan, it definitely seems to be a little bit more promising as we start off with the card here for Jacob.
Yep,
It's-
and I think that's he has a few ways to dig through his deck a little further to get something going here. But just to note, I don't believe Jacob has any way of taking a one-hit knockout on his Arceus V. Now we see, in some cases where the Sablezard deck would play a choice belt. I don't think we see a choice belt in his list here for Jacob. So it means that he will has to lead with Sableye, get enough damage on Hanjuan's board,
Mhm.
and only after that be able to use Charizard. Obviously now it's a little too early, right? Hanjuan is only taken a single prize. Charizard is still not online. Excited Heart doesn't activate. Or I guess it activates, but you know we we need a few more prize cards in Hanjuan's hand and before Jacob is able to use Combustion Blast to take big knockouts for as low as 1 energy.
Yeah, and speaking of which, even so, without the presence of the Radiant Charizard, and there's still at least a couple of Pokemon for Jacob to work with, and I guess he's not really in the form of rush to actually get it activated right now. The lesser price that Lim Hanjon needs to claim later on, that also means lesser energy for that Radiant Charizard to function. So, of course, you currently have the Sableye over on the
Hmm.
forefront, and you just continue with the Lost Mine process.
Yep, and by the way, Contra, I did check the deck list again. Jacob does run two choice belt in his list. It was right at the bottom. We almost missed it, but two choice belt in his list
Hmm.
that would make it so that he can, in essence, take a knockout on that Arceus V Star the moment Hanjuan gives, or I should say, Hanjuan takes enough prize cards for Excited Heart to come to play. But at this stage, I don't see Hanjuan slowing down. He's taken two prize cards already, getting more energy into play. But he has to be careful here because Jacob, with the cards that he has in his arsenal, will be able to take multiple knockouts if Hanjuan is not careful.
Yeah, and Jacob just couldn't really give him too much of that leeway, and Hanjuan, he's just having an arsenal of Pokemon that's absolutely prepared to take on what Jacob has to offer for the time being. So doesn't seem to have all too much choice here, but
Yeah, so I think the thing I want to mention though, as a player for Sablezard, or of course, Jacob does not. I mean, the board that Jacob has
mhm.
isn't really representative of what he can actually do because right now, all he needs is for the exact situation to unfold, and Jacob should be able to take multiple prizes in a single turn.
Mhm.
Now, whether that can happen is really up to Han Juan and how he plays his cards, and as well if Jacob can draw into the exact things he needs. Now, of course, Radiant Charizard is a big thing. We don't know if it's prized, by the way. We have not seen it in Jacob's hand. I don't believe I caught it in the deck at the moment when he's doing
Mhm.
searches. It
Mhm.
could be that the Charizard is prized, and Jacob has to find a way to take prizes before Charizard becomes to play.
Yeah, that could be very, very problematic if that's going to be the case, because that essentially would be the game-winning play that Jacob is looking for. It doesn't seem like he has much going on for him. Still have to rely on what he has at stake. He's got
Yeah,
the comfy. We'll be able to keep utilizing the flower selection.
probably just relying now on his Sableye to get enough damage onto the board. We see
Mhm.
some damage already on the Luminion. We see some damage already on the Duralon VMAX. That is 5 prizes now. So Jacob doesn't need too much, right?
Mhm.
All that matters right now is getting enough Lost Mine done, enough damage from Lost Mine done, and then Combustion Blast should seal the game. Because Jacob's deck does not run, well, barring the Drapion, any multiple prize attackers. It's only Drapion and everything else is a single prizer. So Hanjuan has to go through all 6 of these basic Pokemon in order to win the game, and that might be enough time for Jacob to eke through the win.
Yeah, and basically Jacob's just buying as much time as he can right now. We seem to have a fog crystal up online. So, of course, just drawing energies onto the block. Jacob has got to find ways. But
Oh, there's a beach court. Okay, that
there we
that's
go.
going to be interesting, right? Because a beach court here means that there is going to be free retreat now on this calm phase. But I think more importantly, playing a beach court now means that Jacob has lost one of his options in bumping that lost city which Hanjuan might play. Hanjuan has 2 lost city in his deck. That is the pivotal card in his matchup, being able to use it on that Charizard or even on the Sableyes so that Jacob just runs out attackers. And we see the Bishop coming down. I also have to note that we do see Lost Vacuum in Jacob's deck. Not too bad. He should have enough outs, but it's all about that one turn that he uses Radiant Charizard, and Hanjuan says, you know what? That's the only time you get to use it.
Yeah, so Hanjon has been able to put a couple more energies right through. Want to see what the big next play is for Hanjon later on. Meanwhile, we're having Jacob to be setting up another Sableye over onto the bench.
Hmm. I think that's his second Sableye at this point, and also uses the Cramorant. Now, Hanjuan has taken multiple knockouts already at this point, and I think he's going to be using Luminant V to attack, which is something you don't really see, but if you run Water Energy, why not? Aqua Return for 120 damage. And I think the more important part, other than taking a prize card, is that you shuffle the Luminant back into your deck. So that is, that's a prize that, Jacob is not able to take now, but hey, we all missed that out. Using Aqua Return for 120 with a double turbo energy means you're doing 100 damage, and it does not knock out a Cramorant. So I'm not sure if Hanjuan, meant that or did he miss it out. That is 1 or 10 damage short that Hanjuan is not able to have right now, and he promotes the Gudra. Now, there's one thing to note. We need to see from Jacob right now enough damage so that he can close out the game in as many as 2 to 3 turns. He's counting. He knows his line of play. He has lost some of the damage that he sprinkled on the Luminion. So he has to recalculate a little bit to say, alright, how many turns do I now need to win using Sableye, Cramorant, and Radiant Charizard?
Yeah, Jacob playing for time essentially, and definitely having the Sableye to really continuously stack will be essential for him. Some damage has already been done to the Pokemon's back into the bench. And now facing off against this Gudra. Just double check, is a V-Star still available for Hanjuan?
No, so Hanjuan has used Starbirth already, so the V-Star ability is no
Right.
longer usable. So
Mhm.
there you go. But I don't believe for Jacob, he doesn't have any way to use any V-Star abilities because he only runs a single Pokemon V, which is Drapion, and we don't see a Forest Sealstone, nor do we see a Sky Sealstone. So at this stage right now, it's all about just Jacob relying on these single prizes, the Cramorant, the Sableye, and eventually that Radiant Charizard, which we have not seen, by the way, at this point. We see a bossy from Jacob. Now, this is huge. He decided to go for 110 damage on the Arceus, and this would mean that he's trying to knock out the Arceus with the Sableye and maybe even take 5 prizes, considering that we don't know how much is exactly on that Duraludon VMAX. But it should be sizable enough that Jacob is going for multiple prizes per turn.
Huge play coming in from Jacob. And now Hanjuan needs to be really careful of what he really does next. And how do you really get rid of some of all these Pokemon when you have that beach core that has been constantly switching around? And Hanjuan, as much as he already claimed 2, he's been able to at least retreat his Pokemon and brings back what seems to be the Duraludon.
That is true. The Duraludon VMAX now coming into the active, but that doesn't change anything for Jacob. He's just going to use that Sableye to take a knockout on the Arceus V-Star. So it's all about... Oh, that's a Lost City though. So bumping the Beach Core into the discard. But what would Hanjuan take a knockout on? It's just the Cramorant. That is not the card that you should be worried about. The one that you should be worried about is that Sableye that's going to continuously sprinkle damage in the most efficient way he can to take multiple prize cards. There you see Duraludon VMAX, one of my favorite Pokemon, in the current format, with Gmax Pulverization for 220 damage. That is way more than enough against Jacob's feel of single prizes, but it gives up 3 prize cards.
3 prize cards, and my Jacob is just hoping to draw the right hand right now. Surely he's not being able to get his cards at the moment, but how much more can the Sableye actually offer when every single other turn that Hanjuan actually gets, he just keeps claiming prizes along those side, and he comes a Hiswan Heavy Ball that's being utilized.
Tiswang Heavy Ball here, allowing you to search your face-down prize cards and grab a basic Pokemon you find there and put it in your hand. In exchange, you put the Heavy Ball back into the prize cards. You don't get a free prize for nothing in this game. So you do get to dig, and I believe... What is he digging for at this stage? No, his Heavy Ball actually ends up in the Lost Zone. My bad. I thought it was played. Actually, it ends up in the Lost Zone. So I guess for Jacob, he's not too worried about it. I don't believe then that the Charizard is prized. Otherwise, why would you throw away your only way of getting it out?
Yeah. If that Charizard is really lost in deep in there, then I guess the only way is to dish out enough to claim two against some of all these V stars on the board from Han Juan. Jacob still searching around. Let's just take a look into what's really in the discard pile that he could basically utilize.
Yep,
Sableye being
that's
brought
a
back.
yeah, that's a rescue carrier for the Sableye. Able to take two Pokemon, 90 HP or less from a discard and put it back into your hand. So that's how this deck recycles essentially the very efficient yet tiny single price attackers in the form of Sableye. And even maybe even recycling some Comphase if you need them early in the game. But it's mostly for the Sableye.
Constantly having damage to slowly chip in
Yep.
towards
Yeah,
Lim Han Juan.
Yep, Jacob takes two prizes here, knocking out that Arceus V-Star. And I think for Hanjuan right now, he has to be concerned, how many more turns does he have, to knock out Pokemon on Jacob's side of the field. He's only taken two prize cards at this point, and Jacob has set up enough damage to really take prizes from the next turn onwards. I believe that Duraldon, is not going to survive a hit from a Charizard. Neither would the Hisuian Gudra V-Star. There's no V-Star power, so no Moisture Shard to help out that Gudra anymore. But Hanjuan goes for the minion here and grabbing a judge. Alright, I like this play here, saying that, hey Jacob, you have a too large a hand right now. Let me judge you back to 4 and keep things a little fair.
Yeah, it's the second time being played out as well, so just keeping Jacob at check.
Hmm.
So, not that he's not struggling already to begin with.
Well, I mean, struggle might be too strong a word. I think
Okay.
Jacob has a plan here at this stage. I think he
Yeah.
knows where he's gonna get his prize cards from, right? At this stage, it's gonna be of minor increments of how you navigate this matchup. Obviously on Hanjuan's side of the field, these Pokemon are huge. 330 hit points, 280 hit points, and even on lowly Pikachu VMAX is 310 hit points. So for Jacob, it's all about finding the right knockouts. Luminion was one of his targets, but that Luminion went back into the deck thanks to Aqua Return.
Mhm.
And I think now Hanjuan is down to the last two prize cards, and Jacob needs to find a way at this point to take a major knockout. Maybe that. There you go. So we see the Radiant Charizard. That's on the bench now thanks to that Nest Ball. He's looking through his deck to make sure that he knows what resources are left. Now, do we see the Fire Energy? 4 prizes is what you need your opponent to take in order for Radiant Charizard Excited Heart ability to take effect. So Radiant Charizard, a key card in this matchup, able to hit for 250 damage thanks to Combustion Blast. And the best part is, even though it's a 5 energy attack, you get a discount for every prize your opponent takes. And there we see it. Fire
Uh,
Energy, Radiant Charizard, 250 damage, taking a knockout on Duraludon VMAX.
That's the perfect setup that he's been looking for all game, especially now with only two
Mhm.
prizes available for a Hanjuan. You just save so much time
Mhm.
and literally just energy with just one being attached to a Radiant Charizard, and
And now the
he
question
claims
is,
to one more prize to go.
and now it's all about whether Hanjuan is able to have the Lost City to banish that Radiant Charizard to the Lost Zone. But no, it's just a judge here. So it's all about whether Jacob can recycle this Charizard. We know he plays at least 2 Clara in the deck for him to get back the Charizard as well as the energy. This Hisuian Gudra V-Star definitely able to take a knockout on this Charizard with Rolling Iron. And I believe Rolling Iron here is huge here because it also reduces damage by 80. But it's all about whether Jacob has the right combination of cards here. We see the Clara in the hand and a Roxanne. I think Clara being the more important card here. Now, it's if only we can confirm how much damage is on that Hisuian Gudra V-Star. I think it's 60, which puts it at 210 hit points. Now, 210 hit points is, with the reduction from moisture from Rolling Iron, Charizard will do 250 minus 80. That puts it at 170. 210 might just be out of reach for Jacob, even with a choice belt.
Just slightly out of reach. So
So here's a knockout. All right. Now, Jacob has a few outs here.
one prizes remain for both players.
This is down to the wire, Contra. Did we see this coming? I don't know, to be fair. But he's looking through his deck, looking through his hand, thinking what are his outs. Flower
Utilize
selecting
the
first.
active.
Yep. That's huge.
Oh,
He rips the escape rope. That is the card that he needs. The escape rope. Bring up the Luminion V. What is Jacob looking for? I think that's game. Clara, Energy, Radiant Charizard, and I believe the Beach Court gets Comfy a free retreat. Radiant Charizard takes a knockout. Game 1 goes to Jacob. What a play.
huge clutch from Jacob. On the very final draw, he makes it out on such a close margin. Possibly the best thing that we've seen so far for today.
Oh yeah, and to be fair, we like I said earlier, right? We normally don't see the writing on the wall for these Sablezard decks until the very end. Jacob took 6 prizes, I should say 7 prizes. If you count the fact that he paid for 3 prizes with the VMAX, he took 7 prizes in 3 turns, and that's an amazing rate compared to Hanjuan, who was going, I take 1 prize this turn, I take another prize next turn. And credit to Hanjuan, he played that very well, but he had to bench that Luminion, and benching that Luminion gave Jacob the out for a win.
Yep. And Jacob, stellar way to play out game 1. Stalls just about enough, and for
Mhm.
Hanjuan, now that he's already seen what is in store for him, how is he gonna counteract with this form of play that Jacob's having over on his side?
It's interesting, right? I believe there is one card that Hanjuan can try to utilize against Jacob that might help him out here if he's able to navigate through the early Cramorant Sableye, and that is a loaded Vulpix V-Star. Now, a loaded Vulpix V-Star has a very interesting attack with Snow Mirage, which is for 1 water and 2 colorless. You're able to do 160 damage, but the main thing here is that Pokemon with abilities cannot damage you, and guess what? Charizard has an ability. So that could be a way in this you know, particular game where Hanjuan could lock Jacob out of his huge attacker. But then again, Sableye still exists.
Yeah.
So you might lock yourself out. I mean, you might lock Jacob out of using Cramorant or Radiant Charizard, but there is still Sableye, and if you need to go through multiple Sableyes, a lot of Vulpix V-Star does not have enough hit points to go through multiple Sableyes. He only has 240 hit points.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the conundrum right now for Lim Hanjuan. Versus shall start first moving into this matchup.
Yeah, I would think Hanjuan wants to start first. It's an Arceus deck. You want to be able to say Arceus Energy Pass in your turn 1. And I think now Jacob gave a mulligan away. I don't think that's so super big. I think his game plan doesn't change regardless if Hanjuan has 10 cards or 5 cards. He starts likely with it's a Cramorant, I see. I didn't get to catch what Hanjuan has in his active position, but I'm hoping it's an Arceus. We want to go to a game 3 for sure, right, Contra? That's where we want to bring these exciting matches to those of you at home, and for those of you in the event hall as well. If just joining us, this is the second game in top 8 here at the Malaysian Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships. We see a Gudra, not the ideal starter, but off the top of that draw was an Arceus V. And here comes an S-Ball. Probably just to also look through the deck, but I would think this is also for, I think might be the Duraldon again. Being a very high hit point basic could alleviate some of the pressure, but we shall see.
Still a very decent starter hand for Lim Hanjuan nonetheless,
Mhm.
especially now that he can actually go ahead to look for the Duraldon.
Oh, he's going for the Pikachu.
Flying
Now, this
Pikachu
is something
instead.
I completely missed out as well. He has Flying Pikachu VMAX. This is probably the big attack for this matchup. It's oh man, I feel bad now for missing this out, but this is a huge card for this matchup. Max Balloon for 160 damage. During your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done by your opponent's basic Pokemon. Now, it's great against Cramorant. It's great against Radiant Charizard. It's still the same situation with Sableye, because Sableye does not do damage. It puts damage counters.
Yeah, and then that's the reason why Sableye is such a game changer in the recent metas itself, where not many of these cards out there can actually deny that ability, right? And with that said, I guess Jacob is slowly getting there to look for not only Comfy later on, but also the Sableye to be activated. So
Yeah, I think he's grabbing double config here. Battle VIP pass on turn 1. The perfect start for Jacob, of course. That is the card you want to see right in your opening hand. And starting Cramorant, not the best because you now have to find a way to get it out of active into your comp phase. But having 2 comp phase on the bench of a Battle VIP pass, not too bad. If you can get 4 cards into your Lost Zone immediately on turn 1, that activates Cramorant.
That, of course, with more and more of all these pals, it just eventually gives such a massive attack heading into mid to late game. So
Yeah, we now see a quick ball. Oh, and a chorus experiment. So we might be able to see a turn 1 attack here. All he needs is a way to get the Pokemon out of the active, and I see 3 off the bat. That is an awesome chorus experiment there by Jacob. But what does he choose here? I saw a switch card, an escape rope, as well as a beach card. So Jacob is not without options to get his Cramorant out, and I think he grabbed at least 2 of it.
that's the
2 of the
beach
5
court.
cards. I think that's also a Clara, which he values over the beach card. So he has dumped the beach card and that Poke Gear into the Lost Zone. Energy for retreat. You don't need energy if you're attacking Cramorant. Here comes a flower selecting. And I think with the cards in his hand, I think Jacob has everything he needs here. Discards the Nest Ball, values the Rescue Carrier. So the recursion of his deck is what he values at this point. Here comes an Escape Rope into the Pikachu.
Still changes it for another Comfey. Once again,
Yep, and
circling
now
through the flower selecting.
yes, and the important part, 4 cards in the Lost Zone activating Lost Provisions on the Cramorant for now a free attack of speed of using Spin Innocently for 110 damage on this Pikachu. Now that might be huge considering that once this Pikachu evolves and has an energy to attack with Max Balloon, you might have a hard time trying to hit into it because of the fact that it's immune to basic Pokemon. So having this 110 damage on that Pikachu is going to come into play very soon, I'm sure of it.
Looks like there's just going to be a switch up here as the Flying Pikachu will get benched.
Yeah, because Flying Pikachu has free retreat, so there's no need for a switch, just retreat to the bench. Ours is V-Star in the active, V-Star power here. I'm going to guess grabbing a double turbo energy and maybe it's a judge. I don't know. It could be that we see history repeat itself for the second game where Hanjuan has constantly been judging Jacob's hand.
Not too sure if the same game plan will work twice this time around, especially Jacob clutching at the very final moment. Now we see a very different form of a draft in terms of the openings for Hanjuan in specific. Because he understands.
We don't see Duraldon anymore, right? He
Yeah.
understands that maybe I need to be really careful about my tree prizes. So I'm not going to show Duraldon right now. I'm going to go with my Flying Pikachu, which is my ideal attacker. And I have energy now onto the Arceus and a Chorus Experiment here to boot. Oh, making sure that you shuffle your deck before, right after you search it, of course, and right before you play a supporter. Now, I'm liking Hanjon's position here solely because of that Flying Pikachu. But it remains to be seen if he's able to navigate this matchup because there is a lot going for Jacob at this point because he's been able to attack from turn 2, and this time he's probably going to be more careful about damaging, a Luminion, considering that Hanjuan actually plays the water energy to use Aqua Return. So Jacob now probably thinking, all right, I probably have to take, same 7 prize cards again, but this time instead of Duraldon, it's going to be a Pikachu VMAX.
Yeah, and it's just a very great utility for him with the experiments. And looks like we immediately see the evolution coming true. And
No, I believe that's an Ultra Ball, and yes,
Yeah.
you're right. There's going to be an evolution here. It's probably going to be there we go. He's swinging Gudra V-Star. But where is the Pikachu VMAX? I'm concerned that we won't see that yet. But it seems like Hanjuan is valuing the... Okay, so we do see the Pikachu VMAX in the deck. But Hanjuan has a game plan here. He's going to go with Rolling Iron as soon as he can, to stem the tide a little bit of this damage that's coming in. Or then again, he might flop back to the Pikachu because there is a Light Energy now. Not sure if he's just keeping his options open. But then I just realized as well, if Jacob is a boss, that Pikachu is not long for this world. That is one hit away from being knocked out. It only has 190 hit points, so it's only 80 hit points left.
Yeah, it was damaged prior to that as well, so it's a tough decision to make for Hanjuan. He's just weighing his options, and it's comfy. Still rinsing and repeating with the flower selecting now that it's Jacob's turn. So Jacob eventually will need to start stacking eventually, especially with the Sableye already up online. Perhaps now he'll be eyeing more on towards that Pikachu over on the bench.
That is right. He does only run a single boss order though, Jacob. That is the only part of this strategy which may or may not, be the simple part of it because having only one boss means there's only one out in your deck. And I don't believe we've seen it discarded yet, so I think it still should be there. He does run 3 Pokegear, which may come in clutch in finding that boss. But no, he's just gone for a Chorus experiment here, so not having the boss at this stage. But while I say that, he might be able to still pull off this play because he might have enough in the Lost Zone for Sableye to come into the picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Chorus experiment, putting 2 cards from the 5 that you putting 5 into your hand first, for you to pick from, take 3, put 2 in the Lost Zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here comes a Swine Heavy Ball. I believe he's just taking a look and see. Oh, the Charizard was prized.
Wow.
So that is a great pickup there from Jacob, making sure that, hey, I'm going to get my Charizard into my hand. It's going to be ready to rumble very soon. So just letting you know, Hanjuan, no pressure.
And that definitely alerts Hanjuan on what the next move is. Jacob, after going scavenging for a couple of times, and he knows like, okay, I really needed this heavy ball, and now he's just gonna be waiting on Hanjuan whether if he's going for some knockouts, and he could just rinse and repeat that process until he could bring up the Radiant Charizard online, just like how he did in the past game.
Exactly, and now we see a very interesting draw there from that flower selecting. It was a switch card or an escape rope. Jacob taking the escape rope, and that's a fog crystal looking for that psychic energy. Now the question is, does he have enough for Sableye to come online? Can he use Lost Mine and take 2 prizes? It's so interesting that Jacob is the one that might go up a prize lead in this game right now as early
Right.
as turn 3.
And
Or turn 2, I should say. This is actually his turn 2.
I was pretty surprised as well because Hanjuan was a very different type of pacing that he's playing instead, where last round, every single knockout he could go for, he goes for immediately for it. You see a little bit more of that reservation because of what happened in the past game. It draw too much prize, and then Raging Charizard appears. And
Well,
now, this predicament of his might be the downfall as well.
Well, I think to be fair, Hanjuan doesn't really have any other game plan. He has to keep taking prizes. Jacob now just used Speed Innocently with a Choice Belt, so 140 damage onto this Swine Gudra V-Star. If Hanjuan is not able to get the damage off or not able to use Rolling Iron, Jacob will be able to take a 2-hit knockout on this Hisuian Gudra V-Star. Now, we also see the Alolan Vulpix V come into play, one of my favorite cards as well in the recent past, because it's been paired with Arceus. Now, I don't know if that is going to be the best play right now, considering that you already have essentially a Pikachu V on the bench. Maybe Hanjuan is shifting gears, but it can come back to bite him, considering now he has multiple 2 prizes all over the place on his bench.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, it seems like he also holds the Flying Pikachu V-Star.
VMAX, right?
VMAX,
Yeah.
yeah. That's going to be up and ready. So
Yeah,
he should
so
be able to play it this round if he wants to.
yeah, the big question is if he wants to play that card now to evolve his Pikachu V. I don't think there's any reason not to. You definitely should, considering that right now it is 1 hit from being knocked out. There you go. So now benching and evolving, oh, not benching, but evolving the Pikachu V on the bench to the V Max.
He's going to go for...
Oh, it's just a pass. Hanjuan is down on tempo now.
Oh, boy.
That Gudra did not attack, nor did it get sent back to the bench. So Jacob as I just said just now, will be able to pull ahead here with another 2-prize knockout on this Hiswayan Gudra V. Everything is going well for Jacob, but nothing is going well for Hanjuan at this point.
Yeah, Hanjon really is holding back. I thought that at least he's going to be coming up with attack onto the crab instead.
Oh, this is huge now at this stage. We will see Jacob pulling ahead and with an energy down the Sableye. Sableye is ready to roll at this stage. But
There's-
you don't need Sableye right now. All you need is that Cramorant.
And he's got a second one on the bench
And
as
it's
well.
like one on the bench. There you go.
Boy, boy. Looking pretty rough for Hanjon right now. Clara?
This is an interesting match going on right now. So it seems like, oh, there's an echoing horn. Now Hanjuan is in a very, interesting situation. Well, I say that, I was going to say that there was no more any room for the minion. But then again, there was essentially 2 more spots on the bench anyway. So no issue. The minion will be played. But echoing horn dragging out that Galarian Zapdos V from the discard into the bench, saying, Jacob telling Hanjuan, hey, give me an easy prize to take with this Charizard. I don't want a big Pokemon V that can evolve. Give me something that will stay
Something squishy.
something squishy enough. When I say 220 hit points is squishy in this format today, for those of you at home who are watching after not being in Pokemon for many years, 220 hit points is now
Sounded like a
squishy.
lot.
Yeah, it sounds a lot, but it's squishy. Anyway, here comes a judge here from Han Juan, trying to figure out if he has a way back in this match. And takes a knockout on the Cramorant using Arceus. So here is another 3 more energies coming down. It's a fighting energy. I believe he's almost out of basic energies at this point.
Yeah, just scavenging through. It's just water somewhere in between. He does get himself that metal energy before going for the shuffle.
Yeah, so a metal energy and 2 fightings. I would presume this goes onto some onto the Pikachu as well as some onto the, well, yeah, on the Alolan Vulpix. Yeah, so the Alolan Vulpix now 1 energy away from being able to attack, and of course you need to evolve first. But Hanjuan now taking his second prize. Jacob already took his second prize just the previous turn. Another Hisuian Heavy Ball. Well, it's the same one that was drawn, from that 2 prizes that Jacob picked up. We don't see much going on in Jacob's hand though. I'm concerned that he's not able to get an attack going. But with this Lost Zone decks, you can always count on them getting something. That's an easy flower selecting. Grabbing the Choice Belt, discarding the Better VIP Pass.
Now we do have the escape rope, so Hanjuan has got to switch it up.
And I would
Bring in a
presume,
Pikachu on
yeah,
board.
it's the Pikachu. It's the one with the most hit points. It can take a hit, at least one more. But then again, it's going to be coming into range of being knocked out in another Cramorant hit or even from a Lost Mine. At this stage, I think the board does not tell you the picture of this matchup. The board is saying that Hanjuan has an ideal setup with Pikachu and Arceus and the lone Vulpix on the bench, but with a single attack here from Jacob, he should be able to edge this into his favor.
Yeah.
Because he's ahead. He's ahead on prizes right now. He has not even shown his Radiant Charizard to Hanjuan. It's all been around that Cramorant being able to hit for 2 prizes over 2 turns to knock out that Hisuian Gudra V-Star.
Yeah. Jacob now puts a beach core back up online and will be able to get the Cramorant back into the active pool. So the same process will carry on forward for the time being. Jacob basically is just double daring Hanjuan and say, go ahead, take this crab if you want.
Yeah.
I could just keep on going, and by the time that this Sableye buys more and more of the spacing, then yeah, we're just going to be waiting for that Radiant Charizard, and Jacob's willing to wait.
Yep, and at this stage also, we have to keep in mind that Hanjuan is on a, you're technically on a 6-turn clock at this stage, right? You have to continuously take prizes. He has taken 1 already. He'll take another one here on the second cram. And then he has 4 turns. 4 turns to navigate through 4 more prizes. He absolutely cannot have a turn just like the one he had previously, where he said pass and left a Hisuian Gudra V-Star to go down just like that. That energy attachment onto the Pikachu instead of the Hisuian Gudra V on the opening Trinity Nova
Mhm.
has come back to bite him immensely at this stage.
Oh boy. All right. Seems to be
All right,
another knockout
Mhm.
as Hanjon claims his third prize.
Oh, he went for the Sableye, so that was interesting. A boss's order onto that Sableye, so it was not onto the Cramorant. But then again, all Jacob needs now is an interesting combination of cards. Escape Rope, and I say that and he just put it into the Lost Zone. Maybe he has
Uh,
one already. It,
Hopefully so. It doesn't seem like he does. As he pushes the cards on the side, the trader cards doesn't seem like there was any more ropes available for Jacob.
yeah, this is going to be interesting now. How would Jacob navigate against Flying Pikachu VMAX with that max balloon, 160 damage, and basic Pokemon cannot touch it. There is no damage coming from basic Pokemon. Guess what? Jacob's deck, all basic Pokemon.
Perfect counter, right?
Perfect
Like
counter.
Hanjuan, I think he's definitely found that recipe already where he would definitely rely on this Pikachu if he does manage to equalize the series with a win, which it's not too telling who's really in the pole position right now, especially with the removal of that Sableye early on. That changes a little bit of what Jacob could possibly offer
Mhm.
right now.
I think the main thing is that for Jacob, he was counting on that Sableye to damage the Arceus V-Star on the bench, or maybe even take a knockout on that Flying Pikachu VMAX because again, as I mentioned, it bypasses the effect where you cannot damage, you know, the Flying Pikachu VMAX. So it's um it's going to be an interesting few turns now for Jacob. He doesn't have much going on, but he has a fully loaded hand here. He should, and I say should have enough in terms of gas to seek out this win, unless Hanjuan is able to find a line of play that Jacob cannot get out of.
Jacob is going to see a couple of options available for him to actually play this out.
I think at this stage right now, Jacob is looking for an option on either damaging something on Hanjuan's bench using another Sableye, or an escape rope to dislodge this Pikachu and damage something on the bench. No, it's just a pass.
It's a pass.
That's a huge tempo swing back to Hanjuan at this stage. Maybe that escape rope. I didn't get to check what that escape rope actually was lost zone for, but that could come back to bite Jacob right now because not announcing any attack just means that he's down on tempo at this stage. All that tempo gain from the Hisuian Gudra left in the active might just have disappeared in a single turn.
That's really going to be hurting him for a moment. But Hanjuan, now that everything is rolling smoothly for himself,
Yeah, now we see a
he's
judge. I think that's I believe that's a judge. Yeah, that's a judge from Hanjuan saying to Jacob again, go back down to 4. Your hand is too large. Jacob does draw into the Radiant Charizard. Oh, but there's a Lost City in play. That is scary now for Jacob. So we lose the Lost Zone. Yep, goes to Lost Zone. We lose the Comfey. We lose the Beach Court, and there's a Lost City in play. So Jacob, even if he's able to get Radiant Charizard into the active to take a knockout, well, I say that it's still a Pikachu VMAX. You can't actually hit a Pikachu VMAX at this stage using Radiant Charizard. You have to find a way around it.
yeah,
But yeah,
it really feels like Jacob is in such a trap position at the moment where right now most of his cards are slowly being piled up in the discard, and he definitely wants to find ways to dig a couple back up if he could. Now, another activation of flowers.
another flower selecting here coming into play for Jacob. I see a Fire Energy. I couldn't catch a second card. I think it's going to be a very weird end for the turn here. Jacob double checking now his resources that are in the Lost Zone already. Oh, there's a Fire Energy there. Okay, he may need to grab that Fire Energy in consideration that he's already Lost Zone 1 away.
Ah,
This is going to be a very interesting flower selecting. I don't see a way in which for Jacob to dislodge this Flying Pikachu VMAX. You know, we know he runs escape ropes. Is he all out of it? He has played a few so far and lost zone a couple as well.
some may actually end up in the prize as well
Maybe,
at the
yeah,
same
you're absolutely
time.
right. Yeah.
So he doesn't really fancy what he could possibly pull up with. Currently,
Okay,
big
so
stretch 10.
okay, interesting. It was a Sableye and a Fire Energy. That is
Ah,
horrible for Jacob, having to lost zone one of his attackers for that Fire Energy so that he could power up an attacker. It's gonna be a very weird situation here. He's trying to navigate his way around. He's so close to that top 4 placement. One game already in the bag. Okay, Charizard down. Onto the bench. Chorus Experiment
he's thinking about it.
is
He does
thinking about.
have the fire
Oh, there
energy.
is a Raihan in his hand. So the Raihan would get him the energy needed to retreat. Oh no, it's going straight into the Charizard. And I would presume this is to get that. Oh, he's scooping it up. Jacob scooped it up. He has no outs. Flying Pikachu VMAX just won the game here for Hanjuan. We're going to game 3. It's tied at this stage. What an interesting turn of events here in this top 8 match.
The adaptation out of Hanjuan have really forced the hands of Jacob to just be stuck into not getting much done this time around. And you saw how much Jacob really had to rely back onto that Sableye to dish out damage, but slowly but surely, once everything is already up online for Hanjuan, he starts to knock out all these Cramorants away and then aims for that Sableye. And then what can you actually do from Jacob's end where even towards the final moments he couldn't even find the right energies to get there, and eventually does, but sacrifices have to be made.
Yep, I think the key thing here was that Jacob did not get the luck of the draw with some of his flower selectings, and that just hurt him in the long run. We're now going to a game 3 decided here in top 8. We still have enough time for a full game, I am sure of it. It's Jacob versus Hanjuan. Only one of these players will progress to the top 4 here at the Malaysia Championships from Taman Mall, USJ. It's a brilliant day, a beautiful day for Pokemon, and we see a oh no, that is a Drapion in the active against an Arceus. That is not good at all because for Jacob, that is 2 free prizes that he'll be giving to Hanjuan, starting with his worst possible Pokemon in the active position. It can be anything else. Please, not the Drapion.
Oh boy, oh boy. I guess like he wants to find ways to actually get it retreating.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a way to retreat it, but it's rather unfortunate that now Hanjuan will set his sights on that Drapion to shorten the clock from 6 turns to 5. Jacob, of course, having a stellar start here with multiple Comphase, one Cramorant. I believe he still has another Nest Ball, so a perfect start here for Jacob. And I have to say, barring that Drapion, Jacob will be flying here. But Drapion will probably be be an impact for this match. Cutting
Mhm.
down the time it needs for Hanjuan to win the game. Um, and while that being said, Hanjuan has the perfect starter. You are starting with Arceus V, and any Arceus player would say this is the perfect start for this game 3 decider.
Yeah, and you could basically start off with pretty much hard-hitting action at the same time. Whenever he
Yep.
wants, he can just utilize the V-Star.
I was going to say it's all about energy acceleration, and he has in his opening hand the turn 1 double turbo energy. Hanjuan will be accelerating energy from turn 1, and he's not doing anything else. He's saying, you know what? I'm just going to accelerate energy to this Arceus. I'm not going to bench anything. I think I'm going to attach energy straight onto this Arceus, and let's see what happens next.
Well, we absolutely do love this plays, and I can already see why this is one of your favorite type of decks to actually play, where straightforward. You want to just jump right into action, just like that.
Hmm.
Once you get yourself the right cards available. So Hanjuan, switching around, taking a while here. Hopefully nothing inside the prize for him,
Yeah,
but
just
yeah, there
just
you go.
making sure. So fighting energy onto the Arceus. I would like to have seen him attach more energies, I think, because then it would allow him to have a situation where he could retreat the
Mhm.
Arceus, dropping the DTE, going back to the bench, maybe playing a switch or something like that, and then Arceus V-Star will start hitting for 200 with a choice belt that's 230. You can't take a knockout on that Drapion, so maybe he's opting not to go with that route at this time. Uh, I, I mean, his hand has the Arceus V-Star, so we know for a fact he has the ways and the outs to play this game in the most effective manner possible, getting the right cards for the right situations. But now over back to Jacob. So Flower Select number 2 now. Lost Zone, the Battle VIP pass. I don't need that anymore. And here is an escape rope. Bring up the Cramorant. There's probably 4 now in the Lost Zone. Yep. So it's a speed instantly for 100. Oh, there's only 3. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
It's probably only 3. And I think that's well, that's a little weird. Oh no, sorry, my bad. It is 4 in the Lost Zone, and now coming in not for 110 but for 140, making this a 2 shot if Hanjuan has any way or no way at all to get rid of. Oh well, then again, there is a way to get rid of the Cramorant. It's a Arceus V Star.
Mhm. And Hanjuan uh, starts starts to actually look for more. I'm really do wondering whether or not if this is going to be another flying Pikachu angle that he's looking for, which I've actually won him that past matchup.
Hmm. He's thinking about it. We saw him hover around, but where is the VMAX? Is the VMAX missing? Is the VMAX prize? And that's the reason why he's going for the Alolan Vulpix instead?
It seems to be missing actually.
Yeah, I think. Okay, so I think the Pikachu Flying Pikachu VMAX is prize. So he's okay. Where he's grabbing it.
Okay.
Maybe it could be behind some cards in his hand. I don't know. But so he's grabbing both the Alolan Vulpix V Star V as well as the Flying Pikachu V. Benches both of them, and you see an energy attachment for turn. Yep, that is great. And here comes a judge. All right. So Handra did in fact have a supporter in his hand earlier, but he chose not to play it. I guess it's because really you already have the RSS V Star in your hand. Why would you play the um the judge? We see it here now, resetting the board, well, resetting the hands once again. The one thing Handron would like to see now is an additional supporter, maybe a boss to take out threats, but he's completely perfectly happy with taking a prize here and going down to 5 prize cards.
Just running like clockwork for Hanjuan right now.
Oh yes.
And for Jacob, some similar telltale signs of what really happened in the past game is starting to uh, haunt as well. Now, only one having those comfies up online. At the very least, he will still have another cram to work with later on.
Hmm.
So, should it be too worrying at the very least? Oh, it seemed
Okay.
like that draw was what he needed.
Oh, there is a choice belt. That's what he wanted. He wanted a choice belt because now Cramoran is able to take a 2-hit knockout essentially on this Arceus V-Star. So Pokegear looking at top 7, grabbing a supporter. He has the Colrus. That's what you want to see. Getting you into that range to use your Sableye Lost Mine in the following turns. But I think Jacob's in a good spot here. He might give it up at 1 prize, but that's what you do in this matchup. But you will be taking 2 and going up the prize lead again. Let's just hope he has enough outs to go against this Alolan Vulpix and
Mhm.
Flying Pikachu combination.
Yeah, Malfi will be moved into the lost zone, it seems.
Yeah, you don't need this in this matchup.
Yeah.
There's nothing from an Arceus deck that spreads damage onto your bench. So Jacob again there, Cramoran, Choice Bell, Hanjuan says, oh no, that is not good. Goes for a Fog Crystal, grabbing Sableye. Jacob telling Hanjuan that's coming next after you deal with the Cramoran. And I think Hanjuan will have a decent reply here
Hmm.
next turn with either uh, either the Pikachu or the Alolan Vulpix. But I'm a little concerned about the resources that Jacob has at his disposal this game. He has not burned through a lot of those escape ropes yet at this stage. We see energies now on both 2 energies each on the Alolan Vulpix V. And now it becomes an Alolan Vulpix V Star. Here comes the Snow Mirage. And as I mentioned, this is a key card in the deck against this matchup. For Snow Mirage doing 160 damage. And with that Snow Mirage attack preventing, damage from opponent's Pokemon with an ability, that just means that Radiant Charizard as well as his Cramorant will not be able to damage it. It's only that Sableye. And now the question now is, Handron, do you have a boss? And I think he's going for it.
This should be the play. If he does get it, it
Oh
really
no.
would
Okay.
suppress Jacob.
Now that's interesting play. He could have gone for the Luminion, but I don't see the Luminion in deck. Maybe that's the card that's missing. He went instead for the Flying Pikachu VMAX, saying that, hey, Jacob, you may go around this, Alolan Vulpix V-Star, but I have a backup. And these cards, both of them, are designed to beat your deck.
And I just love it when trainers actually understand what's currently in the meta and actually crafts a specific deck to go into the tournament and say, hey, I got answers for everything. So
Hmm.
Han Zhuan putting on quite the showing here throughout the course of the tournament, now in the top 8. Stacked up against what he would love to actually see. Perhaps he's already seen different variations of this Lost Box, and he doesn't seem like he's hinged at all of what he's facing up against.
Yeah, I think Handron is definitely prepared for the Lost Box matchup. Taking a look at his list, he also has a Chariot Scare here to sort of like reset an Arceus, a damage Arceus in play, but we don't see that coming to play so far in either one of these 3 games. And I just caught it just now. Handron drawing 2 prizes from, from one. Or I should say 1 prize, and the Luminion was that prize. So it was essentially inaccessible to him when he was looking for the or using the Ultra Ball and grabbing that Flying Pikachu VMAX. Because I would have gone for the Luminion purely just to knock out the, the Sableye on the bench. Now we see Jacob having a tough choice, and I think I know why. That is a Radiant Charizard in his hand now. Well, not really in the hand. In his hands, literally. One of them has to go back into his hand to carry out the next part of his turn, and it's a tough one because it was a Sableye once again. That is another
Oh,
attacker that Jacob has to Lost Zone. These poor Sableyes are ending up in the Lost Zone,
two
2 rounds
rounds.
in a row now.
So unlikely that you hit it 2 times in a row.
And you only play 2. It's pretty, quite a sad situation for Jacob and his deck, where you have to choose between one attacker that dishes out damage and another attacker that, goes around, both of these Pokemon, either the Alolan Vulpix V-Star or even the Flying Pikachu V-Max. So Jacob just not getting the draws that he needs at this stage. It is going to be a very awkward situation. Yes, he can put, 12 damage counters now, but where does he put it?
Still thinking about it though.
Well, he could spread the damage out evenly so that, he is able to take a knockout using Radiant Charizard on either one of those Pokemon. I think that should be enough. The question now is whether or not... Oh, so it's going for 120 directly on this Alolan Vulpix V-Star. I don't like this play particularly because if Hanjuan is able to, for whatever reason, lock Jacob out of any more Sableyes with a Velocity at this very moment, then, oh, here we go. It's a Luminion. What is he looking for? What is he digging out for? It's another Judge.
There goes
Maybe,
his hand again.
yep, maybe Hanjuan has the eyes on Jacob right now. Hey, you took a little longer when you were choosing a card from that flower selecting. Did you, by any chance, grab your Charizard?
Now, what are the odds that out of this shuffle he still gets that Charizard back? I really do wonder because that's only 4 cards.
Yes, indeed. 4 cards.
Oh, he does.
Well, you don't need to have, any speculation about the answer. You got it right off the bat. He did draw into it. But now, it's whether or not he can utilize it. I mentioned that I would have loved seeing Jacob spread the damage from both the, Flying Pikachu VMAX and the Alolan Vulpix V-Star. it's really for this reason that you might need some damage on that Pikachu in order to use your Radiant Charizard to knock it out. That Pikachu now is completely fresh, 310 hit points. Charizard only hits for 250, 280 with a choice belt. So I'm a bit concerned that Jacob may not have the legs here to eke out this game. I say that
Hmm.
Hanjuan just offered a route back in with that Luminion. So it's really about these small increments of changes throughout this game for either these players to take it. Oh, we see a rescue carrier. So this Sableye comes back in. I think Jacob is back in business here. All he needs now is a way to get the Comfey out of the active, and this should be a knockout.
Wow.
Oh, this is a brilliant draw. It's the escape rope that he needs.
Every single card that he draws so far has been pixel perfect. I mean,
Ever since drawing the Charizard and
he
the Sableye in one
he's
turn,
got to
right?
thank Hanjon as well because that actually realigns what he actually gets throughout all these course of actions. Now, in
Uh,
the thick of things, here comes the beach quarter.
yeah,
It
he needs to play
seems.
the beach card here to get free retreat of the Comfey. Here comes the Sableye, and perfect timing. Sableye is going to use Lost Mine, take a knockout here on this Alone Vulpix V-Star, I should say, and probably get some damage done onto that Flying Pikachu VMAX. I think Jacob's got it. If he's all he needs to do now is to just use that escape rope, and he's in. Unless, of course, there is some other card that Handron plays that is able to, you know, take the Luminion back into the deck. But I don't see it. There is no energy on Luminion. There is no way to use Aqua Return.
Oh, what a tough position for Hanjon right now.
He probably knows. He probably knows that he's not in the best position at this stage.
This is going to be one of the most important rounds for him.
Definitely.
So,
So we see an energy to on the Luminion. Takes a knockout on the Sableye. Goes down to 2 prizes. Does Jacob have it? Take a
Jacob,
Radiant Charizard.
he
Here
sees
we
it.
go. It's the Raihan. I think he's got it. Fire energy onto the Radiant Charizard. I'm gonna grab the one card I need. Is the escape rope. There
Reel
you
them
go.
in.
Jacob's got it. He's into the top 4, beating Handuan here in top 8. What a play. What an end here to this top 8 match.
What a wonderful game indeed, Aaron. Jacob,
Woo!
calm and collected throughout the course of the run. Surely Hanjon did apply a lot of pressure in many different stances, especially on game 2. Hanjon have responded with more of the flying Pikachu play that has really worked very well. This time, I guess like with most of all these interesting situations that have with hopes that with the reshuffle going on, it would have actually hindered Jacob. Instead, he started drawing better and better cards, and
Mhm.
once he actually gotten deeper into the prize, with only 2 more left, that's where it's a perfect time to unveil that Radiant Charizard, and then waited for the right moment to rope him in.
Yep, definitely Contra. I think it's been an awesome, interesting match for sure, and I hope every one of you, those of you watching online, as well as those here in the arena, have enjoyed that. I'm sure we. I mean,
I love
Contra,
it.
I love it. It was one of the best games of Pokemon that I've seen today. You know, the back and forths, the multiple ways in which the lines of play that these players are employing. We thought Jacob threw his other only attacker away in that Sableye, but he knew that he had a way back. And in that pivotal moment, there was no Lost City to get the last Sableye that Jacob had into the Lost Zone. He knew that there was a way back.
Mhm.
Sableye, Charizard working in tandem to take down Arceus and the whole load of Binder Pile that we talk about. It's awesome to see, both these players do so well with the respective decks.
Mhm.
I think commiserations, has to be given to Hanjuan for, for the run that he's had. Obviously, not going to top 8 any further, But that deck is interesting. I'm sure a lot of you at home would love to see that deck. We have the list here, and of
I
course,
kind of wish there is a best of five so that we can see
oh
every
yes,
different variation that he's gonna
exactly.
play because this is actually so diverse. We already
Yep.
talked about having the Gudra and so many more things on the block. Like we saw the Vulpix V Star coming up online, I do believe, and then with the variation of Pikachu coming in,
Hmm.
and to also take a note at how things have worked out for the first draw. Han Juan actually started off with that great hand. We talked about the Arxes that actually is the bread and butter for his deck. He's got it off the bat, but
Hmm.
even with that, it didn't seem like he has fully activated everything that he needs moving into the mid game.
Yep. I think overall both these players played a splendid match. Once again, commiserations to Han Juan. Congratulations on your run into top 8. But congratulations then to Jacob for his run now continuing in top 4. We are going to go for a very quick break, but when we're back, it will be top 4 here at the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships 2023. See you real soon. Salam Sejahtera. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. We are back at the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships. My name is Aaron Arcanix Minjut. With me here is Aaron Contra Chan. We just saw a grueling match in top 8, going down to the wire once again. We had best of threes in both of games so far, Contra.
Yeah, overall, I just love the quality that all these trainers have been offering us throughout the span of the tournament run, and you can only imagine how close it was even back in the single eliminations format,
Mhm.
which we've already filtered through only to some of the best players out here who are still contending. So now we're going to be looking into the bracket to see who have managed to pull through to make it to this top four stage.
Exactly, and the colors that are lit with yellow are your final top four here at the Pokemon Championships 2023 Malaysia. Jacob, as we saw, took down his top 8 match against Lim Hanjuan to progress into the top 4, and Azrul Amir beating Darren Chen in the top 8 as well. That was a Gardevoir mirror match, and now one Gardevoir will be secured into top 4. On the other side of the bracket, the battle of the brothers between Lao Kenzun and Lao Kenshang has ended with Kenzun now into top 4 and hoping to join his brother maybe as a winner of a tournament in this season.
Yeah.
Lastly, Chen Imsheng, the final player and one of the most experienced players in the field, coming in clutch in the next top 8. So we have our top 4, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and throughout all these sort of storylines that we have seen so far, I guess it takes a brother to know one.
Mm.
And overall, it seems like Soon even bested such a powerful deck that his brother has been able to field. And with that being said, now having to go up against a veteran player such as Chen Im-sheng, I wonder what's really in his composition of deck being fielded out because from the looks of it, I guess we have a hunch of certain cards that have been pretty popular in the run, like the Minion as well as the Ralladon to be fielded by Chen Im-sheng. Meanwhile, what is Kenshun going for this time?
Yeah, we should go through the decks that we'll be featuring here in the top 4 right now. The matchup between Lao Kenshun versus Chen Im-sheng. We will be having a Lost Zone box versus Arceus Duraludon Umbreon matchup. And I really have a favorite, Contra. I have a favorite. It's
Tell me.
obviously Arceus, but let's try to see, let's try to dial it back and see how these two players function. I'm interested to see this matchup because
Mhm.
we are essentially going into somewhat of a similar match as the previous round of matches we have. We had essentially, a Arceus binder pile versus Sablezard.
Mhm.
Now we go into a different flavor of those exact decks. We have Chen Im-sheng playing a streamlined Arceus Duraludon Umbreon, and Lao Kenzun is playing a Lost Zone box, which we actually featured in the top 16 earlier today. So Lost Zone is everywhere in Malaysia at this point.
Yeah, but you start to see it wither down the moment that we move into this top four, leaving only about one deck behind that's currently being fielded by Kenshun. So is this the Lost Zone box to rule them all is the question, right? Like, especially now going up against Im Sheng, which if we take a playbook out of what Jacob has played early on, that was only with a Radiant Charizard to
Mhm.
be the main focal point of the late game engages. Now with the Umbreon, what could you really tell me about this variation with the Umbreon VMAX?
Well, to be fair, I think when we compare Im Sheng's list with the one that we saw that was played in the previous match, I think the main variation now is that Chen Im Sheng is piloting a very streamlined version of Arceus. There's nothing fancy here. We're talking about, I say nothing fancy, but we are talking about the most fancy version of this deck now, which is, using Duraludon V as well as Umbreon V. And this is a big departure from Han Juan, who was playing Flying Pikachu VMAX. There was a Drapion V. There was even a lot of Vulpix V Star. Gudra V. The list goes on and on. Now,
Mhm.
if we compare the Lost Zone decks that both Kenzun is bringing today versus the one that we saw piloted by Jacob, this is essentially two different decks, right? They might be using the same engine. There's still a Lost Box deck, but Kenzun is not choosing to bring Radiant Charizard. He is bringing Radiant Greninja and we now see the return of Raikou V and Dragonite V, which we saw earlier on in top 16. So I think overall there's going to be a few key cards here in this matchup, right? We talk about the Lost Box decks bringing Kyogre for that huge tempo swing at the end of the match, drawing 4 prize cards in the same turn.
Hmm.
That could be 5 prize cards if one of the Pokemon that they're going to knock out is that Duraludon VMAX or an Umbreon VMAX. So even this high 310, 330 hit point Pokemon is not going to be safe after Kenzun has gone through multiple rounds of like shurikens or speed innocentlies and then finishing it off with an aqua storm. So it remains to be seen now how this match plays out. I'm excited for the fact that this is to me one of the classic matches now as well.
Hmm.
Of course, as you know, a big Arceus fan in this meta. It's one of the most flexible decks, and it's great to see that some of these very new iterations of Arceus has made itself all the way down to Malaysia. We saw this in some of the Western regionals very recently, and it
Hmm.
just took a couple of weeks for it to reach our shores here in Malaysia.
I have a question that's
Mm.
currently off what the decks are about, but more on the players. Now that you have seen both Chen Nimcheng as well as Lao Kenshin being prepared for battle, have you ever, in any form of tournaments, met either sides of these parties?
It's funny that you asked that. I just met Lau Kenzun in the regional league just last month. I think that's
Wow.
one of the main situations I had, or main experience I had with him. And I was playing RSS Duraludon as well. He wasn't happy about that in particular because in that particular match, it's always about which deck is able to pull ahead, in that sort of format. But for Chan Sheng, I've known, we call him Isaac. I've known Isaac since 2012, and he's been in and out of the community for the last 10, 11 years. Has always been a consistent player, always in the top cut or in day two of events here in Malaysia. But both these players are, great players in their own rights. Kenzun, fairly newer, but definitely with a lot of experience competing at the top levels. And Chen Sheng, one of the players that you would probably remember if you would dial back the years and look at events from, I don't know, 5, 6, 7
Even
years
back
ago.
to Generation 1?
Oh, maybe not that far back. Maybe as far back as Black and White,
Wow.
which is in 2011, 2012. That was the season that I met him.
Still some time back.
Yeah, definitely. And like what I said at the start of the of this event, we have a good mix of experience as well as new blood in Malaysia right now. And it's great to see we are continuously looking to grow the game, here in our little country. We hit almost 300 players yesterday in day one. And that to me in itself is testament to the sheer growth of the game here in Malaysia. It was by far the biggest tournament in Malaysian history.
Yeah, and I think like history is to be made as we have so many up and coming names out there. And out of all these faces of players here in the top four, could you also tell me a little bit more about Azra Amir, who's also currently playing up against Jacob?
Yeah, so Azrul, someone that's fairly new in our community. I'm very sure that he's been playing Pokemon for a long time as well. But then again, not everyone joins in and plays the more recent events. So I think Azrul is one of the newer ones that I've seen. Jacob, on the other hand, is someone that has competed at the highest level. I spoke with him just right after the game that we had on stream, and he said, "Hey, this was my second stream match." I'm like, "Wow, hang on, when was the first one?" And I completely forgot that some years ago we actually traveled to an event together, and he was on stream.
Where's that?
I believe it was. I believe, and I could be wrong. It could have been either a Malaysian or Singapore regionals, or might be an Indonesia regionals. One of these events where he was on stream, and he is an accomplished player in his own right. And I think if you look at the type of decks that these players have brought, it is testament to that experience, right?
Yeah.
Some players are choosing to bring something that they feel they've tried and tested for a very long time. Some players are taking a deck right off, a testing group. And it seems right now we are in the top four match. This is our penultimate series. Isaac on the right, Kenzun on the left. Lost Box versus Arceus, Duraludon, Umbreon. And we see the perfect starters from both these decks. We have a game, Contra.
Yeah, absolutely. We're having a double comfy already up online for Kensun. So we've already seen how much it could basically contribute, especially here in the early game where you could just look into the pile of what you have into deck and just continuously churn all these cards that a Kenshin actually needs on the block, but of course needing to actually discard something to the Lost Zone. But even so, coming in with the VIP pass is an absolute starter
Hmm.
for the side of Kenshin.
Battle VIP Pass allowing you to search your deck for two basic Pokemon right off the get-go without needing to discard anything in addition. It's just look at your deck, grab two, put it into your bench. The only caveat, being able to only play it on your first turn. Even then, it's a staple card, not just for Lost Box, but a staple card in this entire format right now. And we see Kenzun here doing a very quick check on his energy counts. He's probably trying to figure out what have I prized? What have I not have access to until the later parts of the game?
I guess he's starting to figure out surely but steadily where it doesn't seem like there is much of these options in terms of energy, other than the first pile all over onto his right hand side. So
Yeah, it's eyeing up a Comfey and a Cramoran here. Maybe Kenzun says, hey, I might just go for the turn 2 knockout on an Arceus if I can reach there. And he's going for the Radiant Greninja, which I would 100% agree with at this stage. And probably the Comfey. And I've already seen a Nest Ball as well in his hand. So he will be able to eye out that third Comfey. Oh, sorry, I should say the Cramoran, not the third Comfey, if he so pleases. And I like this play also by Kenzun by not showing any of your, Pokemon V at this stage because you don't want them to get stuck in the active position so early. You would rather a single retreater like a Comfey or Raining Greninja to be on the bench.
yeah, an absolute safe play, just to take precaution of what the Arxes can actually churn in the upcoming round for Chen Shin. So just making sure that the ebb and flow stays perfectly in within the grasp of Kenshin, but he did actually reach
Yep.
out for one of the cards though.
I say that, and he did bench a Dragonite V, and this could indicate that he has an energy attachment for turn to get that Dragonite V powered up and ready for turn 2. Or he at least believes he should be able to go and get it, using the cards he has at his disposal. There is a Lightning Energy in hand, so that is one card, one energy attachment that he could use. We see a VIP pass in the Lost Zone. I believe he grabbed a Pokestop. That is a good pick. Switch card into the second Comfey. This is a perfect start so far for Kenzun. He has not had very tough decisions to make. We see here, I believe that's a Mirage Gate as well as a... Oh, no, that's a Cramoran and a Escape Rope. So Cramoran into the hand for Kenzun. He values the Cramoran more.
Understandably why as
Understandably,
well.
yep, exactly. Energy retreat for that Comfey. So the energy attachment was not used, onto that Dragonite. Maybe Kenzun just making sure that, hey, I don't want to put my Dragonite into the Lost Zone. If you give me a tough choice, I would probably, be so far behind. So I'm going to leave my Dragonite onto my bench for now. And I know for a fact that next turn, I should be able to get a Dragon Gill going for 250 damage.
And that is definitely a huge blow towards Shen if there's not going to be a good hand for him. But
Okay.
now that it's his turn,
Not too bad, not
starting
too
with a
shabby
trainer.
himself. Adventure Discovery on the first turn. Adventure Discovery here, a supporter card that allows you to search your deck for 3 Pokemon V. It has slowly made its way into Arceus decks recently, starting with some of the regionals in the US. And it has acted as a very interesting, almost like a setup option for Arceus. Most of the time on turn 1, Arceus decks want to bench multiple Arceus V so that they have access to Starbirth as early as turn 2. And just relying on Nest Balls and Ultra Balls just didn't seem enough anymore in this format, especially with the speed on some of these decks. He's eyeing up, I believe he's eyeing up the Arceus V Star in addition, so he should be able to get all the pieces he needs to get a strong turn 2. Now I say that, he already has a double turbo energy, I believe, in his hand, which should give him a chance to use, one of the attacks from Arceus, which is Trinity Charge. on turn 1, which is perfect, ideal. You couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah, just scanning through the deck multiple times to just know what really is within that prize.
Hmm.
So now that he's already decided, surely you gotta bring in more of these heavy hitters on the block.
Oh,
So
it's interesting.
Arceus
He's
is already up.
reconsidering. Yeah, he's reconsidering a little bit. I believe he grabbed the Duraludon V and V Max. So he does go for the Arceus V Star and the Duraludon V. This is going to be interesting. Does he take the risk and go for... Oh, not an Arceus.
Umbreon.
Goes for Umbreon. So Duraludon V here on your screen is mainly used for the evolution into Duraludon V Max, which is able to negate damage coming out of Pokemon that has any special energies attached. But it seems like you know Im Sheng says, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna be happy with a single Trinity charge. I don't need to go into a Starbird yet. So I'm gonna charge some energies, and I'm gonna hope and pray that you don't have what you need to knock out these Arceus in a single hit." Now, is that the right move? We'll have to see in this second turn for Kenzun.
It is probably a good of hindsight to have to also estimate. Perhaps Kenshin will still need a lot more to actually get rid of the Axis V. So
Mhm.
it definitely will be a little bit more of a guessing game of what the next turn, what Kenshin could possibly come up with. But solid start, nevertheless.
Mm.
Now you see all these energies stacked up for the Duraludon. Eventually, you will expect that to be a switch up for Duraludon to be taking the front line.
Yeah, Duraludon V Max is the one that wants to be, taking prizes after prize against these Lost Box decks. We see the Raikou being discarded in favor of, I believe it was an energy or an escape rope. I couldn't tell, but that is essentially one of the attackers that Kenzun will no longer have access to. And I guess what he says is that I don't need it right now. And let's see what he goes with. It's an escape rope to be played here, and I think Im Sheng, judging by the look, he may just give up the Umbreon. Rather, unfortunately, Umbreon, I won't say it's a key, a key piece early on in the matchup, but it can be very, pivotal in using that Dark Ring or Dark Signal ability, I should say, from Umbreon VMAX to drag out a Pokemon from the bench. We now see the Umbreon now in the active. Kenzun using 3 of the abilities already on his side of the field. Does he have enough yet in the Lawson? I don't think so. That's 5 cards. He's too short for Mirage Gates.
Yeah, doesn't seem.
He does have a Mirage Gate in hand though,
Oh,
so he is close. Oh, there's a Clara. All right, so that is not the greatest use of a supporter this early, but I guess he wants to have an energy down. Okay, that's a Cramorant. Oh, here we go. It's to retreat the active Comfey and to get some damage in with the Cramorant. So 110 damage from Spit instantly onto this Umbreon V. But I think now the tempo should swing back in Im Cheng's favor because with a Starbird coming up right next, he should be able to get the right combination of cards to take in knockout. And ideally, it should be on this Cramorant because that is your damage dealer right now if you're Kenzun.
yeah, and as much as it seems ideal for him, it doesn't seem like he may have enough to actually get KOs for the moment. Well, back towards the side of Imsheng, definitely you want to get rid of the Cramoran as ace ASAP in this moment. But plenty more of actions for him to pull before going for uh, a direct launch of an attack. So currently, what is he gonna be searching for?
Yeah, it looks like an escape rope, and I believe that should be an energy. Oh, and it's a Lost City. Okay, that's a. Oh nope, Lost City. Go back into the deck. Lost City, a crucial part of a strategy if you're trying to negate the number of times Kenzun would be able to play like a Clara to recycle those attackers. Because once a Pokemon ends up in a lost zone, you will not get that back. So I think Im Cheng here being very careful with the 2 choices he's making with his Starbirth, which again the most powerful ability in the format right now, if I may say so myself. So what he grabbed here, he grabbed a ooh, that's a Duraludon VMAX as well as an escape rope. So Imsheng saying, hey, you know what? I'm gonna just accelerate energy again. I think, unless you offer me up that that Dragonite V. Gensun says no thanks. Here is my Comfey. Duraludon VMAX in the active. A behemoth of a Pokemon. Oh, here we go. There is
Oh.
perfect plays here from Im Sheng. That is huge. That was a Umbreon VMAX using Dark Signal, drag up your Dragonite, and single strike energy, letting Duraludon VMAX use the Gmax pulverization for 240 damage, taking out that Dragonite in one hit. I didn't see it coming, did you?
No, not at all. We saw how Kenshin was still pretty calm and collected. He's like, "Yeah, I got 3 comfies. I can offer you one." And he's like, "No, that's not what I want." Forcing his hands, and now with the loss of that Dragonite, oh, this is
That
starting
is,
to bleed
yeah.
out for a
It,
little bit for Kenshin.
not just that. That was essentially Kenzun's, strongest attacker going into this matchup, other than of course the Kyogre. What you normally want to see from the Dragonite V is that you want to at least get 1 or 2 knockouts with Dragon Gale. A Dragonite V that is left unchecked will be able to take multiple prizes in a game, but it's not going to do anything if you just left it on your bench and Imcheng says, hey, you know what? Give me that Dragonite. So it's gonna be an interesting situation here for Kenzun. He's not out of this yet. There are still ways in which to play this matchup, but to not have your heavy hitter is definitely concerning, I would say.
Yeah, speaking of heavy, he's gonna look into his prize. Sees a couple of energy out there and a bunch of trainers. Um,
Yep,
Something
I
like that.
don't believe he grabbed anything out of the heavy, Swine Heavy Ball. Remember, you can only grab a Pokemon, or I should say a basic Pokemon you find there. He did not see any, therefore the Heavy Ball goes into the discard. We see another flower selecting from his comp phase. That's a Forest Seal Stone and a Escape Row. Forest Seal Stone, great to have if you have a Pokemon V, but Imshing took out your last one.
Hmm. Definitely gotta see how do you actually deal with this Duraludon. We didn't really see the Sableye being up
Yep.
and ready as well. So
No Sableyes yet, and I think one of the plays that Kenzo would have wanted to see was, hey, Dragon Gill into your Duraludon, and then that is just one Sableye away from being knocked out. But now with no Dragon Gale and only relying on Cramorant and Sableye, he's shifting gears. He's going into his Radiant Greninja to spread some damage around. So I like this play coming up for Kenzun. He's saying that, hey, I'm behind, but I need to set up some KOs. Maybe potentially set up KOs for that Kyogre that he still has access to in the deck. Kyogre able to take multiple prizes with Aqua Storm. But right now, it's all about getting energy onto that Radiant Greninja for a Moonlight Shuriken.
yeah, and I guess this is gonna be a long-term plan for Kenshin at the very least. Still hard to actually find just perfect succession, but there will be the role being utilized, so they will have to force a switch of that Duraludon into either one of these parties. So perhaps maybe it's a time to, put up the Arxes, which I don't think it's gonna be what Imsheng wants to offer on the block.
No, I think it's going to be a very interesting situation here for Im Cheng, that even whatever it is that he puts up, be it the RCS or the Duraludon VMAX, Kenzun has a play here where he would just say, you know what, I'm going to damage your VMAXs and then take 2 knockouts that way. Because at the end of the day, you need to just take 2 knockouts to draw 6 prizes if you're trying to take, knockouts on VMAXs. So here it seems like that's what's going to happen. We're going to see a Moonlight Shuriken Arian coming out from Kenzun in this game 1 of the top 4 match. 2 energy discarded, 90 damage on each Pokemon that Kenzun would choose. He's thinking about it. He's considering it. Yes, he's going for the
Oh.
VMAXs. So it's 90 damage onto that Duraludon VMAX and 90 more onto that Umbreon VMAX. And so now there is essentially one card that we would love to see, and that is called Volo. Can Imsheng find that card? Volo is a support that allows you to discard a Pokemon V from your bench, and that would negate Kenzun's ability to take 6 prizes in a single turn using Kyogre because the Pokemon
Mhm.
doesn't have doesn't it's not no longer on the bench. You know. Oh, but here is another painful play. He might have to play an Umbreon. Oh, sorry, an Luminion on Imshing's side of the field. That is, well, that is an easy prize for Kenzun to take. But he may need to do it. He's probably going to use it to grab the Volo.
Yeah, I think this is a right idea, but it's also going to be a risk where you're just putting up more offerings
There
for
it is.
Kenshin later on.
Hmm. That is true, but it does reset the clock here for Imsheng. Kenzun will now have to take multiple KOs. Essentially what he says that Volo is going to reset your turn, reset the damage you've done to my Umbreon, and you start all over again. Yes, you might take 5 prizes, but you're not winning the game off the bat of a single Aqua Storm. Volo coming in clutch here when it matters most. I think Imsheng now poised to play it. Yes, there it is. We see it. The Volo come into play, just as I mentioned. Huge for Imsheng. He's brought tempo back onto his side of the field. Kenzo making sure he reads that card just to know what it does. I might be playing against it in game 2.
Very likely from the rate that we're looking, because this is still the very first match, and both sides looking to be at least knowing what's at stake right now, playing very, very carefully, especially with Imsheng already reading between the lines of what can happen in another swing of a round for Kensun. So sacrificial play with the Volo by just removing the Umbreon doesn't really hinder Imsheng all too much.
Hmm.
Now he gets to also knock another and will
Yep, knock
retrieve
out
a
the Radiant
prize.
Greninja. There goes your snipe. There goes your spreading option in the form of the Greninja. No Lost City though from Imsheng at this stage. He does run a couple of them in his list. But no Lost City means that Kenzun might be able to recur them using a Clara. But we did see him use one Clara already. Now, does Kenzun have enough attackers? That seems to be his issue right now. I'm running out of Pokemon to play in this matchup. You've taken out my Dragonite. Now you've taken out my Radiant Greninja. I threw away my Raikou into the Lost Zone. Do I have anything else to use in this matchup? Barring the Kyogre, of course, because that's not
Hmm.
a card you want to see so soon.
Yeah, usually save it for the final hurdle overall. And Kenshin, huh, he's got a couple of these trainers in hand, and I guess you will definitely see which one that he could basically put to good use. It's going to be another Sableye
Yep, it's a
finally
Sableye.
coming up
Okay.
online, and
Recycler getting energy back into the deck. Interesting plays here, but I think it might be just out of reach for Kenzun because the tempo is in Imsheng's favor. If we look at the board right now, Kenzun at best will need 3 turns to take all 6 prizes. 2 hits onto the Arceus and a single Aqua Storm to close out the game. But Imsheng just needs 3 turns, and he's the one taking his first of the third turns in the next round of turns to win the game outright by taking just 3 knockouts on any of the basic Pokemon that Kenzun has in play. So that play, going back to that Dragonite, has come in clutch here for Imsheng because now he's 1 turn ahead of Kenzun.
yeah, and Kenshin has got to ensure that he gets everything right with all these calculations as well.
Hmm.
It seems like he did actually utilize one of these cards earlier, and
Yeah, I think that's probably using
Mirage Gate.
the Mirage Gate, yep, to get some energies from the deck that he just recycled for. And there's another
He
Mirage
draws
Gate.
another one.
He draws another one here. He probably wants to set up for a major Aqua Storm coming out. But the question is, how much of resources does he need to expend to get there? We don't see a lot going on in his hand right now. There is an echoing horn though, but it might be, as I said, one turn too late for Kenzun, thanks to that Volo securing Imsheng that extra turn.
That's right. Already having a total of seven cards inside of the Lost Zone right
Oh
now.
yeah, definitely, definitely seven because the Mirage Gate only activates on
Yeah.
seven. So seven cards in the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate comes online. What Kenzun wants right now is an ability to use Lost Mine because that is the Sableye with an energy ready to attack, but it can't do so unless you reach 10 cards in your Lost Zone. And Kenzun here deciding to Lost Zone away a Lost Vacuum in favor of the Mirage Gate. Not the best combination of cards to see because you might want that Lost Vacuum to reach 10 cards in the Lost Zone, but you have to keep your Mirage Gate. That's an easy one. Nest Ball
Hmm.
in, Chorus in my hand, and I think with a Chorus experiment, Kenzun would get to 10, allowing him access to Lost Mine on that Sableye.
And there you go.
There you go. We see three cards in hand. I saw a Clara for Kenzun, which means he will have access to some of these attackers that need to be recurred from the discard pile. Pokestop coming into play. That is interesting. And Recycler. Oh, we discussed the Kyogre.
Oh.
Not too bad, because the Clara was in his hand. So not horrible, yet not ideal. So the Kyogre ends up into the discard pile. I think with the Clara in your hand, that's okay. It just means that Kenzun has used his supporter for a turn
Hmm.
in order to get it. So now the question is, what is Kenzun's play here?
Well, if only Imsheng has a card to force Kenshin to shuffle his hand, then that could be a
Well,
big game changer. But most
well,
likely
he
not. I
might.
guess his
It's called
deck.
Judge,
Yeah,
and Judge
Judge.
is a staple in this deck and in this format right now. So it remains to be seen if Im Sheng has access to a Judge this turn. Kenzun just very carefully moving the Kyogre up onto the first card in the discard pile so that folks would know that it's there rather than in the deck or in the prize cards. So I guess now it's about how would he be able to navigate the situation? Im Sheng checking the number of cards. I believe it is now Im Sheng's turn. So Kenzun did pass the turn back to Im Sheng, which is not ideal because Kenzun is now another turn behind, not having any damage at all on the Arceus.
Yeah, and I really do wonder. Sure, you want those stacks to come into effect with now the double stabilize as well. Imsheng, he's staring down at the Kyogre inside the discard pile. Is like, is there a way that I can keep this Pokemon right there? And Imsheng is wondering if there's any trick up the sleeves of Kenshin to retrieve it as well.
Well, he does have the Judge in hand, so he will be looking to reset both players' hands to 4. He attaches an energy to the Arceus just to get it out of the deck, I would presume. He's no longer accelerating energies at this point. He's no longer benching any Pokemon. He has what he needs to close out the game. The question is, does Kenzun have what he needs to close out the game at his end? It's a game of minor increments at this stage, but I do believe Im Sheng does have the upper hand.
Yeah, Kenshin have not drawn a single prize for now. Sure, he's looking for multiple draws of knockout in a single blow, but to activate it, it seems to be taking quite some time for Lao Kenshin. So Imsheng tries to navigate his way through what he needs before actually going for the judge play later on.
Yeah, I think it's just looking to thin his deck a little bit, but it wouldn't matter because you wouldn't want to bench any more Pokemon if you're Im Sheng. You wouldn't want to, strand a Pokemon into the active and let Kenzun come back with a few, lost mines around
Mhm.
the Pokemon that you have in play. But here you see the judge resetting the cards in both players' hands to 4. All that card draw that Kenzun did in the previous turn, nah, back to 4. And we will now see how it goes. But again, based on that one Volo play, and also before the turn before that, going for the knockout on the Dragonite V, I think Im Sheng has got this game in the bag, and I don't want to just jump the gun all the way to the end of it, but we might be seeing a very quick few couple of turns, considering there's only three prizes left for Im Sheng to take.
That's right, and that's gonna be another card being played out by Imshin.
I believe that was a Pokestop
Oh
that
yeah,
was used. Oh no, hang on, that's a. Nah, he's just going for a Trinity Nova. My bad. It was just Trinity Nova. Get some energies out from my deck. Attach it everywhere I want to attach it. And it's not going to have any effect whatsoever at this point. Although, it might be noted that if Kenzun is able to use, either a boss or
hmm
an escape rope to bring up something that he would Echoing Horn from, Echoing Horn 2, he might be able to strand something into the active position. And now it's back to Kenzun's side of the field. Im Sheng in a commanding lead with two prizes left. Kenzun yet to take a single prize.
it's starting to become pretty much worrying. One into the lost zone. Gonna be playing
Though the Echoing Horn
Ultra.
goes into the lost zone. We won't be seeing that this game. Okay. Grabbing. So there's a Clara in that hand. Probably the only one left.
And like just like that, it seems like we've already gone to a closure here.
Yes, it looks like it. I think Kinson says, you know what? I don't have anything going for me in this game. I'm too far behind. Let's scoop it up. Let's go to game two. So Im Sheng taking game one here in top four at the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia 2023 and one step closer to the grand finals.
Yeah, solid work coming from Chet Imsheng, and you're telling me that uh, this man only appears from time to time when he needs to. And look at him really showing up. And during the single nations, of course, he got himself a 10th position, and
hmm
here challenging one of the fighters. As a matter of fact, it's Lao Kenshun, currently on the third seat, that has also defeated his brother, who was a recent champion,
hmm
really showing what Imsheng could possibly offer in perhaps even in the regionals in the future.
Yeah, I think it's also worth noting that Kenzun is the only one from the top 8 that progressed into the top. Well, I should say from the top 16 originally, Kenzun was the only one from the first 8 seeds that progressed to the top 8. Everyone else currently in the top 4 right now were seeded ninth and below. That's the beauty of a tournament format like this, right? Where you qualify yourself to day 2 and anyone has an equal chance to get themselves into top 4 and to the finals. And now Kenzo ready to go here, and both players start off with exactly the Pokemon they started out in game 1. Comfey for Kenzun, Arceus for Imsheng.
Very identical, and of course, with Kensun kickstarting with the VIP passes again. So you should be able to get very similar activation. But this time around, I wonder what is the difference maker for Kenshin in order to have not only the right cards in play, but is there something that he needs to do different to defeat Insheng to equalize?
Yeah, I think one of those things would be to ensure that you have a way to attack with your Dragonite V and not let it go down so quickly. I think Imsheng had the perfect set of cards in that particular turn to take a knockout,
hmm
but it also goes back to Kenzun benching it before getting it ready. Maybe this game he would opt to get it charged up in a single turn after benching it from hand rather than leaving it onto the bench.
And I think that was definitely the turning point for
hmm
Imsheng as well, how he actually uh, sets up for the takedown on the Dragonite V overall. Like that definitely caught us by surprise on how swiftly it just gets shut down over on the course of the battle, relatively early as well, without the Dragonite getting much value out of those early spanned rounds.
Yep, it didn't even have any attachment for that turn. And looking at the list we have for Kenzun, he only runs that one Dragonite, one Raikou V, one Kyogre, and even one Cramorant. So his deck is not really well poised to lose an attacker so early. He does run a couple of Claras. No boss order, by the way. So a couple of Claras, no boss order. Has a way to recur some of these Pokemon, but you will need to have some use out of them first before they jump into your discard pile or your lost zone. We see a solid start here from Kinzun. Has the Radiant Greninja, double Comfey. Manaphy into the lost zone does not matter that much. Imsheng does not have anything that spreads. Sableye, though, into the lost zone. That could be interesting. I just mentioned that these lost zone decks does not have that many attackers, all things considered. But maybe he believes he's going to make use of the Cramorant more so. It's going to be interesting. But now over to Imsheng. Nest Ball, turn 1. What you going to grab? Looks like he even has the double turbo energy in hand. So for
Oh,
the second game in a row, Imsheng has the perfect Arceus hand.
I just love that 2 times they've been able to have quite the significant perfect start, and that is the kind of acceleration that we're looking forward. Where it definitely was quite the turn of events that have seen perhaps the game extend over the past matchup until Kenson taps out and give that point away to Imshin because he knows there's not going to be enough for me to dish out this time. Perhaps Kenson wants to be the aggressor, which is why we see, oh, okay, like you said, I'd rather forsake the Sableye into the Lost Zone, and we'll see what we can basically get later on, especially with the cram available. Now, the Ramadan V has been able to be picked up by Imsheng. Gonna attach a medal, make that double.
Yeah, it's likely going to be double metal and a fighting energy at this point for the Duraludon V. Interestingly, Imsheng did not bench the Umbreon that he had in hand. Otherwise, we would have seen an identical board state for Imsheng, just like game 1, and we know how that one ended. So it looks like it's going to be just 3 energies onto the Duraludon V, none on the Arceus other than the DTE that's really been attached to it from turn 1, and now over back to Kinzun. Will he be able to get some damage in this game too? He needs to claw back in, of course. We say Color's Experiment, that's great. It puts 2 cards into the Lost Zone. So Cramorant does get activated here. You will be able to use Spit innocently for 110 damage or 140 with a Choice Belt. I say that and I realize,
Mhm.
Kinjun does not run a Choice Belt in his deck. He only runs 2 Forest Seal Stones as his tools of choice. Relying pretty much on the spread damage of Kyogre and Sableye to reach the damage potential that he needs to hit. Or even Radiant Greninja for that matter.
Mhm.
So in this scenario now, we see 5 cards in the Lost Zone, which is great if you're Kenzun. You have another Flower Selecting, bringing it now to 6. And I think Kenzun, if I were him, I would want to get another Comfey to make it 7 and activate my Mirage Gates as early as turn 2. The question is, does he have it?
He's definitely looking for it as well. Kensun
Um,
is
yeah, Mirage Gate going, a Mirage Gate
retreating.
this early would be great. Able to spread damage using, Moonlight Shuriken, but it seems like it's just going to be a speed innocently for 110. Not that innocent of an attack from this Cramorant, putting this Arceus V in 2-hit range, unless Imsheng has an Ultra Ball, which he does, of course, and that would definitely be what I presume, a Arceus V Star. There you go. Arceus V Star coming to play, evolving that Arceus V into a 280 hit point behemoth. And of course, the best ability in the game right now, Starbirth. Getting 2 cards from the deck into your hand.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a worthy utility as the moment that Imshe has gotten the card online. So he's just gonna start getting another form of Pokemon activated into the bench later on. It seems like he's looking for a specific trainer, it seems.
I believe it's a judge that's looking for, because the one thing that I caught Imshing asking for was that, Kenzun, how large is your hand right now? And Kenzun probably replied, Way more than 4.
Way more than you should know. That's all that you need.
Yeah, looks like that's gonna grab. He's gonna grab a judge being one of the 2 cards from Starbird. This is something that RCS decks love to do, being able to reset your opponent's hand to 4 cards. He also grabbed. I couldn't catch what that was.
An
Oh, it's also
Umbreon.
an Umbreon. Yep, an Umbreon V. Also, Duralum VMAX in hand, and a double turbo for the active with the Lost City and the Judge. Wow,
Wow.
what a hand there from Imsheng. That is brilliant. Energy, benching a potential boss play using Dark Signal, evolving both of his Vs, the Arceus as well as the Duraludon, a Lost City to get rid of the only Cramorant that Kinzun has access to, and now resetting their hands to 4.
I just love how impactful Imshing's rounds are when it comes down to turn 3 onwards. Like, he will always comes in with a huge banger of a surprise, and lo and behold,
You mentioned turn 3. This is turn 2.
oh, sorry.
Exactly.
It
Yeah.
felt like it was turn 3 because there's so many actions going
Oh
on, but
yes. Oh
turn
yes.
2.
This is what
And
Arceus decks
Imshing,
do. This is
yeah.
what Arceus is able to do off the bat. The capability and consistency that the deck offers you, it's
Mhm.
all in that one little small box called Visa Power Ability Starbirth. And with that now we see 3 more energies coming down from the deck onto the Umbreon V. Imsheng drawing the first knockout here, drawing the first prize, and Kenzun not in the position he wants to find himself in. He is behind. Can he find a way out of this? That's the question.
Yeah, you've mentioned about Kramer needing to actually get some damage done, especially when you don't really have that stable line. Now, none of that is on the board, having only 2 of these comfies. Sure, you get a little bit more of that stacks into the lost zone. It will still take a while. Now he's going to use the heavy ball to search around the prize and
Oh, the
finds
Kyogre was prized.
Kyogre.
Okay, so he
Oh,
grabbed the Kyogre out, but I,
that's a must.
I, I don't think that's going to come into play anytime soon. He's just grabbing it out so that hey, I'm not going to need to dig for it later on. So let me just get it out of there right this moment. I don't want you to be judging away my heavy ball, my Hisuian heavy ball before I could use it. We see a nest ball now coming in for Kenzun. We are not out of the woods yet if you're Im Sheng, because the Lost Zone decks are able to have a lot of burst potential thanks to the Mirage Gate combinations that they can play. And we see now the Dragonite coming in. That is probably going to be taking 2 prizes thanks to Mirage Gate, as I just about to
Hmm.
say, on this RSS V-Star. Oops, lots of cards
Uh-huh.
falling around. There's a Water Energy, there's a Lightning Energy, so 1 more left for Kenzun to look for. So this will be 250 damage coming out from this Dragonite V with Dragon Gale. 250 damage, the largest or the highest damage output that you could get out of this Lost Zone box decks without modifiers or things like that. But the only cost of it is that you will have to pay a very steep energy cost while also damaging your bench in the process. But in this situation, I don't think that's going to have any impact whatsoever.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Especially Im Sheng, he used this blade in the very first round itself. How he just one-shotted
Hmm.
the Dragonite V overall. So on his hands, he should have a pretty similar manner of maneuver to eventually find a knockout in order to balance out the kind of pressure that Kenshin is currently offering. So no
Hmm.
more Arxus, but it's okay. The V-Star has already been utilized much earlier on. And
Yep, we now see the Forest Seal Stone coming out of Kenzun, allowing you to search your deck for any 1 card. It is a Starbird that's a little played down because it's not Arceus. So it
mhm,
seems like now Dragonite can also be a mini Starbird, using
mhm.
Star Alchemy. Takes a knockout here. I was not able to catch what card Kenzun was grabbing with the Forest Seal Stone. It's going to be interesting, just to know what it was. But regardless of the fact, it's going to be a knockout here onto that Arceus V-Star.
Yeah,
Yep,
this
that should be a knockout. It was 110 with 250 damage. So goodbye Arceus. See you next game. And into the Lost Zone itself, because there is a Lost City. So into the Lost Zone. Now, here comes Radon VMAX. Does Imsheng have what it takes to knock out this Dragonite V? All he needs is a Choice Belt or a Single Strike Energy. And I think I know what he's eyeing up. He's eyeing up Well, this is interesting now. What is he looking for? He has a Raihan in the deck. That's probably what's going for. The minion into Raihan would get you the exact card that you need here. Raihan being the supporter that allows you. Oh no, it's going to be Alakazam. So Alakazam, a beautiful tech in this matchup. I don't need
Wow.
Raihan to search out my single strike energy. I'm going to use the damage that you put on your bench Pokemon, put it back onto you, Dragonite, and take a knockout with G-Max Pulverization.
Very, very interesting indeed. When out of all these variations of the type, this type of cards that's been played throughout the run, right? We don't really see that many Radiant Alakazam. Could you also elaborate a little bit more on
Yeah, no,
what it actually does?
yeah, so Radiant Alakazam has a painful spoons ability that allows you to take up to 2 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon and putting
Distribute
it
it.
on another one. So it's just from A to B, right? And that's all you need with this deck because 220 damage coming out from GMAX Pulverization, you're leaving Dragonite at 10 hit points. Guess what? Radiant Alakazam can get you that 10 damage that you need to, take a one-hit knockout on this, this Dragonite V. And it's such a sad situation for Dragonite that you don't even get a chance to use Dragon Guild more than once. Now we also see a Halucha coming with Flying Entry. This was the other way that you could have got 10 damage onto a Pokemon. Im Cheng says, you know what, I'm just going to use it anyway. I'm going to do some damage on your bench because I know in the following turns I will be able to use Raiden Alakazam to distribute more damage and close in on my finals place.
I just love the form of mentality that Imching really has, and especially with this Alakazam, that also denies like any potential Sableye that comes right in. Where sure, go put some counters. I'm going to redistribute it as well.
Oh, but then again, Sableye is only for
Yeah.
your opponent's Pokemon. So
Oh.
If Kenzun is the one using Sableye, to distribute counters on Im Cheng's board, Alakazam is distributing counters on Kenzun's board on his own. So it's a completely different thing.
Yeah.
But it's the same principle, right? You're not getting a damage modifier in the form of Choice Bell or
Hmm.
Single Strike Energy. You're using it based on either sprinkling damage, like what you
Hmm.
do with your Sableye with Lost Mind. In this scenario, Alakazam doesn't need to even attack. It just sits back. My ability is just to distribute damage counters that you have put on your own Pokemon.
Oh, it seems like he wants to try his luck to rope in the Alakazam, but
I don't think it's going to be an Alakazam. I think
yeah.
Imcheng is going to say, I'm going to protect my Alakazam as much as I can. Take my Holucha instead. Holucha has done its job. It has done enough using Flying Entry. Now, if you want to take a knockout on my Holucha, please feel free. I would probably have a way, to get more damage done anyhow. I think in Imcheng's case right now, he's trying to make sure that he doesn't give up too many prizes at the same time. Considering that Kenzun is still able to find a way to eke a win here
Hmm.
if he's able to take enough prize cards using Aqua Storm at the tail end of this game. He is down to 4 prizes. The question is, where are those 4 prizes coming from?
True enough. And in his hands, there's still another rope that he can basically utilize
Oh,
from
that's the
earlier.
discard pile, I think.
Yeah,
So
I
now,
saw the discard pile, but I think in the hand there
oh,
might
that is
just be
good.
another one.
That is good. That will give Kenzun a way to pick and choose his targets essentially, right? So
Yeah.
here comes a recycler, energy already back in deck, and very likely a Mirage Gate getting energy down. One to the active, one to Sableye. This is shaping up to be quite a strong turn here for Kenzun. He just lost a Dragonite V, but he's playing with the charisma and excitement that says that he has a way back in this game.
Yeah, and I could see that he's definitely picking up in terms of the momentum already. Whereas Imsheng, once it's his turn, I guess that's where he perhaps will have to find another all-out engagement. Lost vacuum.
Yeah, Lost Vacuum there, taking out the Lost City. That Lost City should be in the Lost Zone, by the way. But regardless of the fact, it's gonna be a knockout here on this Holucha. Benching the Holucha to use Flying Entry may come back to bite Imsheng a little bit because, placing just 7 damage counters on a Holucha means that Kenzun has 5 more to place on that Duraludon VMAX. It's getting closer and closer to a point where Kenzun is just like 2 attacks away from a full knockout claiming the final prizes. It's gonna be pretty tight here. We were hyping up Im Cheng's turn earlier with that knockout on Dragonite, but Kenzun is not out of this game yet. We might just see a game 3 here.
Yeah, it is very likely so, as we have also noted for a fact that Kenshing earlier, he definitely pulled the Kyogre out of the prize, and there is still a possibility that he could be able to hit the card pretty soon. So Im Sheng, how
Yep.
does he do it? He brings the Umbreon V up towards the active,
Yep. Umbreon
and
V here has a pretty decent attack, which is Mean Look, allowing it to lock an opponent's Pokemon in the active. I don't think you want to do that though if you're Im Cheng. You want to take a knockout and close out that time frame that you have to win this game. 3 prizes left for Im Cheng means he needs to attack 3 times to win the game in 3 turns. Now, if Kenzun, however, draws his 3 prizes in 2 turns, we are gonna get a best of 3 and essentially the third, 3 game series of today so far.
it just tells you the power levels within the top 8 to be pretty much stacked up, where there's not too huge of a disparity when it comes down to tactics as well as the skill set, other than, of course, the difference of decks that they actually bring forward so far. Now, over on the side of Im Sheng, a lot of all these Pokemon that he had is starting to deplete, but that's also because he used Volo to ensure that
Oh
his
yes, here comes the Volo. That
his
is a
Pokemon doesn't get
perfect
knocked
play
out.
there. Almost missed that. Volo discarding that Duraludon VMAX means that, hey Kenzun, I know you have 3 prizes left. You're not gonna get it off my Duraludon VMAX. So I'm gonna just use, my Umbreon V, which has I believe it's called Moonlight Blade for 80 damage times 2 for 160 damage. Knocks out your Sableye. The Sableye goes into the Lost Zone and you have no way to damage a V max in this particular turn.
I just love how clutch this Volo play has been for the past 2 rounds. So far, it has been used at very crucial moments where Kensun finds himself to be pretty much in another predicament again.
Mhm.
Now that not only do you not get the knockout potential onto that Duraludon, and then this is the second Sableye that's gone.
Yes, you are spot on there, Contra. I think it's going to be a very tight game here. I think the only way is that Echoing Horn that Kenzun has in his hand. He's probably eyeing it up. He may have the game here, and it really involves the Echoing Horn. So if he's able to Echoing Horn, no, he goes on to discard it because I think it was a recycler as well. So that was essentially the 2 cards you don't want to see together from a flower selecting.
Uh, it really feels bad when you're playing into this form of manner where one or the other you're not really getting uh, the best of both worlds. And I guess like this time around, sure, drop that nest ball. That's not to be too much to be concerned about. Well, still checking the discard Paul.
Yeah,
Anything that he could basically
I
salvage
I
here.
think Kenzone is just being very careful about wondering how many more outs does he have in order to pull off an Aqua Storm. He has a Kyger in hand. He needs to play the Recycler. The Recycler would allow him to get energies into the deck, and then for Aqua Storm on a Kyogre to come into play. Now, I think he may be approaching a point where he has to be very careful about his resources. We saw already the discard of that Echoing Horn, being one of the ways that he could have won the game outright. Now lost to him. Here comes a Chorus Experiment. No, okay, bench on the Kyogre. All right. He is checking to make sure that he has enough energy to play the Mirage Gate. Alright, so here comes a Chorus. He grabs all 3 of it. So I believe there was only 3 cards left in his deck at that point. So Chorus Experiment means you just grab 3. you know. So now, Kyogre, the card on your screen. This is Kenzun's last hurrah at this stage. Attaching a water from his hand, that gives him the ability to use Aqua Storm. Here comes the escape rope. It's going to be clutch. It's going to be close. I think he has it though, Contra. I think he does. Kyogre to the active. No cards in deck. He has to be playing the
Recycler.
recycler. So 5 energies into the deck. Yeah, we have to be careful about the escape rope, not shuffle that back into the deck. 5 energies into the deck. Let's see how he sequences. There is the Mirage Gate. 2 energies attached to the Kyogre. This is going to be very, very close right now, Contra. He has enough to knock out the Umbreon.
He does.
But the question is, what happens next?
Yes, what happens next? Because he needs a total of 3, right? So
Exactly.
it probably wouldn't end here. So
The question I have in my mind then, Contra, is that does he have enough to use Surf to knock out the Radiant Alakazam? But Radiant Alakazam has 130 hit points, not 120.
that's 10 shy. So it's a really rough call for Kenshin, and who knows what Imcheng brings up next, right? So
Yep, and this is painful for him. He has to play his final recycler to put 2 more energies back into the deck rather than the full 5. So lost some value there, but if he didn't do that, he would be out of the game due to the fact that he would have decked out. So here comes Aqua Storm. Alrighty. There you go. So we did get some confirmation here from the players. I believe... Oh, hang on a second. Is this a concession? It is. It looks like Imsheng has won it. Kenzen saying, hey, you know what? I can take a knockout. We didn't get to see the Aqua Storm, but I could not go any further than that. Imsheng, your first finalist at the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships of 2023 with Arceus, Duraludon, Umbreon.
congratulations to Chen Imshang and Glauconshin. He came so close. I guess like you can already see the nervousness when he looks into the last couple of cards, and he's even scavenging for those energies in order to draw or what's really necessary. That Kyogre being the final play of the block wasn't sufficient. At the moment that Volo have discarded that Duraludon, it's like, I can't draw more than that. So
Yep.
what else can I do?
Yes, that Volo coming in super clutch here for Chen Imsheng in both games. This is the first 2-0 that we've had so far, but it feels like we've been here for hours at this stage in this match due to how intricate the plays have been between these two players. There you see it, your top 4 now pretty much ending at this point. Chen Imsheng taking 2-0 against Lau Kenzun. Commiseration to Kenzun, obviously. He played a wondrous series and, of course, a perfect tournament, almost a perfect tournament to get here this far.
Yeah,
You know,
Chen Nimsheng really have been having some astounding plays, and I've been seeing the Volo card to have an incredible impact in very, very clutch moments that I'm just going to be keeping my tabs on him on his upcoming match to see who really joins him in the grand finals for sure. And of course, the question now, Bex, is that whether Jacob or Azra Amir will be joining Imsheng in the finals.
Yep, definitely. That's going to be a very interesting match as well. We do not have the finalists confirmed yet at this stage. I think the other match is still going on, but it would be either Gardevoir or Sablezard that will be featured in the finals here in Malaysia. It's going to be an interesting situation, an interesting match. It's the grand finals, essentially. You know, coming out of COVID, coming out of the pandemic, now having the largest Pokemon TCG event in Malaysia ever, and we're down to the final match of the weekend.
I just can't wait for that to happen. And of course, Aaron, I think like it all has come down to this. We'll definitely look into the bracket later on, but I believe that we will be taking a short break after.
Let's take a quick break. You know, get a beverage, get a snack. We'll be back very shortly. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that you've been waiting for has finally arrived. We are now at the Pokemon Championships Malaysia's Grand Finals as 300 competitors have been rising up to the challenge, and now only two more remaining as we'll see which one of these trainers will be the best of the nation. My name's Contra. Here with me is Aaron Minjit, and we have ourselves probably one of the most exciting best of three for the month.
Definitely. And I think, as you said, right, this has been the largest ever Pokemon TCG event in Malaysia in history. We hit almost 300 players yesterday in day one, and now we've narrowed it down to the finalists, the top two. Only one of them gets crowned to be champion, to be the very best, like no one ever was in Malaysia.
That's right. And later on, I heard news that there's going to be perhaps a great representation for them to be advancing forward into regional competitions as well. So it could be either one of these names out there. And lo and behold, let's take a look at the bracket of the journey of our top two players, Jacob as well as Chen Im Sheng.
Yep, you see on the left there, Jacob coming at 16 seed was able to navigate through against Lim Han Juan and then taking down Azrul Amir to now find himself in the finals at this stage. While for Chen Im Sheng, he was navigating against, Christmas Smile in top 16, and then after that, Calvin Tay. And then just right before this finals, he took down Lo Kenzun in a very convincing 2-0 victory to now find his spot in the finals. We are in for a treat. We have essentially the two strongest players in Malaysia at this point after the grueling day one and now an intense day two as well.
Yeah, and of course, we also look into the journey of Jacob that wasn't all too easy when you're actually going up against the first seed of them all, and then after that, going up against Han Juan. We see that matchup to be such a tight competition. Now, it all goes down to this final battle between both of them. So, with that being said, we compare these two individual playstyles to be vastly different amongst some of the rest that we've seen in the competition. And, out of the many, I'm pretty sure that you're happy about Chen Im Sheng's deck because it involves your favorite Arxus.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just saw Arceus V-Star take down the match in top 4 with Chen Im Sheng, but we also got to see, Sableye Charizard in the other top 4 as well, taking it into now the finals. And without further ado, let's jump in to see our players who are about to start the grand finals here at the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships 2023. Contra, I'm excited.
That's right, and same goes for myself, and let's have a champion time right here. So, Chen Im Sheng, we've already seen what the offering was from a lot of all these huge plays, and the setups coming into the early round when he was going into the draw against Lao Kenshin, he have always started with the right hands. This time in the finals, seemingly enough, if he can get some really good draws, who knows, he might actually find himself up ahead against Jacob too. But we also have seen how well Jacob navigates into the later stage of the game, and then that's where the Radiant Charizard strikes really hard.
That's right, Contra. I think it's one thing about the decks that they brought, but also testament to the players themselves. Chen Im Sheng and Jacob, both seasoned veterans at this point in the Pokemon TCG community. As I mentioned earlier on, Chen Im Sheng has been around for, a good 10, 11 years at this point, being on and off in the competitive scene. But it's always great to see a returning player. Whereas for Jacob, he has definitely been on stream before. I was just talking to him right before this match, but right after his first stream match, that he has definitely been on stream. He has accomplished a little bit here and there, but now the ultimate prize is on the line. Chen Im Sheng, Jacob, either one of them will be crowned champion of Malaysia and represent Malaysia and themselves at the World Championship Series in Japan, Yokohama, Japan, in August.
Yokohama, Japan. That's their eyes on the prize. And you could basically tell that both of the players that are on stage right now, they're not even deterred about, nerves or so, because this is what they've been doing for, many years prior, preparing for this golden moment of an opportunity. And Chen Sheng, this is his best chance possible, where you even saw he's been able to actually defeat certain variations of the Lost Box deck. This time, with a curveball thrown at him, do you fancy his chances more so than ever if that's the case?
I mean, just looking at these decks that we have in front of us, Chen Sheng piloting, of course, Arceus, Duello, and Umbreon, and Jacob piloting Lost Zone Box Charizard. I think there is going to be some situations where you could say the Arceus deck is favored in this matchup. But then of course it's all about that start that you might have. If you are going to have a very awful hand at the start, which Arceus decks are known for,
Hmm.
unfortunately, you might just need, a much more luck than that in order for you to get the ball rolling. Now for Jacob, obviously, he's running the Lost Zone Box engine, which, while we've seen today, has had issues, getting started up. It is one of the most consistent decks in the format.
Yeah, and on top of that, you also have to be wary of what kind of options are there to choose from when you do discard one into the lost zone, where sometimes it can actually
For flower
impact.
selecting, right?
Yeah,
Yep,
when you
yep.
flower select and you have to choose between maybe two really important cards, that could also alter the fate of how the late game actually goes. But in essence, if you're going to be looking at, hey, if there's going to be any options versus a Raiden Charizard, you definitely want to save that Charizard in essence, perhaps.
For sure. And I think the main thing here right now is that for Jacob, he has to be very careful about his resources. Chen Sheng, the moment he gets the ball rolling, all he needs is just to be hitting every turn to take a prize for 6 straight turns. Now, on Jacob's side of the field, there is only one multi-price attacker, or multi-price Pokemon, I should say, in the Drapion, which doesn't really function in this matchup, I don't
Hmm.
think. You might consider that Imshing does play single strike Pokemon in the Duraludon V or in the Umbreon V. You might want to use Drapion for a cheap prize or here or there, but it's a two prizer that you rather not give up. I think for Jacob, his best path to victory is to hope and pray that you don't see a Volo coming out anytime soon, but
Hmm.
consider using, your Sableyes and Cramorants and your Radiant Charizards purely just to grind through the matchup and hope once again that Imsheng does not set up like how we saw him set up in top 4.
Yeah, Jacob definitely needs to look for a huge stable run in the span of the first 10 minutes itself. And just look at Chen Sheng really on how the first draw is going to look like, because perhaps he won't get as smooth as an activation versus the semifinals that he was concluding early on with that smooth 2-0 finish. But I say smooth, it was still quite the battle between him as well as Kenshun, which have seen uh, most of the case than not, Imsheng not really in the worst position to struggle. So I think like he must have actually felt really, really good about his chances here in the finals.
Yep, I 100% agree. I think, for Jacob, one of the cards that might come into play here for him is that Roxanne that he plays, being able to sort of reset your opponent's hand. And, Arceus decks, they tend to get set up pretty well, but if you're able to knock out their only attacker and then you Roxanne them to only 2 cards, they might run out of steam, and that's what something that you could expect out of Jacob at this point. We are moments away from the game. We are just going through the decks at this stage, just to let the technical side of things set up a little bit. But to be fair, we've been going on and on about the deck so far.
Mm-hmm.
I strongly think that there is a favorite in this match,
Mm-hmm.
but and a big caveat. This is Pokemon. This is Pokemon TCG,
Mm-hmm.
and when it all comes down to it, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and we have seen perhaps certain matches be determined by that one perfect draw or
Hmm.
multiple perfect draws into the rounds, and they are just set up for a succession of getting those multiple knockouts going, especially when you're playing the Lost Zone box overall. So, Jacob, I love that he's starting back in the camera to everybody out there at home.
Lots of
And
fans here, I'm sure. And here we go. Looks like the ball gets rolling with Chen Im-sheng starting out. That is an Umbreon V, and Jacob just grabbing it just to make sure he knows what it's all about. So it's Chen Im-sheng starting us off here in the grand finals of the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships 2023. Ultra Ball turn 1, discarding a double Turbo Energy. That is an interesting sight. And there goes a Halucha as well. And I would presume he's looking for an RCS here, Im Sheng. There is nothing else that he would go for.
yeah, it definitely have to be the case. And just halfway through the pile. Uh,
Yeah, looking through his deck here just to see what could be prized.
hmm.
And I think at this stage here, he just wants to make sure it is the finals after all. You are in the finals of, this is the largest event in Malaysian history for the Pokemon TCG. You wouldn't want to make a mistake about what you prize, right? You want to be able to know exactly what are the outs you have. Maybe your Raihan is priced. Maybe it's your Lost City, for example. It could be
Volo.
it could be your Volo, exactly. So I think looking through his list, looking through his deck right now, and we of course have access to his list. It is definitely a good sign to see a player of his caliber, making sure that they know exactly what their outs are, and of course, all said and done, it's an RSSV on the bench.
Yep. And he has been able to get this one running very early on, despite discarding the double turbo itself. So,
That's because he has a backup one.
oh, perfect. Makes a lot more sense.
Yep. So there, pass turn back to Jacob, starting with double Comfey, and here we go. Turn 1 for Jacob. What does he have? Bella VIP pass on turn 1. That is perfect.
Yeah, it couldn't get any better than that. So, I would say it's been smooth sailing for both parties.
At least in turn 1 so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's more of how Jacob can basically combines all of this all together in order to reap more rewards out of it. So, of course, his deck does not really consist of the Dragonite versus all the other Lost Zone boxes that we've seen so far. The Radiant Charizard may not be the highest of priority that he's looking for at the moment. But
No, not
perhaps
at all. Yeah, it's going to be Cramorant or the
Cramorant,
Sableye
yeah.
that you want to use. You're going to attack with early on. More so the Cramorant. So I think what Jacob's doing here, he's trying to make sure that he's aware of what are the attackers he has. Because remember, he only runs the one Radiant Charizard as a heavy hitter, but he has Sableyes, multiple Sableyes, as well as multiple Cramorants as well. So we want to be able to know, as a Sablezard player, you want to be able to know how many of these you have access to, And I think now going into, well, looks like a single Comfey of that Battle VIP pass. That is interesting.
Yeah, that makes
May-
it tree comfy, so
Yeah.
easily cycling around the flower selecting would eventually get him through, perhaps.
It's interesting though to grab that card. So okay, there is a Nesball going to the Lost Zone. I'm just a little concerned that he did not try and grab a Cramorant, or maybe they're prized for some reason. Let's hope not both of them are prized, because if they are, Jacob is down to no attackers in the early game up until he's able to reach 10 cards in the Lost Zone.
Oh, that's going to take a while. It's about another 3 rounds or so. For
Yeah,
him.
maybe a couple of turns, maybe 3 turns,
Yeah.
but it goes without saying that you want to be able to attack as soon as possible if you're playing, a Sablezard deck. Okay, so we do see the Cramorant. It was in his hand. It was not anywhere else, thankfully. And so I think now for Jacob, he's hoping, there is something else that he could grab. Maybe a Color's Experiment. That's what he's looking for. Okay, there is a Cramorant and a Comfey in the deck.
Decides
All
to
right, he
pull
chooses
through.
not to grab it, so he's just. Oh, he's grabbing it. All right, there you go. He's grabbing the Cramorant. Didn't see that sleight of hand there. But yeah, so a Cramorant is now in play. So 2 Cramorants Jacob has access to. What else does he have? Does he have the Chorus Experiment? Ooh, here comes the Escape Rope. Most likely into, yep, the Comfey. Comfey number 3. Does he get into the Chorus Experiment? That is not Chorus. That is not it. That is not the Chorus Experiment, I don't think. That's a Sableye. And it just passes tempo now back to Chen Im-sheng. And the best part is, Jacob helped his artists get into the active zone.
Yeah, and now he just immediately has this all set up. He doesn't really need to expend any form of cards, and immediately going for a swift engagement V-Star already being activated by Imsheng. So
Yeah, I think now,
he,
Chen Im-sheng, he has only one card in his hand, and that's an Ultra Ball. But even
he'll
then,
use his
he has
V-Star.
V-Star, yeah. So here comes the V-Star, and hear me out here. Normally, I would want to go for a boss onto the Cramorant, but it could be that Im-sheng just says, you know what? Let me judge you on turn 2, and I will use my sec. Oh no, it looks like it's an Adventure Discovery. I was going to say that he used, you know, a judge or something to go after his hand while also grabbing a Umbreon VMAX to put on the bench so that you could Dark Signal out a Cramorant.
Hmm.
But it seems like for Imshang right now, he is valuing getting more attackers, more backup into play, I should say.
Yeah, very similar as to the way that he has been able to maneuver on his semifinals run,
Hmm.
where he's been able to prioritize this trainer card in specific, and then eventually fill up your bench with the necessities like what you did mention, especially now that he's already at the Umbreon online. So
Hmm.
all he has to be concerned of is to actually get all the other cards up. So
I like this play for Imshang. He's going for the Adventure Discovery because he wants to be able to grab not just the Umbreon VMAX but also Duraludon V as a backup attacker in this matchup. Umbreon as well as Duraludon both have very high hit points once they evolve. And if Jacob thinks he can get a cheap price of either one of these, he just has a Volo to be able to negate that damage.
oh, he's already got that in hand.
Oh, not yet, but it will be there very soon.
Yeah, and 2 times in a row. It seems like the sacrificial play has always been on top of that Duraludon.
Oh,
So
yes.
it's basically a smart play because Duraludons usually can soak more than enough damage counters to begin with, and then once it hits a certain threshold, you really want to discard it into the pile.
Yep, and here we go. Duraludon V on the bench. And keeping the Umbreon VMAX into the hand here for Imsheng. Just takes a knockout on that Comfey into the lost zone. Funnily enough, actually helps activate Cramorant now because there are now four
Hmm.
cards in the lost zone for Jacob. But here comes the energy onto that Duraludon V. And Imsheng looks to be in a very commanding position now as early as turn 2. But then again, we are playing against Sablezard. These decks have a very interesting way of trying to catch up on tempo. But we will have to see if this is going to work out. We know Imsheng has access to that Volo. So Jacob drawing for his turn, promotes a Comfey. Nothing that we should know of in the hand. Okay, that is a
These
Beach
scores is
Court, bumps
online.
to Lost City. That is good. That gives his basic Pokemon one less retreat. And I believe that should be everything barring the Charizard. Everything except Charizard and Drapion getting free retreat in his deck.
You gotta discard the VIP pass. There's
Back
not gonna be
into the
any
Love
form
Zone.
of
Yeah, into the Love
usage
Zone.
for now.
Hmm.
So
There's an Echoing Horn in the hand, which for Jacob, obviously, that is a very important card if he wants an easier KO. You might want to say that, hey, I don't want to go after a VMAXers. Give me 3 Pokemon V, and I'll just take 6 prizes like that.
then I guess it will definitely take a while until we get to that stage. Now, out of the two choices there, another pass to discard. That's perfect because from that draw itself of the flowers, to be able to bring one Sable Eye into the hand from Lassie.
Yeah, I think Jacob is now trying his best to inch closer and closer to that 10, but no, it's just a pass. He was not able to get an attack off for the second turn in a row. 6 cards in the lost zone, but no attacks for the second turn running. I don't know if this is a plan or if he's just not able to get an attack off.
Hmm, may just be the case where and Imshing now he is just looking through the cards that is being filled by Jacob. Surely, if you can clear either one of these comfies, it can at least buy him a little bit more time than to have even more piling up into the loss zone for Jacob. And in no rush, he could still basically get some of all these setups being done. So,
Yeah, I think for Imshing now, his plan is pretty straightforward. Don't overbench. Go after the attackers that Jacob has. Try to minimize the amount of damage that he takes, and he should be able to lock up this game one. First and foremost, now taking out the Comfey, so Jacob losing yet one more Comfey at this stage, two down at this point, the last one remaining. He will get to 7, but that's not a number that you want to hit in this deck because you don't run Mirage Gate in the Sables Up build of the Lost Zone box. You run essentially cards that get you to 10 so that you can use Lost Mine.
That's what they've been targeting as well. And Chen Imsheng perhaps is just making sure that, hey, I'm going to race you against the timer here. I'm not going to give you that much spacing to get to that point where you can actually utilize that spell. So more and more of these comfies are starting to disappear. And
Yeah, I think at this point Jacob is not doing that well in his setup so far. He's getting cards into the lost zone, but not at the pace that he is expecting. We don't see a single attack from Jacob yet at this point, and I'm getting worried. Obviously, as an Arceus deck, all you need is 6 turns to take 6 prizes. Jacob on the other hand values a deck that can take multiple prizes, but at this stage, he hasn't taken a single one, nor has he set up any damage whatsoever onto Imsheng's side of the field. And if I have to say, if you're just joining us, welcome one and all to the grand finals here in Malaysia in the Championship Series event for 2023. This is pretty much the final event of the Malaysian season. Winner goes to Yokohama, Japan, representing the country and themselves at the World Championship Series. It's either Imsheng or Jacob. Arceus Drelva Umbreon versus Sablezard. And it doesn't look very good right now for Sablezard.
not quite. Jacob seems like he wouldn't be able to actually launch much of an attack this round itself as well. Oh, he's got to find something at least. What's the play here? It seems like he may actually offer another pass.
That's not great at all because you are getting further and further behind now if you're Jacob. You have not fired off an attack.
There goes the Sableye.
There goes the here comes Sableye, but
oh, he draws it back.
So that's a Raihan play here. That's interesting. I'm not sure if that's going to get him anything that allows him to attack. No, it's just an energy to the active for a retreating option, but that's about it.
He's thinking pretty hard about this.
He is.
Instead,
and it's an energy on the Cramoran. I guess that's to allow him to retreat next turn, but oh well, in case the Beach Court gets bumped by a Lost City again. So Raihan there on your screen, you can only use it if you had a Pokemon knockout last turn. And if you did, you get a basic energy from your discard pile, attaching it to that Pokemon, and then you search your deck for a card, any card, put it in your hand. Feels like a magician trick going on.
Yeah, it really does feel so, and that's what we do love about this card. So I love the preparation that Jacob has in store as he have foresee that there is a potential of another stadium kicking off the beach court overall, and decides, okay, I'm gonna put in a little bit more of that damage towards Imsheng's active. So still not enough to actually secure any form of prize for Jacob in that round itself.
Yep.
Now back
it
to
doesn't
Imsheng.
look very well, to be fair. He does get an attack off here. 110 damage from this Cramoran using Speed innocently, but it seems like a very innocent play, and there goes his final Comfey. Chen Imsheng tightening the noose here around Jacob's board. No more Comfeys for you. I'm taking out 3 in a row.
Imsheng going with such a brutal blow where Jacob isn't being left with all too much. And by now, is there still any form of saving grace for Jacob if that's the case? Oh boy. 2 Cramorants.
Yep. There goes his final Comfey. He probably has 1 more left in deck, but at this stage, you're losing essentially your only engine to get your deck started. It doesn't look too good for Jacob, unfortunately, and Imsheng here with more cards in hand thanks to that Professor's research.
Now, Lost City
Yep,
finally comes up.
yep, another lost city here.
No backing off, it seems. Carrying on Im Sheng. He can take his sweet time. I don't think that he's gonna budge at any given moment right now. No form of threats throughout the course of the run from the side of Jacob.
hmm It doesn't look good at this stage. Jacob is now down to 2 Pokemon, and now he draws his Chorus Experiment. Finally gets a chance to play it, but is this too little, too late at this point? He's down by 3 prizes. I guess the good thing about this is that Radiant Charizard now comes into play as a viable option. But Jacob has to be careful. There is that Lost City in play. If Charizard comes down, you have to bump that Lost City. Otherwise, a return knockout on that Charizard means you no longer have what is almost everyone's favorite Pokemon for
Hmm.
you to battle out against these huge behemoths of V-Stars and V-Maxes on Im Sheng's side of the board.
Yeah, and I remember there was a game earlier around the top 16 or the round of 8 where Jacob has have been able to also uh, take the Charizard back from the discard pile as well, but that form of activation would require the right cards in order for him to do so as well. But now decides to go for double Sableye.
Now he's going for a retreat here into the Sableye. So the Sableye now is going to take a knockout on the Halucha and also set up damage onto the Arceus V-Star. So at least Jacob gets on the board with 1 prize. The question is this too little too late? 1 prize against Im Sheng's 3. No Charizard inside, and that I think is completely on purpose. You don't want to have that right now, when there's a Lost City in play. But it remains to be seen now, what would Jacob do considering he has so little time left?
And you don't want to have the Charizard to arrive too late either way. So Jacob needing to have that either already in the hand or at least searchable within the deck later on.
That's right. I think, Im Sheng is firmly in the driver's seat, but let's not write Jacob off so soon, right? He may have been behind, but, playing Sablezard is no easy feat. I am sure, with absolute certainty that he has a way back in this. And I believe it really involves taking 3 more prizes, or I should say 5 more prizes, on 2 Pokemon that is already in play. Oh, yeah, Palucha has to go to Lost Zone thanks to that Lost City. Thank you to the judge team for tracking that. But again, Chen Im Sheng now taking his 4th knockout in a row in as many turns. Does not seem like he's going to be slowing down at this point. Even more energy into play. You get an energy. You get an energy. Everyone
Everybody.
gets an energy.
Well, I definitely do have energy to last all the way to the very end of this whole series. But Im Sheng so far have been
Oh,
absolutely
hang on. That
decisive.
was the Volo again. The Volo was just played. Thank you for the damage, Jacob, says Im Sheng, but I'm going to put my Arceus V-Star into the discard pile.
That must be frustrating. How many times does Volo play
3.
have actually saved?
And that's it. He scoops it up. Jacob can't do anything
Im
about
Sheng.
that. Im Sheng for the 3rd game in a row. Twice in top 4. And now in the first game of this grand finals, Volo his way into the driver's seat of the game. Not that he was any far behind, to be honest, but that Volo just seals the deal in all 3 of the matches that he has had so far.
It's just so fatal, and I was just having this conversation with one of the judges, right? Like, even back in day 1, this Volo have been able to be the saving grace for him for perhaps 2 of the rounds that he played through as well, and including today, that makes it 5. Such a high impact card to have within the deck.
You're 100% right. I think that Volo is probably the card of the tournament at this rate. Judging by how things have gone, Im Sheng is poised to win this grand finals, but let's not write Jacob off yet. We know what this deck can do. It may be a steep uphill climb for this particular matchup, but he's not giving up yet, and neither are we.
Jacob needing to find 2 back-to-back wins in order to clinch the championship trophy home. Well, now it's going to be Jacob's opening to kick off our second game between our grand finalists. So he's got to also be very careful of what really went on back in the first game where, of course, once Imsheng has already got the Arxus online, and no matter how many comfies that you put out there, it's always got to be remain under tread. So got to be wise on how he's been able to put into the active zone. And it starts off Sableye right in the forefront.
Right here, game 2 in the grand finals. Jacob starting out with Sableye, not ideal obviously. Imsheng similarly with Umbreon. Interestingly enough, if Imsheng so chooses, and if he finds himself the single strike energy, he can take a knockout on this Sableye as early as turn 1. But it really depends if he can get those exact cards, right? So Jacob here started with double battle VIP pass to search out 4 basic Pokemon from his deck and putting them straight into your bench. I would presume half of them or more would be Comphase, and it remains to be seen what are the rest going to be. He's eyeing up the Cramorant.
Most likely so. On the top of his thumb, right there and there.
Yep, Battle VIP Pass is a staple now in so many decks in the format. You know, and if you're a new player trying to get into the game, remember that you can get the Battle VIP Pass in the League Battle decks. You know, that is one of the best ways to start playing the Pokemon TCG at your local game stores. And as you can see, these cards that come in those decks are actually played at the highest competitive level.
Yeah, and I just love some of these cards, which have been pretty much easily accessible to some as well. So far, it's a double Cram as well as another double Comfy to kick off the run for Jacob. But still, Sableye at the front will eventually be retreated. And now gets to go in for another activation as we will have Flowering to discard
Flower
into the lost zone, the Psychic Energy.
Alright, just one flower selecting. Not the best for Jacob, but not the end of the world here. There is no knockout coming this turn, at least. Now, what does Chen Imsheng have? Does he have the Arceus turn 1? That's the question. As an energy of the Umbreon, though, that is not what you want to see as an Arceus player. I would know. I love this deck. But you don't see the Arceus in play. Is his deck finally saying, you know what, I need a break? Oh, he goes for it. He goes for the Sableye. 60 damage due to weakness. Sableye cannot retreat. He knows for a fact that Jacob does not have a switch or an escape rope yet, at least evident from the first turn of his game so far. But what does Jacob have here? The card is slightly off the screen. It seems like it's a Colruy's experiment for 5 cards. Does he find a switch card or an escape rope? That's all he needs. He sees it. There is a switch card.
Oh, he's definitely desperate for it. And
oh, yes.
It has to be, right?
It has to be the switch. Oh, hang on. Okay, he has multiple outs to it. Multiple switch cards, multiple escape ropes coming out. So he's definitely able to use one of them, bringing the Comfey back into the active, saying goodbye, Umbreon. I'm going back to the bench.
Yeah, he tried to force me to stay. I'm sorry, I'm leaving.
Not my time to shine.
Sounds like one of my past relationships. Putting myself aside, this is the grand finals, right? Back into the court where I just love how Jacob has been able to find that perfect scenario. Draws the right hand, gets out of the way, steer clear away from danger, and now the process begins.
I just want to make a note there that Imsheng and Jacob were discussing about the right lost zone targets. I think Imsheng allowed the play to happen. Maybe Jacob just jumped to the play there, you know, because obviously you would be excited to find your switch card if you were locked by Mean Look from the Umbreon. So thankfully enough, you know, these players, of course, knowing each other for years and years, they have mutual respect between them. You know, and I think they have the eyes now of the entire Malaysian community at this point. You know, folks are super excited. There are many players here in the venue still, and I'm sure many of you still watching at home, rooting for either one of these players, but overall rooting for some awesome Pokemon to be played.
Yeah, and we don't get to have sights like this every
Oh.
single day. And oh,
Oh, here we
Cameron's
go.
up.
Cram is up. 110 damage onto the Umbreon. Does Chen Im-sheng have anything to draw out of this? Is there a basic? Otherwise, it's game. We might be going to a game 3 here.
Is that it?
Is that it? No, hang on a second. He
he-
drew into an adventurous discovery off the top.
Okay. How close can things be? I mean, Imsheng almost knocking out the Sableye by forcing it not to retreat, and then there you go. The
There
right
you
card just arrives to the scene. And for Imsheng, this is always his turn 2 card, which have been able to
Yes.
fill his bench for most part. So finally having a really good run so that he could still be able to play a little much longer against Jacob right now. So
Yeah, that was clutch. I mean, if you think about it, going second for Im Sheng is not horrible as an Arceus player. All he needs is an Arceus and a double turbo energy. He had neither of those, and to make it worse, he had a boss's order that he played onto a Sableye to try to lock in an active. And then literally at the tail end, when all hope seemed lost, he drew into the adventure discovery to get himself a couple more basics to stay in this game.
one of the worst ways to go out is to not even have enough Pokemon to begin with. So
Oh, yes.
yeah, I've had a couple of those rounds before playing, whether if it's casually or my chance at competitive in those early days. Yeah. So now things look to be pretty alright for Imshing.
It looks pretty stable now, but I think the main issue here is whether or not he's able to get an energy down onto that Arceus. He's not in any concern or fear of getting that Arceus knocked out because nothing in Jacob's side of the field is able to do 220 damage, at least not yet. But at the same time, I like this play here. He's trying to evade some of these KOs by evolving that Umbreon V in the active into the V Max. So that will put it out of 2-hit KO range. Here is... Oh, it even has a double turbo energy as well. So even the Umbreon gets into the action here, taking a knockout on the Cramorant.
It's very, very swift.
Or maybe something else, because it seems like Imsheng might activate Dark Signal. And it is. Going for the Comfey. We saw this in Game 1. Using his Boss and Dark Signal abilities and a Lost City to boot. Goodbye, Comfey. We'll see you in the next tournament or the next round.
Ah. Well, hopefully there is still gonna be another game left in the tank for Jacob. But when you have Imsheng with such plays with Lost City, now you can't even find it in the Discord pile. So
Yeah, that's the concern right now. So, Imsheng already has that, Arceus V-Star in his hand. He's not in any bad shape at all thanks to the adventure discovery because all Jacob needs to do, all Jacob can do here is just to hit the, either Pokemon for damage, and all Imsheng's gonna do is I'm gonna just evolve, maybe play that Volo if I can, just to reduce the amount of prize cards that you can even take in this early game. And it seems like that's about it. But I guess the one redeeming factor for Jacob at this stage is that Imsheng will not be accelerating energy next turn unless he forgoes a knockout. There's no energy on that Arceus V at this stage.
something to take away for Jacob for now. Still, back towards that Volo question as well. Would you actually utilize Volo so early on upon this Umbreon? Because it's still pretty much reliable. You can still knock a couple of Pokemons out from the side of Jacob.
Yeah, it's all about the timing of the Volo, right? It's just a card that swings the tempo so much into your other side's favor. By the way, we missed out a Clover's experiment here, which is now accelerating Jacob to that 12 or 10 card mark. He's now at 7 or 8, I believe. 2 more short to start utilizing Sableye. And that is the card that he wants to be using. He wants to be spreading damage across 2 different Pokemon to sort of negate the effects of that Volo. If you're just going to hit into one of these Pokemon that Chen Imcheng has in play, you are running into the risk of losing more than 1 turn of damage once that Volo hits play.
Wonder if it's already in the hand. If that's the case, Ching goes ahead to shuffle Jacob's deck, and so far in both games we didn't really get to see the Radiant Charizard at all.
Yep,
Though,
nothing yet. Not at this stage. Still a little early there, Contra. I think
yeah,
it's Jacob is biding his time. We didn't see it in game one.
definitely don't want the Charizard to be roped in
Hmm.
if it were to be put into the bench so early on. So definitely understand why Jacob opts to, of course, stick around with this. Psychic Energy onto the Sableye.
Yep, that it might indicate that he's ready to roll with it, but maybe not just yet. We are missing 2 cards in the loss zone for Sableye to get running. It's just going to be a Cramorant here, damaging Umbreon for 110. I guess in Jacob's mind here, there is no risk of a Volo, solely because if Imsheng were to use Volo, he would not have an attack this turn, considering that the RCSV does not have any energy, and therefore no way to use Trinity Nova.
Hmm. And in the prior rounds, we do see Imsheng, of course, have been able to instantly get the activation done. And there we go.
Hmm.
V-Star.
RSS V-Star in play, no V-Star activation yet, no V-Star power activation yet. Starbird, how many times can you let me hear it? Let me say it. The
Mhm.
best ability in the game at
The
this stage.
best.
The best, in my humble opinion. You know, there are so many abilities, of course, that shifts one way or the other, but it's only Starbird that really gets you back into a potential winning position if you're so far behind, or accelerate you out of nowhere from these early turns onward. And I think Imcheng now is going through the motions in his mind, like, what can I do? How can I avoid this KO here? Do I need to bench another Arceus? Do I need to figure out what are my lines here? Oh, there's the Luminion V, which allows Imcheng to search out a supporter, but I don't know if he wants to bench it. That is one more extra knockout, which yields 2 prizes.
He has to use it right now.
No, he's going for the
Starboard.
V-Star. Yep, goes for the V-Star instead. So I'm not taking a risk. I'm not benching my Luminion. Let me just Starbird for the cards I need.
He went for the double energy, it seems. Still needing to find another. Hmm.
It's gonna
Guess
be
he.
interesting here. He has a few options, right? He could, just say, you know what, I will not allow you to take this knockout. I'm gonna retreat the Umbreon and then Volo it away.
Mhm.
Just maybe using a double turbo energy on that bench RSSV to get energy onto your attackers, or does he just say, you know what, I'm gonna sacrifice this Umbreon, but I'm not gonna allow you to take more prizes later on. So there's a few ways you can go about it. I I don't know. I'm thinking that he should try to save the prize race, like use the Volo to remove these 2 turns of damage. But is he missing the Volo? Is the Volo prized?
It may just actually be prized. What are the chances, right? He's going through the whole deck for 3 times already, and I don't
Yep.
think that he's seen it at all.
I
So
think
he's
it
got
might
to
be
go for a second
prized.
choice.
There is no second choice because even if you were to retreat the Umbreon, it's still susceptible to a Lost Mine by the Sableye.
He's holding on to the Lost Mine right now.
It's all on to the Lost City. So the Lost
Oh, Lost
City in
City.
hand with the DTE already
Yeah.
there, he is definitely angling towards taking a knockout. But the question is where and how. There is no way to take a knockout if you are using, you know, Trinity Charge to accelerate. But it seems like he's going for Duraludon V. Duraludon V not getting you anything at this stage. Oh, it's a tough one for Incheng. I am sure this is probably one of the pivotal decisions that he has to make. But without a Volo, even retreating the Umbreon is just going to, make it a waste of turns and energy. I would rather just say, hey, if I cannot Volo this Umbreon out of the way, I would just take a knockout with it. So, and I don't believe, or maybe he's keeping the Volo in the deck for the Luminion. Maybe the Luminion is the one that's going to grab the Volo, and he's been hiding it from us all the while.
Yeah, that could also be an alternative play
Mhm.
that can still work out for Chen Im Sheng.
Yes.
Else, you just got to grind for some of the prizes in order to hopefully score that Volo within what seemed to be five out of those that he could potentially choose from.
Hmm. Yeah,
Still,
and
that's 1 out of 5 chance.
exactly, and there's so many ways that you could play out the lines here in this matchup. You know, Luminant V, we mentioned just now, benching the Luminant V is also a risk because Imsheng does not run any water energy to use Aqua Return, which means that if you were to bench Luminant V, that is an easy knockout for the Charizard or even a double hit using Sableye or Cramorant. He goes for the Judge. So here, conservative from Imsheng saying, I can't Volo this card out of the way. My Volo is likely prize. I'm going to Judge us to 4 and hope that you don't have the gas that you need to accelerate yourself in this game.
Decent choice for Chen Chen at the very least. Now that it all goes on to the reset, I wonder if there's out of these couple of cards, he's gonna be able to get anything that's gonna be efficient for him. So let's see what he's got this time.
It's interesting now. Both players back down to 4 cards in hand. Oh, he's going for the retreat. He is going to say, hey, I'm going to make sure that you have to use Lost Mind to take out this knockout on these Umbreon VMAX or not. I think he's considering it. There are a few lines of play he can still take. But I am 100% in favor of taking a knockout here, even if it means that, you know, he will lose his Umbreon.
I see it in the same angle as well. It could be valuable, but when you are playing in the grand final, sometimes playing the safest way possible would also be a decent option. Where Jacob
Yeah,
still got a
so,
lot to do before he
yep,
actually
Imshane just
gets
taking a
through.
knockout here on the Cramorant already. So Imshane now 2 price to the good. What can Jacob do to respond? Starts off with a flower selecting. This is falling well into Jacob's hands here, considering that he's not too far behind. The damage on that Umbreon is going to stick. And that could be the main reason why Jacob might be able to eke through this game. He's 1 card away from being able to use Lost Mine. Oh, here comes that escape rope. Alright. So this is interesting.
Who does he
Im
put forward though?
Imsheng should probably put forward the RCS with the energy, right? Because that's the oh wait, hang on, there is a beach court, so it's not a major issue if he promotes the Luminion. But I guess you'd probably want the RCS in the active anyway, and you know for a fact Jacob will be using Lost Mine. So there's no risk in leaving the next attacker they're gonna use in the active spot.
Brings out the Comfy. Another active being utilized.
Yep, another activation of flower selecting. What did he grab out of it? He's taking his time here. What's he gonna grab? What's it gonna be? Discards the Nest Ball, reaching 10. Lost Mine is now online. I see an Echoing Horn. That's gonna be interesting for Jacob. Another Comfey on the bench now. But this should be a very straightforward Lost Mine from Jacob now. Now that he has 10 cards essentially in his Lost Zone. And he has not retreated yet, so it's a perfect way to utilize the beach court, get the retreat done, config to the bench, Sableye in the active, you know, do enough to that Umbreon VMAX to take 3 prizes and then sprinkle a little bit more of that damage on another Pokemon on Imsheng's side of the field.
Steady as he goes. Jacob surely already has that same sort of steps already in his head. Just checking to see if there's more that he can do, but that's more than enough now.
Yep, that
Sableye
seems like it. Yep,
puts the counters down. 2 prizes in for Jacob.
3 prizes
3.
thanks to the VMAX. Umbreon VMAX is knocked out. 3 prizes for Jacob. That is what he was hoping for. He gets it. And here comes the remainder damage. I believe there was 220 damage on that Umbreon earlier, which means that he has a leftover of 30 damage that he could put anywhere. He places it on the Arceus in the active. I like that from Jacob because now a Radiant Charizard, once it comes online, is able to knock out the Arceus V-Star that this Pokemon will probably become. This is gonna be close. I think we might be able to see a game 3.
I would definitely want to see it as Jacob. This is the as good as it gets so far with his
Indeed.
deck. Chen Shang is gonna have to go ahead and pick a couple. That's a lot of metal energy that's available. Going through the options right now. Decides to have only one of the energies as well as probably taking a, a net ball into the lost zone instead, so he will be able to restock.
Yeah, even decks like RCS is playing Color's Experiment because the card is just so good at digging you cards that you need, right? Play a supporter, look at top 5, grab 3 and put in your hand. We saw that Imsheng having quite a few options. He decided to Lost Zone away his Ultra Ball and 1 other energy. We see another Ultra Ball here being played, discarding a Karen's Conviction. Jacob quickly picking it up because I didn't see that in game 1. Where did that come from? Imsheng also toying with the idea of discarding a boss. That might be his only boss remaining. He only runs 2, unless I'm gravely mistaken. But it just means that Imsheng is going to solely rely on the cards that he has in his deck, which does not include any more boss's order at this stage.
That's right, Karen's Conviction. Having the single strike Pokemons to do 20 more damage. And Imsheng will have Lost City to be implemented as well.
Yep, looks like Lost City in play will get rid of the Sableye, which is what Imsheng would want here. You don't want more Sableyes coming back from the discard pile thanks to Clara or Rescue Carrier. You want to get rid of them the moment you see them. And it looks very much like Imsheng is just going to go ahead and use Trinity Nova. Yep, taking a knockout here on that Sableye. And I think now Jacob is probably just thinking, do I have what I need to take 3 prizes? There is still Volo to consider for Imsheng. There is still, lots of chances here for Jacob to close his game out if he's able to get the right set of damage on. But then again, for Imsheng, he's just 3 turns away from clinching his right to Yokohama to compete at the World Championship Series in August this year. Jacob promotes the Confe.
And both sides even out the number of prizes. Jacob, guess it's just about time. He needs to eventually get into the Radiant Charizard already. He sees that Sableye. He plans to put one more back eventually. Dan.
Yeah, Jacob is pondering his next decision here. Like, do I go into the Sableye knowing full well that I will lose the Sableye to the Lost Zone again if I cannot bump this Lost City? He's thinking about it. He does have access to Lost Vacuum as well as a Beach Court. We saw one Beach Court played. I believe he runs a 2 of. And also, he has a 3 of, by the way, of Beach Court and multiple.
He's holding on one, I believe.
There you go. Yeah, so he should be okay.
He's going for it.
He's considering. Yep, here we go. Sableye, number 2. His last one, essentially. What happens now? Does Jacob have enough resources going for him to be able to take these last 3 prizes and force a game 3? Here comes the Raihan. No, not yet. But I would presume he should come. Here we go. No, maybe not.
His decisions will make or break this game itself. Chen Imsheng, 3 more prize, so you can see how careful Jacob is. Well, he can opt to go for the Raihan, but he's thinking if he has just about enough. He's
Ooh.
dropping in the rated Charizard and he pulls it back.
Okay, that's
Still
interesting.
second
So
guessing.
here's the question, right? If you're opting for Radiant Charizard, it may just mean that he wants to take two prizes here on this, on this Arceus V-Star, and then take a final two prizes of either the Luminion or even the other Arceus. Got a Lost Vacuum. That's what he would like to see. Gets rid of the Lost City. He has to hope that sticks. He does not want to see another Lost City come into play right after he gets rid of this one.
Huge.
Huge, massive.
Now, there is definitely hope for Jacob. And he's gonna reel one of these Pokemon from the bench in, forcing Imsheng with the rope.
That is interesting. He's saying, hey, give me something off your bench. And Im Cheng says, why? Wouldn't you just retreat? But Im Cheng now is pondering, considering what could be up your sleeve, Jacob. We know what's in his hand. We won't spoil it for you, for those at home. But it looks like Im Cheng will be giving up the Luminion. Or maybe not. This is a very close game, Contra. And
Very, very
I'm
close.
glad that we're here to witness this live. Im Cheng is considering what can I afford to put up in the active spot, which will likely be KO'd by that Radiant Charizard.
It's just a series of tough decisions to be made from both ends of the spectrum, right? Like, Jacob definitely have considered it very long, and now
There you
is the
go.
perfect timing.
Here we
He's
go.
looking to strike this one down.
Promotes the Cramorant?
Oh, interesting.
Oh, hang on a second there. Almost touched a Raihan to the Cramorant. But it was actually the Choice Belt. I think Jacob has found a play here. Oh, and a Roxanne!
Oh,
Huge here coming out from Jacob. Roxanne, a card that if your opponent has drawn 3 prizes or more, they shuffle their hand back into the deck and they draw 2 cards, you draw 6.
and this is just such a huge advantage, and disadvantages for Imsheng for sure. Now, what do you do with these 2 cards? I hope it's something golden for Imsheng at least.
It doesn't look like one of them was. It
Nah.
was just a nest ball. But Jacob now is taking, a commanding lead here. I say lead, but he has not drawn 3 prizes. But the board state is there. He's putting damage onto this Luminion because he knows for a fact that if you want to discard your Arceus, I can easily shift into my Sableye, drop some damage on the Luminion, knocking it out, and placing the remainder on your Arceus V-Star that currently has no damage on it. And that would just mean my Radiant Charizard will take my final 2 prizes, regardless of what you do.
So hard. And Jacob, he's found his late game winning play. That huge trainer card that he's just dropped onto the stadium.
Wow, this is crazy close, and I don't think we're gonna see a Volo at all at this stage
Not at
for
all.
for Im Sheng. It's probably still in his prize cards, and you could see how pivotal that one card is to the entire strategy that Im Sheng has against the Sablezard deck.
And I guess this is the bane of it. He has relied on that particular card for so many of these instances to win rounds. Now that it's not being made available, it really felt like this position seemingly becomes a little less powerful.
Yeah, and I think Im Sheng knows the writing's on the wall at this stage. It's not the end yet, but he might not even get a chance to draw a prize here because he has no energy in hand. It's just a pass. Jacob takes back the tempo here. It's getting close. This could be the opening Jacob was waiting for. That Roxanne play has pretty much got Jacob into the driver's seat. Here comes a Clara, grabbing energy. And I would presume it's just to make sure that he has enough to deal damage from either Sableye or even Charizard. Charizard, of course, needing an extra energy because Imshing has only taken 3 prize cards so far, not 4. There you see Clara there, a staple in Sablezard decks. There's even a Choice Belt onto the Charizard. Yes, you might show me maybe an Arceus V-Star that has no damage, but I can do 280 damage. It is looking very bleak here for Imshing. Here comes Sableye. I think that's an interesting play here. A switch card into the Sableye because you want to be able to put more damage on your opponent's side of the field. Lost Mine for 12 damage counters. You don't need all of them on the minion. You're gonna put 6 there and 6 more somewhere else.
And he's just looking to shut him down in one full swing. So more onto the benches instead. A couple of points onto Arceus.
Yeah, I think it's a few more also on the Duraludon V because Jacob is wary that if that gets evolved, then obviously you will have to try and knock it out. So damage there as well. With that Radiant Charizard on the bench with a Choice Belt, Jacob has ability to take 2 prize cards on anything Imsheng has in play.
And that's the huge threat towards Imsheng. This could very well be the final round.
It might be so, and looking at it, I believe Imsheng did get the Volo. The Volo was in the deck the whole time.
Wait, what?
Yeah, and he didn't choose to opt. He didn't opt for it. So the Volo was in his hand. He just drew it after the Roxanne. He's been hiding it a little behind. We had to have quick eyes to take a look at it. The Volo is there, but nothing he can do with it right now would save him from going to a game 3.
He's really stuck into this position.
He is. Jacob has found a way around. All he needed was Imsheng to slip up in that early turns. And Jacob has wrestled this game and potentially evening up this match. You can see Jacob just bouncing a little bit there. There's excitement in him. And I believe it's a pass. And that's it. We're going to a game 3. 1-1 in this grand finals here. The crowd here is excited. As excited as we are, I'm sure.
Down to our last game of the tournament. Imsheng realized all of that. There's no way out against Jacob.
Yep, that
That's
was
such a huge play.
That was huge. Imsheng saying, "Hey, you know what? There was nothing much I could do there, right? I had Volo, but I couldn't play it. Maybe the Volo being in the deck earlier on, perhaps he didn't feel like it was the right play. He wanted to race in prizes, and that was the reason why he had no choice but to attack with the Umbreon. But by doing so and not having that Volo, you just allowed Jacob to wrestle back control. And you can see how important an early Trinity Nova or Trinity Charge is for Imsheng's deck. The moment you stumble a little bit, you don't have energy in play, you had to promote a Luminion that was stuck in the active, and you just had to pass your next turn after getting Roxanne to 2.
Yeah. And you can hear the reaction from the crowd as well. The moment that Roxanne was played, it was just a giant oof.
Yeah, it was great. We have the huge crowd here in Taman Mall, USJ. Everyone's still waiting to see who gets crowned the champion of this tournament. Jacob versus Imsheng. Arceus Duraludon Umbreon versus Sablezard here at the grand finals of the Malaysian Pokemon TCG Championships. Wow, that's all I can say.
Well, say no more, my friend, because all the action here is doing all the talking for these two gentlemen on board.
Definitely.
So,
Imsheng to start. Perfect starter here for
Great
Imsheng.
start.
Great start. There is an Arceus V. Not the best for Jacob. That's a Sableye, not a Comfey. What I would presume Imsheng here would just say, you know what, I'm just going to pass. He is eyeing up that nest ball. He might want to play that.
Also has the Professor Research later on as well.
I believe that's a Color's Experiment.
Oh,
yeah, so he could use it on his second turn. So now he's probably going to opt for one of his heavy hitters in this deck. Probably Duraludon, might even be Umbreon. we must say that it's such a joy to be able to see three full games in this grand finals. I hope you're enjoying it as well at home, and for those of you in the arena listening in, hope you guys are also enjoying this match. I know I am, Contra, and I can't sleep tonight for sure.
I am, and I think like by the end of the night, I know very well that one of the champions, if whoever emerges as champions, will definitely have a great night's sleep for sure. Unless if they're out to celebrate.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, for sure. I think it's gonna be interesting regardless. I think it's worth celebrating any and all of these players here today and yesterday. Coming out into the Malaysian TCG scene, biggest event ever, and now at the final match itself, we will be crowning a champion after all. Pass turn to Jacob. Jacob's turn one. Do we see a Battle VIP pass? Nothing yet. It's just a Fog Crystal. I would presume that's for a Comfey. But he
Most
still
likely
needs
the
a way to
case.
get out of the active as well.
Usually starting off the hands with, as much confies as possible, and needing to eventually draw the Sableye back into a retreat position into the bench.
Yep.
So
It's
still gotta seek out what exactly is in the prize that he has to guess.
I think something major is prized. I think something terribly major is prized.
What
But
could
if we see
that be,
double
I
Fog
wonder?
Crystal, I think it might be the Charizard that's prized. Oh no, we saw it there. Okay.
Mhm.
Not too bad. So double Comfey. Not not too shabby for a start. It's not a Battle VIP pass. There is an energy to retreat here. Oh, goes to the Chorus Experiment. That's good. Or maybe he's prized the Cramorants. I'm not 100% sure here.
That will actually affect
Oh,
the
Battle VIP
attacking.
pass off the 5
Oh,
here. That is great. Jacob is buzzing. I would be too if I got a Battle VIP pass on turn 1.
oh yeah, that happened to be one of the final few draws out of there. Ecstatic.
And I think Jacob now is being very careful. There you see Chorus Experiment. Such a staple card in the format, not just for Lost Zone decks, but also for decks that run Arceus, decks that want to dig deeper into your deck to pull out the cards that you need without having to refresh your hand. Battle VIP pass, turn 1. Perfect start. Here comes the Cramorant. And I think Jacob sees a play. Double Cramorant. He sees the writing on the wall. He's able to get damage onto this Arceus, and that's what you want.
Man, Jacob just adding so many vital blocks into the play, and will be able to retreat the Sableye
Here
and
comes a
brings
yep.
in even more with the flower selecting.
Flower selecting, grabs himself a card, ditches the Echoing Horn. Here goes the second Comfey, flower selecting thanks to an escape rope. Grabbing, I believe that's a Clara. Energy, retreat. Here comes my Cramorant. Hitting you for 110. So damage done on turn 1. Job complete, Cramorant. Now it's back to Imsheng.
Perfect rotation for Jacob.
Here comes a Chorus Experiment. He has to hit something out of these 5 cards. He has to get something out of it. An Ultra Ball, an Arceus V-Star. Here we go. It's getting close. Does he get it? Oh no. There's no Arceus V-Star. He's gonna whiff the turn 2 Starbirth. And we know what happened when he whiffed it the last time.
Uh, he's just gonna have to play the winning game.
It's gonna be so tight here for Imsheng if this is what's gonna happen. At least he's able to accelerate energy, but it just means that he's gonna accelerate energy from a damaged Arceus V that will just go down from a lowly Cramorant that's just spitting innocently at this point.
It's just a sitting duck, it seems.
I see what you did there.
Well, Imsheng, now that this isn't really the most ideal of
Not at
draws,
all.
he's
No.
just got to make do, right? So
It is. I'm going to say this
whatever
is
he
actually
can get.
borderline horrible. To be fair, this is not what you want to see as an Arceus deck. You want to be playing Arceus V Star using Starbird on turn 2, not using Trinity Charge. It seems like his luck might have run out.
Yeah, as the day progresses, I mean, we had a magnificent games for Imshay for the
Exactly.
past series. Like, that was a 2-0 record, and this is the first time we see him being stunted, not really by any sort of force hands from the opponents instead, but mainly what we like to call luck of the draw.
You are absolutely right. Now we do see a switch here from Im Sheng, which is able to get, the other RCSV into the active, the fresh one, and it might be that yep, he's just going for a knockout using Power Edge for 110 damage. And it goes to the Lost Zone as well. Im Sheng now not in a very horrible situation, I want to say, because he's at least able to get on the price clock. But with no Arceus V-Star, his Arceus are susceptible to hit knockouts at this point.
I absolutely think that it is rather dangerous, especially what we saw in the earlier round where you needed him to be able to pull cards from the deck, and my goodness, we're not even looking at any form of basic Pokemons being put into the bench just yet.
That is true, and I think Jacob now he sees an out here. He's playing pretty quickly. I would presume he has a way into this matchup right now.
Confident knots as well.
Yeah, he has a bounce to him. I feel like I should go with the rhythm.
Oh yeah.
He has 8 cards into his Lost Zone at this point. That is too shy from being able to use Lost Mine. Looks like he's not going for a Lost Mine because the energy attachment to the Conflict Retreat would mean that he's going for a Cramorant. He gets the Beach Court. What a pull from that flower selecting.
And things couldn't be more perfect here on the final game for Jacob.
Oh, and he has the escape rope. He will take 2 prizes this game, this particular turn, I mean. We folks here thought, all right, a big score here, not too bad. He's already retreated. But no, it was an escape rope from hand. And now Jacob taking 2 prizes to the good. Im Sheng only has an Arceus V in the active, no V-Star yet at this point. But even if he can have it, even if he could dig it out from the deck, is it too little too late? We could see Jacob just zooming past here, taking prize after prize. Not every turn, mind you, but quick enough that Im Sheng will not be able to come back from it.
Seems like he does have the Duraludon in hand,
He
though.
does, yeah, he does. Oh, another Lost City, so that's the 2 that Im Sheng plays. Both gone now. That just means that Jacob has no access to Cramorant moving forward. Here comes... Oh, he has nothing in his hand there, Im Sheng. That is a horrible hand to be looking at.
Quite unfortunate.
Very much so. So energy onto the Umbreon. That's it. Bench into Duraludon? Do you want to do that?
Does he have a choice?
I mean, it's a scary thing to do. Oh, he has a research. All right, not horrible, but discard. Oh, he's discarding metal energies. I don't think he has energies left for Duraludon at this stage.
Well, at least there's going to be a little bit of a shift.
Oh,
There is.
is there an Arceus V-Star? Oh, there's an Ultra Ball. Not too bad here from Im Sheng. He gets an Ultra Ball, which means he gets an Arceus V-Star. Here we go. Time is definitely running down here for these players. We're into the final 11 minutes. This has been such a back and forth hour that we've had so far. Everyone's at the edge of their seats. I'm almost about to fall off. Here comes Arceus V-Star, which means that Im Sheng will be able to accelerate energy while also taking a knockout.
I wonder if they will eventually go into this situation where it runs out of time, and
Oh, yes, that would
what
be
will happen
interesting.
by then, I wonder.
There is a specific set of rules there. Like you would be, I mean, when time's called, obviously there will be a set number of turns that this player can get, and then once those number of turns are done, the player in the prize lead takes the win, right? So we are potentially heading in that direction, right? We don't know.
Yeah, and currently it's Jacob that's basically holding down the line, already drawing
He
2
is.
prizes for himself. Finally getting into the V star.
It is interesting for sure. The fact that Jacob is the one on the prize lead as Sablezard is extremely interesting, I should say. He goes for so Imsheng goes for the knockout. Goodbye, Cramoran. Both of you are in the lost zone, and Imsheng is just digging for energies. And just as I suspected, there aren't any more metal energies. So it's only the Umbreon that gets energies. Oh, hang on. If Imsheng is saying, "Hey, I might have energies in my prize cards or even in my hand," I should accelerate one energy onto Duraludon.
Seems to be the play onto the
Mm-hmm.
Umbreon.
Yeah, so double Umbreon, and then one more onto the Duraludon. Okay. Two prizes for Imsheng, two prizes for Jacob. Less than 10 minutes on the clock for these players to find a way to be crowned the champion of today's event.
When was the last time that you've been in the grand finals to witness something this close?
Well, to be fair, there has been multiple grand finals, recorded everywhere on, YouTube and Twitch and things like that. Um, it's it's interesting that every single grand finals gives you a different feel because the flavor's never the same. They can be in the same exact format, it could be the same exact matchup, but the games are so close. Pokemon TCG is not and like any other game that I know
Mhm.
of that can give you that age of the seat moment.
Yeah, and it's really down to how the trainers play the game
Oh
overall.
yes.
And I think that makes a major difference, which is why, despite how many uh, participants that have been joining in
Hmm.
with similar decks, but only some will actually prevail to last all the way to the end.
That is true, and now we see an escape rope coming up from Jacob. This is the reason why I was not so keen on Imsheng benching that Duraludon. You have a very heavy retreat Pokemon here, 3 retreat costs, having to go into the active position, only with 1 energy. Jacob with only 3 Pokemon in field, but it seems like he is way far ahead at this point. And we now have another Comfey? Okay, it's Comfey Overload at this point.
Hmm.
Digging for answers, digging for cards from his deck.
Digging a deeper hole into the lost zone as well.
Oh yes, more cards in Lost Zone. Hawlucha ends up there. Jacob not utilizing that. This game gets an escape rope as well. So he has a way to pivot into that Sableye. All he needs is the energy. Oh, here comes a Colorless Experiment. This can be huge. He needs a switch out and an energy attachment. Does he find it though? No, he does
No
not.
energy.
But I think he has enough of what he needs though. Okay, Nesball coming in. What's he grabbing here? Sableye number 2. Alright. He has to be careful about the number of psychic energies he's used already at this point because I believe he did put a few into the lost zone. And he's digging for that final one in his deck.
Definitely a tough position.
Oh, he has one in the hand. My bad. He has
Oh, there
one.
we go.
Thank goodness he has one. And he even has the beach court to retreat, but he probably opts to play the. No, here goes the beach court. Yep, bye bye Lost City. And Jacob looking a commanding position here, asking the question, do you have it? Do you have what you need? Of course, Imsheng still has the Starbirth, ability that he has not used. He could use it
This is the
to get a
longest that
switch.
he's kept it
Oh
as
yeah, that's
well.
true. Yeah, it's probably the longest we've seen all day for someone who has a V-Star power not to use it so soon. We've seen Forest Hill Stone used as early as turn 1, turn 2. Now we see a Starbird still not used, but the main thing right now is Lost Mine from Sableye. Jacob setting up KOs at this point. Where are they gonna go? 100. I think it's 100 to that Duraludon being active, and 20 onto that Arceus.
Indeed, it will be already targeted down, and Imsheng thinking about whether if the Tovo is going to be needed, but not that it's going to be on his hands in particular.
Yeah, I think I'm saying he's asking the question now, like, okay, how do I get out of this predicament where I might be going down, multiple prize cards a turn? Jacob has 4 turns essentially to get what he needs. It's it's a very awkward situation here. Imsheng has a Metal Energy in hand, but that's not gonna get. Oh well, it will now get a retreat for Duraldon because of the beach court. But that will be his final Metal Energy and final fighting energy.
Hmm.
So maybe opt for the V-Star here. Yep, he's going for the V-Star instead. Starbird, such a deck 2 cards, put them into your hand. I would think one of them should be a switch.
He's still digging pretty deep into
I
it.
don't see that switch. Do you see it? I think.
Neither do I.
Alright, that's a Duralon VMAX, I think, saying to Jacob, hey, I'm going to just make it ever so more difficult for you to take a knockout here, but the fact still remains. You need to get this Pokemon out of there.
Oh, he's aiming for another Lost City to remove the beach, perhaps.
Yeah, but this is not gonna be very. Oh, he does. You don't have to show it, Isaac. You don't have to show it, Imsheng. I mean, you can keep in your hand. Oh, I mean, you don't have to reveal the cards. That is one of the things that Starbird has, as a benefit. You can search your deck for 2 cards. It can be any card,
Hmm.
and just put them straight into your hand. I believe that's a Duraludon V Max. Oh no, it's not. Okay, so I think that was the escape rope
Lost City.
and the Lost City. Yep. So the switch is probably played already, or oh no, that's a Volo. That is huge.
Oh,
So
yes.
Lost City. Uh-oh. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. That is not what you want to be playing first. That was a close call. That would have been a major misplay.
Goes for the retreat.
Yep. By the
Bring
way,
this
I
all the
made
way.
I made a small little blunder there. Dualdon V has 2 retreat, but thanks to Beach Court, it makes it 1. So that's the reason why Im Sheng did not need to attach another energy, choosing instead to just discard it.
Thankfully, he notices it, right? Like, if he
Exactly.
absolutely forgets, then hey,
Yep.
I guess this guy's pretty much stuck up
Yep, and
there.
we now see the Volo. So the Volo came to play, removing the damage off that Duraldon V. And I think that's one of the reasons why I was a little concerned that Jacob went for 100 damage on Duraldon. He would have wanted to put some of the damage onto Arceus, because now at 260 hit points, Jacob cannot take a knockout this turn unless he's able to drop Radiant Charizard and then escape rope himself into bringing the Umbreon V from the bench into the active.
And also keep in mind, there's only 2 minutes and less than a half right
Oh,
now. So
yes.
anybody who gets a knockout here might actually find value later on.
Exactly, and I think this is going to come down to a very close decider here. If you're watching us, I hope you are glued to your pants right now. You don't want to go anywhere. You want to be seeing this game out along with us. Jacob gets a switch card, plays it. Comfey, flower selecting, 2 cards. What do I find? Is that a Raihan? Oh, that is huge. I think it's the Raihan and the. Could it be the Radiant Charizard?
Oh, tough decisions then.
The 2 cards he would need in a single turn are both in his hand right now, I believe.
What do you do in this position?
Oh, this is rough. This is
You
rough.
need the Charizard though.
You need a Charizard. It goes without saying. You absolutely have to have the Charizard.
Oh,
This is rough.
I guess he may have to forsake the Raihan.
Yeah, you can, but he doesn't have fire energy in his deck, in his hand. So he's short the fire energy to attack, and actually he's short 2 energies, because even with the fire energy from Raihan, you need 2 energies to use the attack on Charizard, which is Combustion Blast. Is the game slipping away from Jacob at this point? Did he just fly too close to the sun, trying to get that cheap KO on Duraldon, and then now not have enough damage?
Oh, less than a minute left on the clock.
This is
Jacob.
huge now.
He's got to decide though.
Oh no. Okay, so it was an energy and the Raihan. So Jacob picks up the energy, goes into the Comfey. Oh, this is going to be huge. Gets a nest ball, throws away the nest ball, got something in his hand. That's a Charizard. He's very close here.
Very, very close.
All he needs now is a single choice belt And oh, hang on, no, not at all. He needs not just a choice belt, he needs a choice
Fire,
belt and a fire and
fire
another
energy as
energy
well.
because you
Yeah.
cannot utilize Radiant Charizard just yet.
In the
Oh
predicament,
no.
I mean, he needs more cards.
He
He's
needs
got to
more
find
cards. He
more.
has to have more cards here, and I think without announcing attack here, it might be just timeout.
Escape rope.
And that's time here. I don't know if the judges are on the same clock as us right now. You know, it may be the time over there was set up before this game began. But regardless of the fact, we will eventually know how many turns there's left for these players. It's so close.
So
And I
very
think
close.
and I think based on the reactions from the judges, it might have been time called here. You know, we are playing probably just 3 turns now. We can get confirmation on that really shortly. But Jacob has the psychic energy. But what else?
Now decides to go in for the attack. Putting all 12 counters
No,
on
that's
board,
it.
and
That's it.
Jacob.
That's it. Jacob concedes the match. Chan Im-sheng is your champion here at the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships 2023. So close for both these players. Commiserations to Jacob. He played an awesome match, but time just was not on his side. And congratulations to Isaac Chen Im-sheng for taking the victory here at the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia.
A
Wow,
hard
Contra, wow.
earned victory for Chan Im-sheng, and you can already see that he's sweating from all that, the nerves. And my goodness, game one went pretty well so far, and later on we see stumbling blocks eventually piling as Jacob have been able to really stall out the game, and also for the fact that in game two couldn't really fight at Tovo, but in game three, make no mistakes, things were headed his direction. But it's really down to the timer. Jacob, if he had more time on the clock, could this be any different of a story?
Yeah, it could be, but at the end of the day, it's all about the little increments of both these players, right? At the end of the day, it's the beauty of Pokemon, right? You saw in game one how strong Imsheng came out of the gates, and then in game two it was a completely different thing. He couldn't get any acceleration going with his Pokemon on no Arceus on turn one. That meant that Jacob had a way back into the game, and we saw how it went down. Game three, on the other hand, was just well, both players had a decent setup, but it was just that little bit of time that Jacob needed and Jacob didn't have. So Imsheng takes the win here in Malaysia. We are going to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere though. We will be back with the prize ceremony very soon. Stay tuned.
After 2 amazing days of battles between some of the best of Malaysia, we have already found some of the best trainers from the nation. And of course, it's time for us to announce and award them after all of their effort displayed. So, of course, Aaron will definitely be able to invite them on stage as well to present them with their prizes.
That's right. And everyone here, regardless if you're a winner or someone who is just joining us for the first time, welcome all to this prize giving ceremony. We will start off in the third and fourth placements. Welcoming on stage, Lao Kenzun. Give a round of applause to Lao Kenzun, your third and fourth placement player. Thank you very much, Lao Kenzun. And now, our next third and fourth place player, Azrul Amir. Give it up one more time for Azrul Amir, your third and fourth placement player. And we have both third and fourth placement players in the middle for a photo op. Thank you. Thank you very much, both Lao Kenzun and Azrul.
And of course, in the grand finals itself, we've seen possibly one of the closest game of the series. And of course, it went down to the wire. But with everything put on the block, we definitely have to congratulate our finalists. And of course, welcome on stage our second place winner, Jacob.
Give it up for Jacob, everyone. And with every championship, we need to crown a champion. After a grueling day one, culminating in an exciting day two that we hope every one of you enjoyed, we now have the winner of the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships 2023. Please welcome on stage, Isaac Chan Im Shang! Give it up for Isaac Chen Im Shang one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Your champion for 2023. Now, of course, with a champion, we have a champions interview, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot. We have to ask you, how do you feel right now?
Undescribable. Uh, it was an amazing 2 days events. Um, Unexpected that I brought the champion back um, because I was an old player. Like Pokemon always, TCG always was my hobby. So I'm glad that I make it today. So once again, I need to thanks to my friends, girlfriends, and other Pokemon players, the community. So I wish to I can perform better in the worst day two. Once again, thank you.
And of course, I do have a question for you. You've mentioned that you've been spending so many years playing Pokemon TCG, and you're definitely confident that you brought in a champions deck. Now, along the way, you've been battling so many difficult opponents. Which one did it actually prove to be quite the challenge so far throughout the course of the 2-day tournament?
Yeah, I think the most difficult deck that I faced it could be the Lost Box. The Lost Box because like the final, it was a very tough game. It's time call, and also as per the day one, I also lost to a Lost Box deck as well. So I think for my deck, once it's quite difficult against the Lost Box. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my preference.
All right, and I think there's someone that you mentioned, right? You've been playing this game for years. I remember we both playing years ago, almost a decade ago now, and I just gave away our age. But one thing that you could give, what would you give as an advice to players that are new and old coming back into the Pokemon TCG now?
Yeah, I think for the new players, I think it's because the current community is very healthy. I can see that a lot of shops after the MCO, upliftment MCO pandemic outbreak, there are many players that started to play. So it's good to gather together. We can learn from each other and also from the seniors players, and also we can guide. And we want to grow the Malaysia community for players. Yeah.
That's great to hear, Im Cheng. I think the final question that you mentioned community, you mentioned events, you mentioned about coming together. I have to ask you, are you attending the Pokemon TCG Asia summer event next month in July?
Yes, I think I would.
Very great to hear. And if you
Absolute
don't
great
know,
news.
yeah, it's great news to know that the champion of Malaysia will be going to the event next month, the Pokemon TCG Asia Open here in Malaysia. So if you are from the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, you are cordially invited to try and be the very best like no one ever was in one of the biggest regional events of the season. Not only that, not only will you competing for prizes, there's also learn to play sessions for those very new to the game, and you might get a chance to play up against Japan's champion at this event. So, if you're having a great fix of Pokemon this weekend, don't fret. The next event is just around the corner. I'm Aaron Arcanix Minjut. This is Aaron Contra Lim. Thank you all so much, and thank you once again to everyone else. And before we go, the prize giving ceremony of our champion. We gave him a shirt, but we forgot the rest of the prizes. Please welcome on stage the Master Judge, Berchin, to present the prizes to Isaac Chen Im Sheng. One final round of applause, everyone. Give it up for your champion.
After champion,
After all this, we thank everyone and say goodbye. But for the top four, there's still so after this quarter stream, and once it ends, we invite the top four back on stage to take the final photo.
Alrighty, great stuff. Thank you so much, Isaac Chen. This brings it to the end of today's the weekend, essentially. Thank you all so much for making this event possible.
And we definitely had a great time being spent here in Diamond Mall. We do definitely thank all of you fans as well as friends, everybody that came along here supporting all the players and making this event a success and a huge possibility for what's in store in the future.
Definitely. This is Arcanix and Contra signing off. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you in the next one. Take care.
Thank you guys so much, and of course.